What is up, everybody? Welcome to the After Chat. This is your time to ask your ham radio questions. We got a room full of people that are all... I mean, we do it every week, so I don't know if we're dying to do it, but we certainly love doing it. We like helping people get started in ham radio. That's what all this is about. So we're going to join the Discord here shortly, and we're going to get to your questions right up front. Ward Silver is joining us on the After Chat, so we're also going to make sure we utilize his time to the fullest extent possible to also answer those questions. Take advantage of smart people in the room like Ward Silver, so definitely get ready for the questions. Now, I will say, there was another beer I got. This is the Almanac, the slow heat death of the universe, which, I mean, geez, between kimchi gochujang sour and then the slow heat death of the universe IPA. Whew, amazing. Oh, very good. Man, that was a lot of fun. Man, having Ward on is tricky because we can talk, he and I could talk for just hours. Just hanging out with Ward is super fun. But in a format like a 1 hour live stream, it's really tough because you want to focus the discussion, and he can go as deep as you want to go with a lot of these topics, and he can go as broad as you want to go. But even if you go broad, it's really tough to cram it all into 1 hour. And so that's what the After Chat's for. So no more belaboring it. We are going to go straight into, well, let me check everything out here fuller first. I didn't see if okay, good. Wanted to make sure the YouTube's actually up and running. All right, so we're going to go over in the After Chat right now.
Hey, Mike, I'm curious, how's my audio I'm using?
Be afraid. Be very afraid. Hi, Mike.
Adam, you're good.
Your audio's fine. It's
okay.
A little hot, but you're good.
All right, thank you, guys.
We got an ensemble cast in the house. Thank you, everybody, for joining us on the After Chat. How are you doing, Ward? Are you on mic? Can you talk?
I think I am. How's that?
You are. You got it. Okay. Well, everybody, welcome to the After Chat. Because we've got Ward Silver here, we would normally just only focus on first-timers because we did an interview and it was focused on portable ham radio. We're going to open it up to all questions. So it's kind of like a repeater, but you don't have to use your call sign. You can just use your name. If you have a question, ham radio question, go ahead and fire forward on the Discord and just give us give us your name, and then we'll come to you. And if you're new here, by the way, new here for Discord, you need to go in the settings and set your mic and speaker under voice and video. That's the menu option. And you need to set the PTT button like a radio. Set it to like left control or something like that. Okay? So let's go first to questions. Those that are on mic, are there any questions for us here?
Not a question, but a comment.
That's Frank. Go ahead, Frank.
Hi, yeah, it's Frank. Ward, I absolutely want to thank you. I have my feed point rather high, and you mentioning that it should go low was actually a very good thing for me. So thank you for that.
Glad to help. You just got to experiment, but there are some general guidelines that help you get to the right solution right away.
Yes, so I want to thank you for that.
You're quite welcome. Thank you.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Paul.
Ward, that was a great presentation tonight. I'm just curious, what do you think of fan dipoles like the X Commander?
Okay, the dipoles like a regular wire dipole versus the dipoles that you can make with a pair of whips.
I think he was saying the DX Commander, if you're familiar with that. It's kind of like a vertically oriented fan dipole.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Yeah, actually, we used one last year, and the idea of using a bunch of really closely spaced resonant wires or tubes or something works really well. It takes a while to get them adjusted, but once you get them adjusted, they work quite well. And it's important to have the good, anything you can do to help your ground system out. But I've used the DX Commander, and it seemed to work just dandy.
Thanks.
I have a question.
Go ahead, question.
I'm Newham, so I just got my call sign this morning, and I passed a general. So I was just curious. I'm in a 15th story of a 25-story building without a balcony. I have a roll-up J pole, and I have I guess it's a clone of a QRP radio right now, and a bow thing. I have a VX6R on order from HRO, but it's not here yet. I guess what's the advice in terms of antennas? And I didn't expect to be thinking about HF, so if you have any suggestions on that, it'd be great.
Well, we do got the right person for that. Ward, go for it. You've talked about this before.
Okay. Well, first of all, congratulations. What's your call sign?
K24ILQ.
ILQ. Okay. Well, part of the fun is coming up with great phonetics for your call sign. I mean, you're supposed to use the standard ones, right? But yeah, how about I love QRP or something like that? Anyway. Okay, so you've got some VHF, UHF equipment. I love the dual band J poles that you can get from like Arrow and other places, and you can clamp those on your balcony. Or I think you said you did not have a balcony, so you can clamp them actually onto a window frame if you want. Those work really well. There are others that other much larger antennas that have more gain, like the Comet and the Diamond fiberglass tube multiband VHF UHF antennas. The Comet numbers that I'm most familiar with are like the GP, that's Golf Papa 3 and 6 and what have you, and those work really well. They're hard to put up in the situation that you have. I think about the best you're going to be able to do is hang something out the window, or I don't remember whether you said you had a balcony or not, but don't try to get too fancy. Just get something outside and it will work to a certain extent. Now for HF, in your situation, it's going to be extremely challenging because the building is made out of steel and it's going to act as a leaky shield. So I would check out the Parks on the Air and other portable operating. Get with a club or several clubs, go around and visit field days and see what people are doing and get some ideas from that, and then give something a try. Hopefully that's helpful.
Yes, thank you. I will ask the club the same questions. I just joined it today. I went yesterday to their first meeting. It's where I took my test.
We've had somebody, and you said no balcony, right? Right.
No balcony. I'm actually sort of in a bit of a V. So I'm halfway up a building. I got a little interference of one building kind of catty corner from me, plus part of my building. So, but I don't know if it's going to work. I don't want to spend a lot of money on antennas first. I want to just see what gets out and what doesn't, and then go from there.
So we've actually had somebody. It's kind of it's a fun concept. It's definitely not a permanent installation, but they took some kind of non-resonant piece of something, like a mop handle or something along those lines, drilled a hole through it, and then they used a piece of cordage to hang up a roll-up J pole, and they would send that out the window, maybe a couple of feet, and just make sure you secure the other end really well so it doesn't just like fly loose. But you can hang that out of your window without having a balcony, and it'll go vertical on you, and you can have your feed line coming off of it, and you can use that would work for you too, and that would be a not expensive way to try things out.
Maybe I could do horizontal with something like that.
You don't necessarily want to do horizontal, not for VHF, UHF. You want it to go vertical. You want it to hang down. What floor are you on, did you say?
I'm on 15, which is the 14th floor because 13 isn't a floor.
Yeah.
And there's 26 stories total. It's a 25-story building.
You might actually get out pretty well with something like that. So yeah, you would just, and we're not talking about a lot of wire for a VHF UHF roll-up J pole. You're only talking about 3-4 feet really, and that would just hang from the end of the mop handle that you'd send out a couple of feet.
Yeah, here's an
All right,
idea.
I'll think of something around that. Thank you so much.
Go ahead. Ward's got something for you.
Tape a dipole to the inside of your window.
There you go.
A full-size loop, as long as the window isn't coated with metallic, some kind of reflective coating or something. You'll have to experiment, but that'll work. And for HF, there was a traveling Japanese ham. His name was Aki, A-K-I, and he operated from a lot of hotels on HF. And so he created this thing called an Aki Special. And basically, it's a fishing pole, a fiberglass fishing pole with a vertical wire hanging from it. And so basically, he ran wire from the end of the fishing pole out to the other end of the fishing pole and then let it droop down. And he could kind of shuffle that all out the window and let it hang there. And then he would use a tuner. It's like an end-fed, but instead of having the end-fed go from the matching box up in the air, this one goes out the fishing pole and then down. And the trick is to get the fishing pole oriented so it doesn't hang in front of anybody else's window, so they don't really know that you're there, you're not bothering anybody. And you can use really thin wire, and it's basically an invisible type of antenna. So that would work on HF for you.
Okay, thank you. So the one other idea that hit me, and of course I don't want to try it yet because it's very expensive and it might not work, but they have those mag loop antennas. I could put one inside the window, right?
I would not use one inside the room where I am operating because of RF exposure rules. Plus, you're going to pick up noise from everything in the building. So I try to get something outside the building, and it's long length as you can compared to a wavelength.
Perfect. Thanks for that advice. I was worried about RF, but I wasn't thinking about noise.
Very good. All right. Let's take some more questions for Ward since we have him. And he can answer pretty much any questions for us, but obviously portable operation would be germane to the topic. But don't worry, you don't have to hold yourself to that. Anybody else in there?
Question.
Go ahead, question.
This one's not going to be very portable, but I got a new one for you.
It's okay. Go for it.
So in my wonderful beginnings of starting HF, I've decided to start a ham radio club at our school for our middle school students.
Okay.
And I got a guy that donated me an old school Drake TR7 that I've been playing with today. And I need to figure out a way to do an antenna for the kids. I'm on the second floor. I have roof access to the building.
Ooh.
Up until now, I have been doing just portable in-fed wires out the window. But being that this is an older HF rig with no tuner, I'd like to build something resonant. So I got this dipole idea, but I don't know what... Every time we look at antennas, we talk about above ground level. But what is the roof going to do? And then what are air conditioning units on the roof going to do to the resonance of that antenna?
Okay. Well, if you're close to the roof, you're going to see the antenna is going to be close to the building steel and rebar and the concrete and whatever else is up there, duct work, all these sort of things. Typically, it's basically you put the dipole up and then you tweak the length of it to get the resonant frequency that you want. And then it'll work pretty well because it's up in the air and not it's up high. So I think that's okay. I've operated clubs that have antennas on the roof like a vertical or a dipole, and it's worked okay. They pick up noise from the high volume AC stuff when it's running. Sometimes elevators create noise. That's just part of what you have to deal with when you're mounting an antenna on a building. But generally, that ought to work just fine. If you can put the tuner for multiple bands up close to the antenna, I think you'll be better off than putting it down at the radio. But get it working on one band really well, and then see what you can do.
Okay, I just didn't know if like the structure of the building would cause it to become more like invis style, or will it still have a decent takeoff and radiation pattern being on the roof?
Oh, it'll screw it up. It won't look like a regular dipole pattern. The building steel and all the wiring and duct stuff will couple to the antenna, and everything sort of wants to work like an antenna. So it'll pick up some current and re-radiate it. But as long as you're up in the air and the RF's going somewhere, you're gonna work. Mm-hmm. So don't worry too much about the radiation pattern. Just get it up there and radiate some RF and see what you get.
And is that better than trying to go vertical or doing something like that?
If you want to put a vertical antenna up there, and you can tie the vertical ground plane to building steel, that can work pretty well. If you can like look around and find a pipe or a ladder or something like that that you can mount the vertical on, and then you can use the whole building as your ground plane. And I've seen that work pretty well.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Right on. Okay. We got some...
All right, Ward.
Yeah,
go
ahead.
I got a question for you. Portable operation. I've heard rumors about the 991A from Yaesu having basically a standby current as high as 2.1 amps, and then figure running 40 watts conservative. Can you do the maths for me?
Okay, well, if it's drawing 2 amps at 12 volts, it's basically consuming 25 watts right there at all times. I would go in and see if there are options that you can turn off, like features that you don't really need, and see if you can drop that current down. That seems kind of high. The digital microprocessor type radios typically draw about an amp on receive. So 2 isn't ridiculous, but it's higher probably than you want if you're going to be running battery power.
Does that help?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Thank you.
All right. All right, let's make some more questions. Keep them coming. Who else we got in there?
I'm just going to jump in there. That's the kind of specification you want to look at. If you're going to be doing portable stuff, power consumption is important. So you want to know if you take a radio that's intended for base station type use at home, it may suck a lot of current that kind of inconvenient while you're out there operating portable. So that's something to be aware of.
Indeed. All right. More questions for Ward. Let's have them. And any ham radio questions, let them fly. Let's see if we got any on the YouTube side. By the way, YouTube and Twitch, we're looking at you as well. If you have questions, just type the word question somewhere in the question or at Ham Radio Crash Course, and that'll be the way to do it.
Yeah, Josh, could I get that website again on the battery calculation thing?
Sure. Just search Ham Radio Battery Calculator.
Okay, thanks.
That's it. That's all you need. It's the first one. Go ahead. Sounded like somebody was trying to get in there.
There was a delay there, but question is, so from the ICOM IC735 as a starter 100-watt base receiver transmitter for HF.
What was the question? Sorry, you mentioned a radio, but what are you asking me if it's good, or what are you asking?
So the question is, is it good as a starter radio?
I'm not
Okay.
familiar with that radio. Do you know that one, Ward?
Oh, I had one. That was a really amazing radio when it came out. I think that was in the 1990s. And a lot of people bought them. A nice 100-watt, well-performing radio back in the day. And if it's working today, there's no reason you can't use it on the air. I think the little slider controls that are under a plastic door, the plastic doors usually break and fall off, so it may not still be there, but like mic gain and power out and all this kind of stuff, those things will get noisy and you have to clean them. But the radio itself was a pretty good radio. The only problem I'm aware of with it is it tended to emit a lot of noise, that wideband noise, when you keyed it down to transmit. But for the time when it came out, it was groundbreaking. It was really good radio. I had one for years. Really good.
Awesome. I picked one up today for a good deal. The glass door for the sliders is still intact. It was from a buddy of mine that picked it up from a silent key, so good to know. I'll keep it in service and not making a museum piece.
Oh, that's great. There's probably not too many of them out there still, so I'm glad to hear about that. Anyway, have fun with it.
There you go. All right. Let's keep those questions rolling. We got anybody else in there? Come on forward.
Comment.
Go ahead, comment.
Hi, Josh. Yeah, tried to get in yesterday on the conversation with the FM CBs. I had one back in the 1980s.
Okay.
But
those have been off the air for a long time. But yeah.
Yeah, it was old Colt 444, and actually it was modded. So, no, my big comment today was I put my 7200 back in the shack because I've been using it for POTUS. But put it in the shack and got nothing. So I got a feeling you're going to be seeing me in Dayton on Friday.
Well, you need
something Saturday, and I'm going to be buying coax.
There you go.
What was that? I didn't catch that one.
Oh, yeah. What'd you say, Ward?
Oh, I said you need something with that new radio smell.
That's it.
Hey, my 7200 is my workhorse. I love that rig, so I'm not going to mess with it.
You need something with all the smoke still in it. All right. Let's see. Keep it coming with the questions. We still got them. We'll take them.
Question.
Go ahead, question.
I have so this is Frank. Actually, it's interesting. This 5% of the people dialed in are called Frank, so that's pretty unique for a crowd. Anyway, I have a Chameleon M-Pass, which I actually use today. It's a vertical, and it goes about 20 feet up. And so I was looking at the hardware cloth option to sort of like, get better use out of the antenna, like not have any, what call it, ground leakage, not sure about the right terms. But then that goes by like 1 foot by 10 feet. And so do I need like one, like, and stick the antenna in the middle, or do I need a 10 by 10 patch, or do I just need to make a cross? So just like some thinking around getting my vertical HF to work a bit better.
Okay, so is this something that you can attach multiple ham sticks to? Is you would put 2 or 3 on the same support? Is that the idea?
Go ahead. You still in there?
You're just talking about the Chameleon impasse.
Yep. No, it's one support, and so the antenna, which is just one piece, like 2 pieces that's screwed together, and the combination is about 20 feet up. So it's just one antenna, one whip, and then there's only one piece of coax that connects to it, and I have it connected to an 891.
Right, but what's the
Yeah.
question? What are you asking? How do you connect the hardware wire?
No, it's really the hardware cloth. How can
Yeah.
I make that work best? Like,
You just have a radio wire that comes off the spike of that M-Pass, and you have a little alligator clip that clips onto the hardware wire. That's it, the hardware cloth.
Okay, I think I understand here. Okay, so you lay the hardware cloth on the ground, and you can connect with it's a kind of a thing, I call it a split nut. And if you go to the hardware store, you'll find these things in the ground connection. They have ground terminals, and they're called split lugs or split nuts. And you poke this thing through the hardware cloth, and you put a wire in there with the hardware cloth. So it's kind of like a wire nut, and you run that wire up to where your coax attaches to the antenna, and there should be a way of connecting to the antenna's support, and that would be your ground. So whatever the shield of the feed line connects to, that's where you would connect the hardware cloth through this little jumper wire.
So what gauge of wire do you use to connect the cloth to the, let's call it the shield, or wherever that mount point would be?
Oh, I used just a spare piece of number 14 that I had around. I would not use a very thin wire. Anything number 18 to number 10 will work just fine.
And if you watch the live stream, Ward did share some images of using hardware cloth. I'll drag it onto my. So there's the hardware cloth. How long would that run was? Like 6 feet or so, Ward?
It can be right at the base of the antenna, or it can be a few feet away. Or it can be a few feet away. And the length of the wire will affect the tuning of the antenna a little bit.
And how long was that hardware cloth run? Was it about 6 feet from the looks of the image? I can't really tell.
You can buy rolls anywhere from 6 feet to 30 feet. The ones that I showed in the picture were 10 feet, and that's a good compromise length.
There you go. Does that help? Question, caller?
Yeah, so then the summary there is like, do use the hardware cloth. Like, I'm picturing like using, say, a 1 foot by 10, stick the antenna in the middle, and then have like maybe, a piece of copper wire, maybe ripped out of Romex, and then just connect the hardware cloth to the shield of the feed point, and then that should already be an improvement.
No, Frank, I think you're probably overthinking it. I just dropped the picture of Ward's setup. He literally just took a roll of 10 foot of this and rolled it out. The antenna's on one end, and he connected the wire from the transformer to the hardware cloth. It doesn't need to be like in the center or anything like that. Actually, if you want, experiment. You tell us what works best for you.
Yeah, he's got it exactly right. You can roll the hardware cloth out from the base of the antenna, or you can set the antenna right in the middle of the hardware cloth, make it a cross with a couple of rolls. The idea is just to get a lot of wire under the base of the antenna. And connect it all together with these little clamping nuts, and then run a short piece of heavy wire up to the shield of the feed line. That's exactly right.
Hey, we got a really good question that Discord user Professor Dumas just typed in. This is a good one for Ward, maybe. Quick question: why does no one think of the magnetic width of the antenna and only the electrical length? Ward, I've never even really thought about that. What's going on there?
Okay, well, the reason that you deal with the electrical field, mainly you're concerned with the E field, is that the E field, the electric field in the antenna, is what causes the electrons to move along the antenna back and forth. And it's only when the electrons accelerate in a straight line, whether they're accelerating faster or slower, that's when they radiate. The magnetic field makes the electrons go around in a little circle. And so they're not moving as far and in a straight line. So the electric field for these antennas is the primary thing that makes current flow, and current flow is what makes radio waves.
There you go.
And Ward, a follow-on question: how do you explain the Q-ness, if you will, of a cage dipole? What happens when you when you go from a piece of wire to an aluminum tube to a full cage? What is that actually changing that's affecting the Q of the antenna?
Okay, what that's changing. Okay, if you model an infinitely thin wire as an LC circuit, it has certain balance between L and C at resonance. When you start making the antenna fatter, you change the L and the C per unit length. And so that changes the equivalent circuit of it. And you increase the bandwidth. It's a long, complicated discussion. There's some of it in the antenna book. But when you increase the fatness of the conductor, you change the equivalent circuit so that it has a less change of impedance with frequency. And that means it has a lower Q. Hopefully that helps. Does that sort of answer your question?
Yeah, sort of. I've had some experience even with 6 meters where there's a big difference between a 6 meter Moxon made out of wire and a 6 meter Moxon made out of aluminum tubing, where the tubing will give you 50 to 54 and a wire will cover maybe 2 megahertz of that is all. And so even with 10 meters, I've had this show up. And I've never understood what what math is going on there in that regard. And I know, like, for instance, on 80 meters, if you want to cover all of 80 and 75, you need a fairly good sized cage dipole to do that. So, there's something going on there that everybody's taking advantage of. I just wasn't sure what it was.
Okay, if you want to deal with mathematics, get a copy of Bob Zavrel. That's Zaverel, Zavrel, W7SX. He wrote a book called Antenna Physics. It's for amateurs. It's not a professional text, although it is good quality material. ARL sells it. It's in its second edition, and he gets into topics like this on a deep level. On a practical note, if you want to get an antenna that covers all of, say, 80 meters, there are a number of ways to do that without trying to do it with a cage dipole, which is mechanically pretty complicated. The two primary ways are it's almost like making a fan dipole, where you have one 80 meter dipole in parallel with a 75 meter dipole. And the electrical characteristics of the antenna act like you have one antenna that covers two bands. And the other one is look up Frank AI1H, Alpha India 1H, and tuned line resonator antenna, where you use a one wavelength section of coax, like 75 ohm coax. It's like a synchronous quarter wave transformer, but it sets up some reflections that give you one resonance down low in the band and another resonance up high in the band. So you get a kind of a SWR curve. Both of those are in the antenna book. So AI1H, tune line resonator operation. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah, I looked that one up, and that pulls up a QST article where he actually does go over the math. Thanks.
And Ward, that was the ARRL antenna handbook you were talking about, right?
Yeah, right. Antenna book, right? ARL antenna book.
Yeah, if you look up Frank AI1H, it will pull up the QST article right from the ARRL website. So you don't necessarily have to buy the antenna book, although it's a good purchase.
Were you a contributor on that one too, Ward?
I'm the lead editor.
So there you go, everybody. You're talking to the lead editor for the ARRL antenna book right now. So got questions. He's got answers.
Yeah, I don't have that much time. I'm going to have to.
No, of course, Ward. And you've already been very generous with your time. So we thank you as always for doing this. Did you want to bow out right now, or did you want to try and take another one?
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock here, so I'm gonna take off. And
Good.
I enjoyed the questions.
Hey, fair enough. We super appreciate it. And hey, I'll see you next week, okay?
Okay, see you at Dayton. I will not be wearing antennas on my head, but you'll find me.
Okay. You mean you were not going to have the mag loop perched on your shoulder and maybe wear a pirate uniform or an outfit? That could be your parrot?
None of that. I'm going to kind of try to go as a civilian this time.
All right. Ward, again, thank you 1,000 times. We really appreciated it.
73s, everybody.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Lord.
you.
All right. This is a good time then that we can take a moment and say hello to our favorite YouTubers. And I'm going to give a special shout out because I think I can get to him first. James Hannibal, Quirky QRP. He makes videos, but he's also the proprietor of the Quirky QRP Etsy store. And he just did 2 of those reference mats as giveaways today. So we just want to say a big thank you to James. How you doing, James? Are you there? Well, he may not be there, but thank you kindly. And then when you do come back, we'll take a minute and say hi to you, okay? All right, moving down the list. Who's next? Oh, it's Adam, K6ARK. I heard you in there earlier. You said you're driving around. Did you make it to your destination?
I am still driving. I'm headed down to the airport to pick up my stepbrother and his family. They're getting back into town after visiting family on the East Coast. And,
right.
Other than that, just getting ready for Dayton. Looking forward to it. Getting my presentation ready for 4 days in May. And looking forward to hanging out with you and the crew out there.
Yeah, we are going to be having a fantastic time this year again. We're going to be Airbnb-ing it. And I promise myself, I'm saying this now, but inevitably what happens is we start having so much fun hanging out that I never turn the cameras on and do much live streaming or video work in the Airbnb. But I'm going to try and do that more this year.
Yeah, I was thinking about if I want to shoot some video, and if I do, what I want to shoot video about. And I have an idea and have kind of a thought and a plan, and it actually revolves around some of that stuff. So I'll save that for later.
Yes, this is the deep sausage making that we love with some of these video stuff. So thank you. Excellent.
Yeah, you need to have a camera around in case K Murder starts singing again.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Speaking of 1K Murder, Mike at MRD is in the house, and we were just talking about that, weren't we, Mike, last year?
I wasn't paying attention. I was texting Vernon, kissing my cat because he happened to welcome me or grace me with his presence on my workbench. But what was the question? I'm sorry.
Oh, we were talking about when a one Mike K at MRD might crash your live stream. As was last year.
Oh, well, so I still have yet to see that live stream because you've never sent me the link.
I'll send you the link.
So I have no idea.
Well, it's private. It's private because people have the link. Like people have the link and they're waiting for me to unprivate it.
Listen, I'm not going to share this. I honestly don't really care. I was there.
No, that's not. So there are people who are waiting for me to unprivate it so they can download it. They're all trying to download the video.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some gems of memes and all the things the kids make there.
Well, the big one is Kyle with the unicorn head on. That was the big one.
That's already out there.
Well, but that's what that was from. That live
Oh, I
stream
know that. I was
came
sitting
from.
next to him. I punched him in the face.
Yeah,
it was great.
Maybe we have
to
to
answer
do a
the
watch
other
party.
question, though.
Go for it. Yeah.
It's a watch party. There you go. That's the ideal watch party. I will be. I wasn't going to say anything, but since somebody mentioned it, I will actually be doing my entire Hamvention presence in song. So if you want to talk to me, we're going to be singing.
You're making a video that's just you singing through the whole thing?
No, not the video. That's how I'm going to be. I'll be, hi, this is Mike. K8MRD radio stuff. We're
So
at Hamvention.
Particularly operatic is what we're doing now?
I mean, it's late at night. I've got a couple vodkas in me. That's what we're going to do now. If it's the morning, I might be like, whoa! You never know.
Mike, let me test this out. I have a structured settlement and I need cash now.
Freaking J.G. Wentworth for the win, buddy. I will also be beaconing APRS the entire time.
Of course you will be. Of course you will be. Oh, that's fantastic. I was last week. I was just hustle. I had so many things to sort out. I'm going to be trying a new streaming method through the show. I'm going to be doing something that's either going to be really good or it's going to just crash and burn. So we're going to see how it goes.
I mean, it is the ham radio crash course. So.
I mean, that's the way we roll, on a wing and a prayer.
See, I'm still on a grandfathered cell phone plan, and I don't have unlimited internet. And I'm just too damn cheap to pay like the extra $10 or $15 a month that it is for unlimited. Maybe I should finally do that. And then I can stream it. It's like, you and Jason are both going to be live streaming. I'm planning on doing a live stream from Jason's trailer off of his Starlink. I might do that. But like the whole walk through the thing, I don't know. You guys already have that, so it's like, why would I do what other people are already doing?
I'll steal Steve's Starlink for you.
Say that again?
Yeah, what was that?
I will.
Uh-oh.
Steal.
You're roboting out hard.
Yeah. He sounds worse than DMR.
He said he'd steal Steve's Starlink for you.
Well, if you're on Starlink right now, no, thank you.
No.
T.O. streamed on Starlink the other day. That was fine.
Yeah, that's right. He was okay. I don't know if he was doing 720 or 1080, but I swear we had Starlink out at the camp out, and I tried to switch to it. It was no gas. I found out.
Joke's on you. I'm on HughesNet.
Joke's on. Okay. So I found out what the problem was, why the stream died. And it's the dumbest, stupidest reason that pisses me off. So I went to T-Mobile and I said, I want a hotspot. Give me your best hotspot. And I tested.
So there's problems. There's strikes 2, 3, and 4.
Hear me out. So I tested. I tested the Verizon devices, the AT&T devices, and the T-Mobile devices. And the T-Mobile has like basically the best one for what I need. Yeah. And so I went to the store and I said, here is my card. I want you to make this automated. I want it to deduct monthly. I want it done. I just want it to work. I don't want to ask any questions. I just want it to work. And they said, sure. And so I had my little box and I walked away.
You're like perfect customer.
Right. Yeah. I'm like, just give me all the data. I'll tell you if I need to throttle it later. Just give me everything up front right now. Because I was going to the camp out and I wanted a live stream. Yeah. So it turns out they didn't turn on the monthly payment. So the reason the stream cut out is because there's no payment. They shut it off. That's why. And I'm like, what a dumb reason.
That's like the main thing that every cell phone, every company wants.
They
is the
want
automatic
that.
payment.
I know. So that's why the stream failed, because it was good up to that point, and then it was dead. It was gone. And so I'm like, what the hell?
It was pretty good.
So I went home and I brought up the account and it says, oh yeah, you owe $100 or whatever. And I'm like, bro, I gave you my credit card. Just plug it all in. It was not fun. That was, yeah.
Hey, Josh, are you familiar with Live View equipment?
I am. But the problem is it's actually a decent amount of gear you got to lug around.
I have a feeling it could fit in any of your POTA backpacks.
But the problem is I'm also lugging around cameras and mic packs and all this other stuff. So it's I've looked into it. It's also pretty expensive.
I mean, yeah, it is very expensive, especially all the data plans that go with it. But
yeah, YouTube sounds like too much work, which is why we pay you guys to do it for us.
It's yeah, that when you start talking about like randomly live streaming in weird places, that's actually really a pain in the butt. There's a lot of logistics that goes into that. But I think between either tethering off my phone or using the T-Mobile hotspot, we should be able to do something pretty cool this year. That's my hope anyway.
And you were using some kind of cell booster, right? Is that a WeBoost unit?
Yeah, it was the WeBoost mobile unit on top of corrugated metal. That worked out pretty well. That
Is
actually
that the red one?
No, it's the little shark fin antenna number that pops on top.
Oh,
and then
I meant the actual BDA itself. Is it red?
No, it's all black. Everything's black.
Ah, okay.
It's a car mobile unit that I basically just turned into something that fits into a baggie about this big, and you just take whatever the device is and put it in the cradle. And that's it.
Yeah, I work at a company. We sell like everything Wilson and WeBoost.
Okay.
And there is the WeBoost Drive. It's like the most powerful BDA they have.
Mm-hmm.
And that thing will hit every band, and you could amplify a fart in the wind and have internet.
I know in a car it's fantastic, but I need it to be man portable.
Yes. Yeah, it runs off 12 volts.
See, but then I'm going to have a battery, and now I'm carrying all this extra crap. So that's the thing. I can do all of it, but it's like, how much do I want to carry for 10 plus hours walking around a Hamfest? I'm already carrying way too much.
Yeah, no. I meant for like when you're doing like the camp out. Not
I hear you.
Walking around. I don't know why you'd walk around with it.
Well, because the signal in all these Hamfests is garbage. It's all they're all bad. It's all bad. It's all bad.
Yeah, but isn't Dayton all metal buildings though?
I mean, yeah, and you go inside of them, and then you die, and then your signal dies.
Right? Yeah, and then if you try to use their internal stuff, there's 2,000 people trying to use the same thing.
Well,
so even if you boosted it, it wouldn't do you any good.
Yeah, and the problem is for the people that are trying to use the internal Wi-Fi, it's not favoring what we do with YouTube, which is upload. It favors download, and so a lot. And you're talking about credit card transactions. So credit card transactions is like no bandwidth, and so you got a lot of people downloading stuff, and then it just kind of sucks up all the bandwidth from you while you're trying to upload. It's not fun.
Yeah,
something else there, Josh. I know I talked about live view, but there is also like streaming specific data plans. It's called like Unlimited IRL, and it has unique plans with every single carrier to have prioritized upload.
Oh, can you link me into some of this stuff? Can you just throw it to the DMs and I'll take a look? Otherwise, we're workshopping it live, and we've got ham radio questions to answer.
Yeah. Basically, every single YouTube or like every single Twitch IRL streamer, they all use Unlimited IRL because it's all prioritized.
Yeah, link me to it. I'm curious about that.
Is this reverse, Josh? Josh getting his money spent instead of us spending our money?
Oh, are you kidding me? Like, I spend a crap load of money on running this channel. Are you kidding?
Oh, I know. It's just every time there's a stream, there's always something someone absolutely has to buy that you recommend. So this is a reverse Uno on you tonight.
Oh, well, no, that happens all the time. Anytime Joe Eisenberg's on and all that other stuff, I'm all over it. Let's go back to Mike, though. Mike, what else you got going on? Anything you want to mention before we start taking questions again, bud?
Fantastic stream tonight. I feel I want to just move into Ward's house for like a year and just learn from him.
No, you know who goes to hang out with Ward all the time is Sterling and Kyle. They're adjacent, and so does Sean Kutzko. They're all friends.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'll weasel my way in. They're so far,
there you
though.
Go. Oh,
like
yeah, Illinois. You got to get to Illinois.
Oh, Illinois. No. Illinois is on my no-fly list. They're not. We won't go there.
Well, Mike, since
great popcorn though.
Missouri. Ward is in Missouri.
Wait,
he's in
Yeah.
Missouri?
St.
Oh,
Charles,
yeah, I'll
Missouri.
go to Missouri.
Come on down.
Wait,
Oh, no, I've been to St. Louis. That's a cool place.
I thought his contesting station is in Illinois.
I don't care where his contesting station
I mean,
is.
that's
Where's his brain?
Okay, fine.
I should be down
correction.
for
His head.
Rolla.
You're right. It's yeah. Good correction. Thank you for that.
No, he just sounds like a cool dude to hang out with.
Oh.
To just like as an Elmer, like I've never really had. I mean, I've had a couple Elmers, but you read in all books, like you get in a club and somebody Elmers you. Like I feel that's kind of dying.
Yeah.
I mean, I felt that from day one in ham radio. I still feel that now. Day one for me, I mean. But that would just be cool. I mean, he's just a wealth of knowledge. So
a font,
if you will. And he seems like a cool dude.
Yeah, that's the best. That's the best thing about Ward. The first time I had him on the live stream, is you can tell that he's just so dialed in with amazing information, and he delivers it in a way that like you learn, and at no time does he make you feel like you're bothering him by asking these questions. Which I gotta say, those soft skills not everywhere in ham radio. So
yeah.
I absolutely love him.
I certainly don't possess that many soft skills. So
that's true.
That was very nice. And then that little when you asked if he could stay a little longer, he's like, "Let me get another beer."
Yeah.
I was dying. That was hilarious.
Yeah,
so.
he's the best. So Ward, if you're still watching, getting ready for bedtime, again, appreciate you. Thank you for taking the time. With that said, hey Mike, what's your favorite portable radio and antenna? I know. Well, also please talk about your batteries, and if you want to drop the link, go for it.
Well, I don't have any to sell right now, so.
Oh, okay.
But I do make battery boxes that I call Big Geek. You can go to k8mrd.square.site. You can look at them or see like any one of my videos where I do portable at K8MRD radio stuff on YouTube.
You can look, but you can't touch.
Exactly. As far as man, antennas is easy. In terms of antennas, my top two favorite portable antennas. For those who don't know me, my name is Mike. I'll sign K8MRD. I'm a big Parks on the Egg guy. I'm big into portable stuff. So the NFED half-wave, specifically the Pactenna NFED half-wave, always duplicated, always copied, never duplicated.
Yeah, because literally that red antenna came out that you looked at, right? It's just a straight copy.
I mean, it is a blatant like rip-off.
Even the little brass lugs.
It's a cool antenna.
Yeah, sure, but even the brass lugs is a copy, right?
Everything is a copy.
Sucks.
And a couple people in the comments were like, "Yeah, but every NFED half-wave looks like that." I'm like, "Oh yeah, show me an NFED half-wave that looked like that predates the Pactenna."
Well, but specifically,
if I was George, I'd be pissed as
those the little brass sleeves that are on both sides.
That's the socket for the banana plug.
Yes, but that is a straight copy, like just straight. Yep, I'll just copy your work. Yeah,
the whole thing is. I mean, he added a little bit. He added the switch.
Well, it's red.
Well, it's red. Yeah, I mean his goes right. Mine goes
That's right.
There's that extra dent. It's different.
Yeah, it's an extra dent. Yeah.
Total ripoff.
I think that was my comment, Mike.
It's just extra creativity.
It's just a different baseline, guys. Different baseline.
I mean, he's taking a design and improving on that. So, or not necessarily improving on it, but he's doing something different with that. And for that, I commend him. But it's like, come on, man. I mean, come up with a different design.
I don't think George ever filed a design patent for his antenna.
I have no idea, but like. For me, just as a creator, as a content creator,
right?
I try very hard. It doesn't always work, but I try very hard to not do what Josh is doing, what Jason's doing, what everyone else is doing. You know, I try to be different.
We're gonna be close.
I'm sure we all do.
We're gonna be close though, but this is a blatant copy.
Like, so for example, like I've gotten quite a few emails about like, hey, have you seen that screen on the ground antenna? like KB9 VBR has made famous now in the last like week or two.
Right. It's a thing that's existed
I'm
for
not going to
50
go
years,
buy a
but yes.
Right, it is, but now we're kind of relearning and things happen. Like the NFET half wave didn't exist. I'm not the guy that made the NFET half wave.
Right.
But in the Parks on the Air and the portable community, I would say that my videos definitely helped popularize the NFET half wave.
Oh, for sure.
As a popular antenna. You don't hear about. Now, there were guys like Stuart, KB1HQS, up in Maine. And, I mean, there were some guys on YouTube who were using the NFET half wave, but like, so there's those things like, and the only credit that I take is that I just was doing POTA and I used this antenna and now everybody's using an NFET half wave. I didn't invent anything, but,
right. So
now KB9 VBR, Michael, love his channel. He's going to be there. I'm excited. I'm excited.
Is he really?
He was just saying, I think on Twitter he was packing up to go to Dayton. I'm pretty sure.
He's the one YouTuber that like I haven't met that like I want to meet. He's the one. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. So he put this screen out as the ground plane, and like now everybody's talking about that. I'm like
it's the jam.
Why would I do the video? Michael already did the video.
Right.
There's nothing I'm gonna do other than be like,
thumbs up.
It works.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could use it in a POTA and you just say like, yeah, it's really good. Go watch his video. I mean, yeah, that's true too. That's true too. Yeah.
I don't have a problem with somebody doing another video on it. I really don't. And I think I learn something every time I watch another video on it. So
that's a good point, Don.
And
that's the same reason I, as a consumer, watch a million videos on the exact same thing. So like for example, I just bought a new rifle. I bought a Smith & Wesson M&P 15-22, the 22 version of the AR-15.
Uh-huh.
Dude, I bought this like a month ago now.
Like 22 long rifle?
Yeah.
Oh wow, okay.
It's in the background of like my last 3 Mailbag Monday videos. It's just
the little
leaning against
plinkster.
the wall.
It's a cool little gun.
It's a plinkster.
It's an AR-15, but it's a 22 long rifle.
Okay, got it.
So like we love the AR-15 platform, but I don't want to spend like $1 a round now that a 5.56 costs.
Can you convert it to 223 by like swapping the bolt?
No,
or the magwell's totally different, right?
In general, yes, with AR-15s you can. There are conversion kits, but no, this one in particular, I mean, it's like 90% plastic. The gun was only
gotcha.
They used to be cheaper. I paid $465 for it. They're pretty inexpensive, but it's all polymer. But it's a freaking awesome. I mean, you can get an AR, you can get a 22 long rifle conversion kit for like your stock AR, but you're probably going to spend like $350 because you got to get it's basically just a different bolt, carrier group and all that stuff.
The CMMG makes it for $240.
Well, unless the lower's totally screwed up because it takes like pistol mags or something.
Totally so I mean, on this one it is. It's all proprietary.
Right.
Like I can't just. It's a Smith & Wesson mag. It's this, it's that, and I mean everybody makes one. Colt makes one. Everybody does. But it's a freaking cool rifle, and it's got an M-lock handguard and stuff. I don't even know what was the question. Were we talking about guns?
No, we were not. But you were talking about how ham radio, like there's many people that make similar videos. Don said he's not offended if you make a similar video. If I'm ever in a situation, go ahead, and I'll add my thoughts. I was going to say,
so I bought this rifle. Sorry, I'm just going to
go.
I bought this rifle, so I'm watching like every single video on this particular gun.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So, like as a consumer, I get it, but as a content creator, I'm like, well, like everybody's making a video about it. Let's put a screen underneath our Wilford recoils. It's like. But yeah, I mean, you learn something new from watching every single one. So I do get it. But as a creator, I'm just like,
yeah.
Do you guys want me to buy a couple screens and put it under a freaking antenna?
Well, to try
only if you want to do it. I mean, the deal there is we don't care if you do it because you want to do it. Nobody. I mean,
I'm going to go play POTA regardless. So I mean, like, for me, yes, it would be a fun thing to do. I would like to do it.
And film it, and we'll watch it. I mean, look at how many times
How many views are you going to guarantee that this video is going to get done?
Does it really matter? I mean, it's more views. You guys
That's
are
what
at
I'm
view
saying.
hours,
How many views are you guaranteeing this video is going to get if I do it?
Well, at least me.
Ted says 1 billion.
I can guarantee me.
One. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So, Mike, the thing I do, the one thing I do is I always meant so a lot of times, and so this is what happens often, is that all the YouTubers will have like a similar radio or similar thing, and we'll make our own videos on it. And I don't watch other people's videos while I'm reviewing a same video, even though I know they already are out there. I don't watch them because I don't want them to taint my whatever. I don't want them to taint my taint. But if after the fact, like so from Michael's video, I absolutely watched his first video, his second video, all that. Love Michael's videos. Now, if I go make a video after the fact that uses anything like what Michael did, I will say, I found this because of Michael, and I'm linking to the video that talks about it in greater detail. And then I won't
100%
go
of the time.
I'll let him be the voice of it, and I'll push people to him. Which, to be honest, from my point of view, I view that as like, I'm not trying to say I'm like being altruistic or anything because I'm still making a video about it, but like I'm trying to amplify his message a bit. If it's good, I want people to go watch his video because it pointed me to it, right? So like, give him the boost, link to it, all that stuff. Yeah, I think that's important. The references.
I do.
I 100% of the time do that.
Oh, I know you do.
Any of my videos where I do that.
Yeah, I know you do.
Like I did something with KB9 no, what the hell is this? The guy in the RV. Kevin.
Yeah.
Kevin KB9RLW.
Kevin Lom, KB9RLW.
Yeah.
He did that mod for the MXP50 amp. Very beginning of the video, I'm like 100% of this credit goes to Kevin.
Yeah.
But there was a couple things that like I missed. I'm like, here's my version of doing it. So yeah.
Well,
I always give credit.
Yeah, and again, watching your video and his video, you'll see things that you have put in your video that he didn't think was necessary, right? And so I do see differences between your video and his video in what you showed actually, what you're actually visually showing. So yes, I do. Now I am not going to watch another damn video on PyStar. I am sick of it. Please don't do anymore.
Yeah.
And I've got one coming up. No.
Yeah. But I do the same thing with the Hermes videos. I have talked endlessly. Look, you want to know how to build it? Go watch Tech Minds. He has built it, and he goes through and shows all of the important stuff. I'm just here to add to things that he didn't cover, because there's a lot of times in these ham radio things, there are things that, okay, he's done that subject, but he didn't cover everything. And you highlight something that say Michael didn't highlight, right? In his video. You never know. And that's why I'll watch it regardless until I'm sick of it like PyStar. But
yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point. Maybe I should change my perspective on things in how I do that. Go ahead, comment.
You already do the accreditation, so I don't think it's a problem. If you like the thing, try the thing and make a video about it. Go ahead, comment.
Well, no, it's go ahead.
Hey, Mike, the comment that I have.
Oh, God.
Lord Silver.
James.
You suggested using different.
Lots of QRM.
James,
on you,
you got something going on. It's really tough copy. You may be in a bad internet type of situation. Yeah, you got too much RFI in the shack there, bud.
A bit of QSB going on, a bit of fading.
Now, lots of drop packets.
The parts that I heard, I think he was saying that Ward Silver is advocating using hardware cloth, which is different than Windows screen.
Yeah,
it's the same concept. It's the same like if I was like I came up with this. Look at this thing I found called hardware cloth. Like nobody's gonna be like, oh yeah, he totally came up with this on his own.
Well,
right?
I looked at hardware cloth, and to me, it looks like it's more expensive than just regular old screening.
Oh, it's thick gauge ass. It's thick wire. Here, look, I'll pull it up again.
Yeah, I did pull it up, and I get that, but I don't think it matters that much.
It's like clothes. It's the same gauge. It's actually thicker gauge than chicken wire, and the windows are smaller. So it's really thick stuff. It's really beefy stuff. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, again, y'all are always talking about weight. think about carrying 10 feet of that versus 10 feet of screen.
Well, yeah, but you're not. I mean, I'm not going to backpack this, but I would definitely throw it in the back of my truck. Yeah, hell yeah.
I think in screening you probably could backpack it. It doesn't weigh that much,
but it sticks up too high. It'd stick up out of my backpack. I don't know.
You can get different widths. Some of my windows are pretty damn small.
I just don't like anything sticking up above my shoulder on my backpack. Generally, if I can avoid it.
Well,
just a pain.
And with screening, just a pair of scissors, you can cut it in half.
That's true. That's true.
I wouldn't want to try to do that with that wire.
I don't see a screen being very practical from a portable sense. Like, yeah, it doesn't weigh much, but you got this 3 foot wide thing. You got to roll it up. You gotta think of it when after you unroll it, you got to flip it upside down so it doesn't curl in on itself. You got to weigh it down. Like, that's just more time and setup. I feel. I don't know. I'll go buy some. I'll try it out, but just from the looks of it, I don't see myself doing this. I love the fact that it takes up a much smaller footprint, though, which was the whole goal that I was trying to do when I did like the shorter but more ground radial wires for the Wolf River coils that I think last summer.
I wonder,
and that comment, Mike, is exactly why you need to do the video, because you would have a different perspective on it, and you would tell us that Michael thinks it's the greatest thing since sliced bread because he doesn't have to unroll those damn 33-foot radials. So
see, I roll them up. I don't have to unroll or roll anything. I take the radials and I throw them out because I wrap them in such a way that they don't get tangled. I wrap them. I basically extend my pinky and my thumb, and I wrap the radials in a figure 8, and I just throw them out.
He gives it a sod.
That's why I want the KMRD experience.
You whip it out and you stick it in.
Hey, that works in a lot of things in life, right?
Sod it.
I wish.
They're lowering the tone.
So
I feel like that should be a YouTube short.
If your radio,
when you get to my age, you won't be doing it.
All right, hold on. So if the screen, like, if let's say 10 feet. So Ward Silver says he used a 10 feet. It was, it's one of those bound up things you can get. 10 feet of it. I don't know how wide it is. 2 feet, 2.5 feet, 3 feet, something like that. If that performs better than the wing it out, the yeet it out as Mike does for 4, 5, 8, however many radials, then yeah, I would like to know that, because now that's a different application. Because if you're talking about a POTA and all the people who are like, I don't want people tripping on my wires, I don't want people doing blah 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 blah. Well, having 10 foot of like a metal screen that is kind of not avoidable, people won't step on that thing. Not a bad idea.
Oh, no. They will walk right through it, and their foot will go underneath it, and they will fall over.
Yeah, well,
There's no getting away the people factor.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Okay, that's. I mean, literally, when I made the video when we were out in the desert, we literally put an antenna up in the middle of the desert.
Yeah.
Not 10 minutes later, a couple asked, "Is it okay if we walk through this?" I had the DX Commander up.
Yeah.
I mean, okay.
So Mike, the video has been made for you. Nexus Dragon says, how long until a DX Commander is under a screen?
That's where I was headed.
People have been trying that for a while, and Callum's been talking people out of it.
But now we got Mike here. And
Mike, this video just came out 2 weeks ago, Don.
No, but he has.
But Mike,
Callum's addressed it.
But Mike is here.
The chicken wire.
We're planting the seed in Mike's brain. He might.
Okay, all right. So hang on a second. Hang on.
I'm hanging.
I could see this because you could take the screen.
You put the mass right in the middle.
Now, I don't know. Well, so the mass, the Expedition mass is only 60 centimeters. So if you had a screen that was like slightly, it'd have to be like 50 centimeters, 18 inches roughly. And you could wrap the screen around the mast.
No, don't even do that.
When you're packing, no. When you're packing up, I'm thinking
Yes.
So get like 3-4 screens and wrap them around the mast for portability. Okay. Then you get out there, you unroll the screens. I see the memory effect of a screen is still my biggest bugaboo with this. It might not be an issue. I don't know. I've not tried it. That's just I'm just thinking out loud here.
Yeah, if I would, if I were to use those clips that Callum recommends for tagging the radials down into the ground when you're doing a permanent install, you could take a couple of those and step them into the ground in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, but you're talking to me, dude. This ain't a permanent install.
Mike,
No.
This is easy.
This is just
This is easy, Mike. You just take a roll of this crap, flip it over like you already said, throw a rock on each side. You may not even need a rock, and just go to town.
Yeah.
Well, there aren't any rocks where I go at Huntsville.
You a
about
piece
a
of
stick
wood, a stick. Yeah,
Well-
you use a stick and just pierce, through the holes.
And again, those
Maybe,
little
perhaps.
those little.
I mean, I will find a way.
Okay. Fair enough.
So that's like the one thing.
Life will find a
Tank
way,
says
Mike.
I'm not allowed to use a screen. Life will find a way. You son of a bitch.
We're talking about all these things that Mike's going to do. That's why we're going to watch the video.
There you go.
Experimentation. That's what it's about.
Well, I know I got one view.
You got two.
I love that we're
Anything's
all talking
possible.
Mike into making a video. Like,
Hey,
It doesn't take this much, really.
hey, other Mike, go for it.
yeah.
Now you're talking about that screen stuff. What about that horse wire that's about 1.5 inches diameter? That's similar.
So, Mike, if you're watching me on Twitch or YouTube, I think that might be what we call hardware cloth. And yes,
Yeah.
that's what Ward recommends. And to be honest, I think that's a better way than the screen, but it's also heavier. It's also a bit chunkier.
And
how heavy is this stuff?
There's more wires though in the screen than there is in hardware cloth just because of the tiny mesh.
Metal screen is much lighter than hardware cloth. Hardware cloth is way bigger, but it's also I think that this is probably going to give you better skin effect. I have a feeling as a radial hardware cloth. I think it will be better.
Okay, let's ask the $1 million question. Are you going to get more contacts because of this?
So if I were making this video, which I actually might make this now, I might do this. I would do this in two parts. I would set up my normal Wolf River coil, do a whisper test, tabulate the information, and then put up the wire, the screen or hardware cloth, and then do another set of tests. That's what I would do.
But then when you do the whisper, you're going to get the guys, well, you didn't do this band or you didn't do this band.
Well, you could do all the bands. You could do all the bands. You could go up the
But then the
chain.
time of day, propagation wasn't good.
Sure.
There's always going to be variables. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah.
I know.
But that's how I would look at it. As I would want to know the answer of is this arguably a better solution? Because to be honest with you, Mike, I'm in the same boat as you are. I do my wires. I do my wire thing, or I have winders, and you just chuck them out, and that's how you do it. It's not a big deal. But having
bro, I like that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's what you're doing. You're giving it to hang loose.
Yeah.
So this is an extra thing that you got to pack in a water bottle pocket that I already want to put water in the water bottle pocket, versus just a couple of loops of wire.
That ain't a screen ain't going in a water bottle pocket. It's a big, several big things to carry with you.
No, look. Okay, so hear me out. So what we're looking at, the hardware cloth, these are all like 25-foot or 50-foot rolls. You would cut it down to like 10 feet. You wouldn't need 50 feet of this stuff. There's no way. That's crazy.
2 feet by 10 feet.
Yeah, it's 2 feet by 10 feet done, and you could roll that up. That would definitely fit in a water bottle pocket, no question.
Yeah.
Well, again, around the DX Commander mast,
which I would shove in a water bottle pocket as well.
Right, which I do.
Right, same thing. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess I'm coming from the angle of, and I think I can speak for a lot of Parks on the Air activators. When you throw out your call, you're getting contacts, and I get pile up so deep, I can't make out a single contact anyways.
Right.
So why would I even need to make it more efficient?
We're talking about pickup truck portable parts on the air. We're not talking about walking and talking.
Well, no, but it works either way. If you can backpack it, you're definitely throwing it in the back of a truck. I mean, and Okay, so I think, Mike, you're right in general. The question that I have is just straight performance. I'm curious about the performance difference. If you give it a big, fat ground plane like this particular wire setup is it better than a bunch of just loose bundles of wire? I think it might be. That's what I'm curious about. Okay, this horse. Everybody says this horse is dead. We want us to move on.
No,
Okay,
I agree with
moving
the
on.
I agree with the
Yes,
YouTube
I
comment.
agree.
I want to see Mike do it with aluminum foil.
Aluminum foil.
It's aluminium.
No, this side of the pond, it's not.
Aluminium.
And y'all saw what Jamskin dropped in the live chat stream, right?
I probably not. Oh yeah. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's Concertina wire. That's like a barricade.
That's a big slink antenna.
Yeah,
Yes.
right. All right, let's.
It will definitely
what
be
kind of antenna?
160 meters.
Let's
Slink
get slink antenna. Quirky
What's a
QRP.
slink antenna?
Oh, that's James. James is back. Oh, James, we tried to throw to you earlier. We wanted to say a big thank you for
Yeah, I
doing
had
the
a microphone
giveaway.
problem.
Oh, okay. You got it, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I heard something about a slink antenna. I don't know what that is.
Well, go.
But I have another antenna that I'm gonna be showing off at the show.
Wait, the show you're coming to Dayton?
Yeah, I'm coming to Dayton.
Excellent. All right. What do you mean showing off? Like you got a booth, or what are you doing?
No. I'm just walking. I'm just enjoying myself at the show. But I'm gonna be bringing a prototype antenna.
All right. That's super cool.
A walk around kind of antenna.
A walk around antenna. Okay, I'm very excited.
Yeah,
about this.
pedestrian portable. Yep.
All right. Well, we might have to talk on Friday. I might need your help with something then.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you more later, or I'll DM you later. But thanks again for the giveaway. The winners are in the giveaway chat. If you want to message them, or I can, you let me know, and I'll take care of it.
Yeah, just send me their information and I'll ship that stuff out. And we can figure out. I've got like 3 more of these things. We could do that sometime after Hamvention or something.
Yeah,
whatever.
I think so. Yeah, very good. Okay, excellent. All right, let's go back to the ham radio questions. Now, normally, if you joined us on a regular after chat, we start out the after chat by welcoming people who are here for the first time. And we try and take your questions first, because you first timers, there's a lot here. So if there's anybody here for the first time that would like to ask a question, we'd love to hear from you. Or if you just want to say hi, we appreciate that too. So if there's anybody, go ahead if you hung out this long. Well, I had to check. We might have scared them all off.
Mike scared him off.
Mike scared him off with his...
I have a question when we're back to
Balderdash.
All right, so let's open it up to just any question. So I'll go to Josh WX7JM first.
All right, so let's talk about vanity call signs. Yeah, a lot of people like to use them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just kind of curious to those who did get their vanity call signs, what was your decision making in getting those call signs? Was it just personal preference, or was it related to CW call or CW speed and all that kind of stuff? So that's my question. Throwing it out.
Answer.
Go ahead, Paul.
So Josh is out.
I'm out.
My vanity call sign is my wife's nickname.
My vanity call sign was my father's novice call sign.
My vanity call sign was just because it was shorter and it kind of looks like new, which I thought was funny.
And my call is actually shorter than most 2x3s or 2x2 or 1x2s. Sorry, so I've kept mine since it was originally issued.
I do know a ton of folks. I was gonna say I do know a ton of folks who have picked a different vanity call for the CW weight. Go ahead.
Yeah, I picked my initials, but it also just has a nice sort of rhythm to it in Morse code, which was a deciding factor as well.
Yep, it does.
I chose mine because, I graduated with a meteorological degree from ASU, so weather is WX in the short term, so weather 7, and then my initials, so that's where my call sign comes from.
X is pretty heavy, and J is like super heavy for CW, but yeah. I mean, I hear where you're coming from. I think.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
haven't done I personally haven't done any CW at all yet. But maybe when I get into it, I'll see how heavy it is. But right now, I just chose it because it looks cool. It also works really well in contests because there's not a lot of WX7 calls, so it usually gives a multiplier to a lot of people that are looking for free fixes and stuff.
There you go.
But that's kind of I'm just kind of curious to know it, so I thought that I'd throw that question out there. I think it's kind of a fun thing to know. But I appreciate those who answered.
Yeah, also, I know all the people that are like trying to get extra vanity calls incredibly difficult right now.
Did nobody say initials? My vanity is my initials.
Mm-hmm.
My initials were taken, but my brother got his initials.
There you go.
I just changed mine to my last name.
I never really thought about that, Mike, but yes, that works out. I don't know what your middle name is, but I'm assuming.
It's really awesome, dude.
Mike
That's what the R
Radio.
stands for.
Really
I
awesome.
picked my
Good.
I picked my vanity name for like word and being woord, like being the same in Dutch as in the Netherlands. So you pick an O off, and then you're good in Dutch, or otherwise you're. But then you have two O's, you're good in Dutch, and then otherwise one O, you're good in the US.
And so Andy works in both cases, then, right?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Why? Well, he's got the two O's, and we don't really know whether Andy has a booty or not, but he was able to get the call.
Andy was always known as
I think Mike's middle name is Roberto.
Well, thank you for the free POTA contact there, Matt. Appreciate it. He's working FT8 in the field, so if you see KC1RXX or RKX Matt, make sure you make a contact because he's POTA active, or was at least. So we'll see how that goes. All right, who's next up with questions? Ham radio questions. Let's take them.
Question?
Go ahead, question.
Yeah, this is Whiskey India Zero Oscar, Sean. I've got a question. So I'm actually looking to buy a 7610, and I was ready to pull the trigger, and then somebody came along and told me they could sell me an FTDX 101 MP for the same price.
Oh God,
that's scary.
Hold on. The only
hold
kicker.
Hold on.
I know what the kicker is. Smoker.
Oh.
So my question is, I have access to an ozone generator. Is that a safe option to get rid of the smell, or is it just walk away, run as fast as I can? Because the radio can't be more than 3 years old.
Okay. So I own an ozone generator. I've talked about this a while back, and I haven't done anything with it since. So the thing you have to deal with is potentially any smoke that has like gotten into the radio. The smell is coming from the smoke and potentially tar and other buildup that's got into the radio, either from the fans or whatever. So it's not just that you put it in an ozone generator and all things are good. Hey, James, you got a hot mic, by the way. Just letting you know. The thing that you have to worry about is getting into the radio and sometimes scrubbing out some of that tar, smoke buildup, whatever, and then hitting it with the ozone. Because what'll happen, from my experience, is you'll get something, a laptop or a radio or whatever from a smoker. It'll smell like smoke. You put it in the ozone generator, and it'll be good for a little while. And then it'll heat up, and then it'll all of a sudden start smelling like smoke again. And then you got to put it back in the ozone generator, and you keep doing this until like it's all gone. But the ozone generator is not really cleaning the mess, if you will. It's just kind of like surface area cleaning. If it's really bad, you will have to open the case, and I would argue that if it's going into an ozone generator box, like a cardboard Amazon box you're going to build to do this, you probably do need to take the case off of it to get the ozone all up in there. Alcohol is fine for this. You can use an alcohol and a soft bristle brush to like clean the contacts out, or just, clean it all, basically. It depends on how bad it is. Can you actually go hands-on with this thing?
Yeah, actually, I have an appointment on Tuesday to go see it, and I'm pretty sensitive to smoke, so I'm pretty sure I could smell it. I mean, right away.
Okay.
So the kicker is, I mean, yeah, that's a lot of cheddar to put out for a radio that I may or may not be able to successfully be happy with.
Sure.
So I mean, part of me is thinking, well, worst case, I could always dump it for lose $300, $400 on it just to get it, ship it along and get a 7610 again, but. So let's say I don't want to go through all the ozone things. What's your take on the 7610 versus an MP?
The 101D is huge in comparison to the FTDX10. So
Yes.
if you have desires of taking that radio in your car and doing a POTA, the FT101 is not going to be the radio for that necessarily. That is a proper base station radio. It is a big boy radio.
Yeah, because I've got a 7300 for mobile, and I'll put my plan is I've got a DX Commander signature that I just bought. I got to put that up yet, but so I kind of want to get into somewhere of the DX.
Yeah,
so that's kind of where I was thinking this would be like a perfect match. It felt like the planets were aligning when this guy got a hold of me, but then he's like, "It's a smoker," and I'm like, "Oh, just deflated my balloon,"
So, okay. So if you've got a portable radio already and you're not planning on taking it portable, then the FT101 could be a fantastic base station. The RF front end on that radio is very good. It is. I really do actually like that radio's RF front end a lot, and that's what you need for DX. So then everything else is just gravy. You got dual receivers, you got all that other stuff going on, or dual transmitters, but. The VC tune is very good, Paul. Yeah, good point on the chat there. I would go see it and not just look at it, but like turn it on and let it warm up and really get your nose up in there and give it a big whiff. The problem though is that you're going to be probably in a space where it's already inundated with the smoke. You almost need to like take it outside and power it on and give it an antenna and do some stuff to really know how bad it is.
This guy's actually the second owner, so so it maybe had a smoke for a year because he's owned it for 2 years. So it probably was a smoker for a year, which part of me is kind of thinking, I don't know. There's a whole lot of moving parts to that, like why is he selling it and so on. But I mean, this guy was going from like a big major setup down to like QRP. I mean, he's just like, I think he's moving on to different things. So, so the last part of the question would be then is there any problem with running the ozone multiple times on the electronics? That's my biggest concern because I'm fine with running it multiple times.
Okay, I'll give you two. I'll give you two on that. One, the answer is generally no. The second thing is that the ozone generator does create heat, so you don't want the emitter of the ozone generator being anything by plastic or anything like that that could be damaged by heat. So this goes back to my whole idea of like take the metal case off of it, right? And then make sure that the ozone is not pointed at anything that could be damaged by heat, because it could warp it via heat. Let me take a second. Oh, hold on, sorry, a little bit. I got a little bit of reverb. So I think if the second owner has it and he's trying to get rid of it and he's been using it, it might not be that bad, and an ozone generator might work. The thing though is you might want to ask him, did you try doing anything? Don't say, did you try using an ozone generator? Because then he'll just say, oh, I'll try that. I'll keep it. You might still get a good deal here, so I don't want to rob you of that. You can just ask him, did you try to do anything to mitigate the smoke smell? Again, you may have to go to the alcohol treatment on this. You still might have to do that. And you're not going to hurt the electronics doing it if you take a soft hand and do it. If you did that first, so if you did the brush with the alcohol and got everything cleaned up, and again, lots of paper towels, lots of alcohol, sop up all that, go in there with the brush, break up that buildup, take a paper towel, clean it up. But then also, paper towels are kind of difficult here because you could be leaving little particles on the boards. You got to be really careful with that, right? So you still need to probably blow it out, do all that stuff, hit it a couple of times, dry it off completely. And then once it's dry, turn it on, let it warm up, and see if that helped. And the case probably needs to be cleaned, the whole 9 yards. When you get done with that, then hit it with the ozone. Because again, ozone's really just going to take off the surface level particles. It's going to neutralize the surface level particles. It's not going to take out any of the gunk that's built up, the residue, if you will.
Okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense. And I appreciate the, I was going to ask him about the ozone question, but I'm like, you're right. He might want to just hold on to it if he tries it on his own. So,
Right. Yeah.
yeah.
This could be a steal. This could be a steal for
so.
you. But,
Yeah,
so Evan in the chat says maybe microfiber cloth is better than paper towels here. The only caveat I give with microfiber is they will catch and hook on everything. So as long as you take a soft hand with this and you don't let anything catch, you don't want to grab a surface mount. Not saying that this is possible, but if you really yanked it, you could, damage a board, damage a part, whatever. Yes, James, denatured alcohol is the way to go. This could be a good one. This could be good. So, but you do need to go hands-on. You need to take a big whiff. A big whiff.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks, guys. I really appreciate it, and I love the show. And thanks for the feedback.
All right.
Yeah. I actually got my 101D for less than the price of a 7610, but that's a D model versus an MP, which is going to be 200 watts. But that radio is fun to operate. Everything is a button. Everything's a button. That's the reason it's so big.
Yeah.
And it really. It really keeps you from having to go into the menus. It's rare that I ever go into the menus.
Out of curiosity, is there any is this just a stock MP or does it have filters or anything like that added to it?
The MPs.
So I asked him about that. So it obviously has the standard like the VNC tune on the secondary as well, and some of the roofing filters, but it has no other. It doesn't have like the higher end roofing filters installed. It's literally stock. It's got one little scratch on the screen. And this guy's been a straight shooter. I've probably bought like 5 or 6 things from him, and we've been texting back and forth.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't like some random dude off the street. This is like a pretty straight shooter. He's literally just scaling down. I mean, he's got like a rotator with beams, and he just sold like an ALS, like an ALM 1200, I think it was, for like some ridiculously low amount that I should have bought and I didn't. And so he's just one of those guys just getting out of the hobby, and he's just ready to liquidate stuff. So I feel pretty confident. It's just the smoke piece that bothers me.
Well, the 101, the 101D, between the D and the MP, one of the things about buying an MP is that all the filters are already installed. So I'm not sure what he's saying about.
No, good correction.
Yeah.
You
don't need to worry about any options. There aren't any.
Yeah, so I will say, Norm KC9CSC says, I've never tried alcohol wash, but I did have good luck with getting smoke smell out using deoxit. So deoxit's pretty expensive. But in this case, considering you're talking about a $4,000 radio, yeah, why not? That might be the better way to go, a deoxit. And again, not a bath, but a super soft bristles, nothing that's going to damage anything. Go in there, clean it up, and then, dab out the liquid. Deoxit's the way to go. Also, Mike Cade MRD is also correct. This is the real ozone that everyone should truly know. That is truly the ozone generator. Anybody?
Yeah, I would say. Well, I got a buddy here. He's an electrical engineer, and he's been nodding the whole time. So he does. I think I've got good feedback here, so I appreciate it.
Oh, so you were testing us this whole time?
I wasn't. He was. So, and he's a new ham too. He's got less than 6 months on his ticket. And I actually forwarded him the link that you had sent yesterday. Somebody sent you for the $21 radios from QRZ. So he's gonna take you up on that.
Oh, somebody probably sent it on the Facebook group or whatever. So yeah, if you are a new ham, it's the QRZ1, I believe. There is a program out there that if you're a brand new ham, you can get a brand new radio. I think it's either free if you're young enough, or very inexpensive, and it comes with a programming cable and all the other stuff to get you on the air. It's the QRZ1 that you're looking for. All right, I am going to hop to the restroom here, but first, let me go up. I saw there is a Mike N8YO in the chat. How you doing, buddy? I saw him there. I want to say hi to him. Is he on mic? I know I'm calling him out. Okay, I'll come back after the bathroom break.
He's mostly a CW guy.
He's mostly, yeah, that's right, and a K2 operator. So he's like the old school.
Yeah.
I didn't know Homer Simpson could do CW.
Oh, I see what you did there. Interesting. And we got is that Steve? Is that Steve?
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, Steve? How you doing, man? You were on last week too, right? Appreciate you hanging out. Any other questions? I'm gonna hop out, but I'd like to start a question going, get you some answers. Anybody else in there?
I'm here, by the way.
There he is. Was there another question? Go for it.
Yeah, Josh. Canopy survive?
Go ahead, Shane. What was it?
So did your canopy survive, or did you have to get rid of it?
It's still torn down in the living room, and I haven't put it up. That will be part of the video that I'm posting. So Shane came out. So Shane lives by me. Shane lives by me. I was at Bolsa Chica Beats all day, like 16 hours or so. I got a fire pit. I hung out there all day making contacts. I ran 1,300 watts through my truck via the Expert amp. There's a video coming out for that. But then Shane came out, and it was right about when the wind kicked up like crazy. The wind took our canopy and hit a car with it, 100 feet away. Shane's antenna is like tilted over. It was on my Instagram. Knocked my camera over, my pro video camera, knocked it into the sand. It was bad. There was so much wind. It was crazy. But so
I've
far,
never seen a canopy take off that fast.
yeah, that was impressive. It was pretty impressive. Okay, let me go back. Any other questions? Ham radio questions or otherwise? Let's take them. Otherwise, I'm going to run to the restroom really quick, and then I'll be back to talk more ham radio stuff.
You had a question?
Go ahead, Josh, and then I'm going to leave you in the hands of these mighty minds. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I didn't have the question. I heard somebody say they had a question.
I got a comment about that radio.
Which radio?
The smoke one. I used to work I used to work at a restoration company, right, for fire restoration and the such. And if he was like a heavy smoker and was smoking all the time in the shack by the desk, and like the fan was sucking that in, if you're going to try and clean it, you got to pay particular attention to the fan. You probably need to throw it out because it'll get in the windings. And then the aluminum and zinc heat sinks will absorb it. Like you can clean the outside, but when you turn it on, the heat will wick it out, because cigarette smoke is very oily. It's like a protein fire. Like if somebody had a kitchen fire in the house, the typical insurance company wouldn't pay us to try and clean it. They would literally just replace everything that was electronics, TVs, stereos, ham radios, whatever. So if you can smell it, just be prepared. Like it could be a very big time-consuming job to try and clean it, and you might not be happy with it. And I want to put out there that possibly that's why he's selling it, because he's tried to clean it and he can't get the smell. Very hard to do.
All right. I have a question for everybody.
Sure,
go ahead. Question. If you had an unlimited amount of funds to buy things, what would be your dream rig and antenna?
It depends.
Yeah, that's the right
I'd
answer.
start with
Paul.
about 1,000 acres in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. Land is the biggest, most expensive thing you need to buy in ham radio. Not
Big
not the
flames,
rig.
rhombic.
Well, you need land for that.
acres, Mike.
Hey man, the
Say
guy
that
was
again.
saying we got unlimited money.
Yeah. So you
Pop and
start with
tunnel.
land. You get away
Yeah.
from the electrical sources. You
Yeah,
could have the
you-
crappiest
only-
radio and the crappiest antenna at that point. You'd be great.
You remember that guy that was on here in the chat that had 500 acres south of San Antonio, and he wanted to know how to build out ham radio stations for all of his relatives? He was
Yes.
going to park out there.
Yes.
Oh my
yes,
God.
Don. Yes. Yes. I remember that one. Yes.
Yes. And that talk about unlimited money.
We never heard back from him either. I don't know where he
No.
ended up with that. That's the
We
big thing.
never
The
heard
big
back
thing.
from him because he's too busy playing with his rhombic.
Yeah, if everybody, if we give you some kind of answer to your question or whatever, and if you come back, we want to hear if we helped you out. That's a big thing. I love that more than anything, is that, when somebody says, hey, 2 weeks ago, a month ago, 2 months ago, you said, or anyone said, do this, do that, and you should be better off. And then they come back and either say, yeah, it helped, or hey, it didn't help, but this ended up helping. We want to know what the right answer was, because, it'll help everybody. So
yeah, because we're
come
all
back.
going to have 500 acres and move in a bunch of our family into individual houses on that 500 acres and set up a ham radio station for everyone.
You mean I mean, if I sell my place in California, I might.
Yeah, that's true.
You can own I would buy my own island in the middle of salt water.
Does anybody know if HRCC is still going? Because you'd buy their station.
Steve, have you ever seen the video on W6AM?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because that guy had 21 rhombics in California on the coast.
Well, he was actually on the top of PV, so he had altitude. So okay,
Yep.
Palos Verdes is this mountain basically that is in the ocean that's right off the coast. It's connected, but regardless. There was a time where nobody wanted to live there, and he had all of the top of it, and he built a bunch of rhombics out of like telephone poles, right, Don? That was what we did a deep dive.
They were actually already there, a lot of them. He bought a radio station that was there.
That's right.
And he moved into it, so they were kind
right.
of already there. I think he added a few to it.
So
but
he had an impressive station, really impressive. But now, because of the property value skyrocketing in Palos Verdes, you could not own land like that there. It's all completely demolished and rebuilt as, many, 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 many plots of individual homes. Those days are long gone.
Yeah, he even had people, because he was pointing out it in that video. And by the way, if you guys have never seen that video, go watch it. I mean, the guy is fascinating. His life story is fascinating. But because he was like in the early days of radio, ham radio.
Right.
And he talks about, like, for instance, sitting in his ham radio shack and talking to commercial broadcasters back and forth, because they were allowed to do that back then. And, things like that we would never even dream of.
Right.
Plus the fact that he worked, because he was ham radio, they put him up in the military to run shipboard radios at the time. And then he ended up with a bunch. Anyway, go watch the video. It's fascinating. But that thing in Palos Verdes, he had his whole career, and then he ended up there and he wanted some space. So he bought that radio station there and then made it into a house eventually. But it had all the rhombics already there. And when he had the rhombics up, the Navy and several of the government agencies, when they absolutely had to get a message through, they would come to him so that he could broadcast it using his radios, because his antennas were better than anything the government had at the time.
Yeah. All right. So a couple things to hit
Wait,
here.
hold on first. What was this guy's name?
Just look for W6AM on YouTube, and there's a 15-20 minute video.
All right, thanks.
Let me hop in here and answer some questions on the YouTube. So Ham Without a Plan asks, have you been eyeballing the triplex bandpass filters for 15 or 10, 15, and 20 in swap? Possible upgrade for future camp routes and field day operations. By the way, if you didn't know this, the Discord has a ham swap channel, and a lot of people sell stuff back and forth. I looked at it for about a second, and I saw the price he was asking for what he has, and I think that it's overpriced. I could
It was
be wrong.
$800.
No, he's like $1,000, I think, for that whole set, which I think is overpriced. I could be wrong, but I'm partially saying that because I had one of the makers of some of these things. I had a couple of emails out, and they did respond back to me saying that they could get me one, and I think if I order it maybe tomorrow, I might have it in time for field day. So I'm not really looking to pay a markup price for any of them. I'll just do without if I can't get it. It's not a big deal. All right, so this is from Skeeter. Scott, non-licensed yet, Arizona, USA. What is there to know about DMR radio? For a new ham, is it a good buy? I have been a long time speaker of the word of DMR in the sense that if you are a new ham, it is not the first radio you should get. It's complicated to program. It's largely dependent on DMR repeaters being in your area, which, by the way, there probably is one depending on where you're at in Arizona. You do need to go avail yourself of like repeaterbook.com and determine DMR repeaters in your area. You will have to have the programming software loaded on your computer to program what they call a code plug, which is fancy ham term for saying radio programming, memory channel programming. You will have to do all of that to be able to program DMR, and you'll be probably futzing with it a little bit until you're like kind of happy with the programming. For me, DMR is not my jam. I generally just do FM, traditional analog radio on VHF, UHF for repeaters, or I will do simplex 2 meters, and that's about all I do. So I don't need the digital voice stuff. Honestly, Jason, Ham Radio 2.0 is probably the one you should look up to go watch his videos on programming DMR. I've definitely programmed them. I've made videos on them, but that's kind of his thing. And if you're in Arizona, you might actually, depending on where you're at, you could be close enough to the to some of the Texas DMR repeaters that are semi-linked together, which could be a lot of fun. So, don't know.
Plus, if you want to talk to the Borg, I know a few things that are cheaper than DMR.
The thing to remember with DMR is that a lot of it is internet leveraged. So is Yaesu System Fusion and D-Star. There's a lot of internet involved in that, which I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but just keep that in mind. Like it's side cutting what the what I think the best part of amateur radio is, which is getting on HF. As a technician, so you're not licensed yet, but if you do get your license, I would encourage you to think about 10 meters. Getting on 10 meters is going to be the most fun for you, I think, my personal point of view. Particularly in the next 4 years, that's going to be really good.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, comment.
It's Frank, KG6NLW. DMR, one of the biggest hurdles that people have, and this is why I agree with you for the newcomers, is they have to understand that it's a repeater with 2 different time slots for information to pass across. And that is one of the biggest hurdles to overcome.
Well, yes, and I'll give you a yes, and. Yes, and it's a commercial system that has been co-opted into amateur radio. So it's using nomenclatures and thought processes that we're not generally desiring to do or be beholden to do within amateur radio. So you kind of have to think outside of amateur radio a little bit for the way you look at DMR. And I know I'm talking very high level. I'm talking like 30,000 foot level. But when you start getting into it, a repeater is a channel in DMR. And then you have the color code and what side of the repeater you're on, because it's 2-sided. And then in addition to that, you have to load talk groups. And the talk groups are kind of like semi-privatized channels that you're talking on a given repeater in DMR. What happens with a lot of folks is that they get into DMR, they get a DMR radio, and they have access to some DMR repeaters. And they're kind of unhappy with the level of talk groups that a repeater may have loaded on them. And so they end up just buying a hotspot. And a hotspot's like another $200, $300, $400 investment in a little piece of kit that allows you to just go direct to the internet for any talk group you want to talk on. That's kind of what a lot of people end up doing with these digital voice modes, is that they say, I don't really want to play the drama aspect of the repeaters that I may be talking on, so I'm just going to go direct into an internet connected thing. And I'm going to say the word just for Don. They might use a Pi-Star hotspot to be able to do digital modes. That's what a lot of people end up doing. And then if you do that, then you're getting even further away from the radio frequency, the RF, the ham radio to radio communication, because all you're talking to is from your handheld to Raspberry Pi with a hat on it, basically, in your shack, which is kind of like, are you really doing that much at that point? Not really. Again, it's not for me. I'm not saying it's not ham radio. It's just not what I like to do with ham radio. So
it is about as ham radio as FT8 is for others.
No, see, that's BS, because I'm still transmitting over my wire to that other station. We're not over the internet. It's point to point, right? If you pick up on the internet, and the internet takes you from Arizona to, Kazakhstan, then that was all internet that did that long haul. At least I can say, hey, look, my station's getting heard. Oh, I picked the wrong thing. My station's getting heard all the way up into, into Europe, Western Europe at least, right? That's my signals, all these little pink lines. That's my radio transmitting that. So for me, that's my challenge, is how do I make that as big as possible? Get all my RF shot out all over the place.
Oh, I know. It's just a lot of people don't like FT8 because it's all the computer doing the work, and they equate it to DMR.
Well, they don't understand, and they're also wrong. So there you go.
We call those people sad hams.
No, I think we call those people just like either completely just indoctrinated, or they don't know. They're just ignorant. And that's likely what I've been in a couple of situations where we had a diehard individual that was just like, I don't like FT8. I don't like any of that stuff. And I was like, okay, cool. And he was like, yeah, but at the same time, I like, how good is this antenna? I don't know. And I'm like, well, you're not going to like my answer to this, but we can use this digital mode of operation called Whisper, and we can see how good it is. And he's like, really? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, don't you have an audio interface for your radio? He's like, yeah, I bought this thing, and then I found out what it was all about, and I didn't want to have anything to do with it. I'm like, okay, well, let's hook it up. So we hooked it up, and we started doing Whisper transmissions, and he's seeing the plot of where his signal's getting out, and he goes, oh my gosh, that's so cool. And I'm like, yeah, so we're basically doing FT8. Do you want to try some contacts on FT8? He's like, okay, I'll try a couple of them since you showed me how to do this. So he did a couple of contacts. And he's like, that's really cool that my signal's making it out all those that distance, and we're making a contact. And then I was like, okay, so for you, because you don't really like the, the computer doing a lot of the heavy lifting, let's do JSA call, which is, more keyboard typey kind of thing. And I loaded him up on JS8, and I left him. It was still light out. And I came back to him the next morning. He's like, I was up like 8 hours after you left, just talking to people on JS8. This is so freaking cool. Like, this is awesome. He's like, I still love voice. I still want to make voice contacts. But the fact that I could just, like, I don't have to necessarily talk. I can do a lot of this stuff just keyboard typing. He's like, this is the best thing ever. And I'm like, so that's kind of the point, is that you just have to find the thing you care about and what's interesting to you, and you'll have a good time. It doesn't always have to be voice. There's other things you can do too. So yeah, that was a fun little thing that happened. All right, let's see. Any other questions in there? Otherwise, I'm going to start talking about random crap.
I got a question.
Hey, Marty, what's up?
Hey, thanks for having me in. I am working on my general and thinking towards a alt mode radio.
Mm-hmm.
And part of that consideration is budget. So thinking about buying used gear, I know that came up a little while ago in the context of, something that was owned by a smoker, but just wondering if you have some, a couple of tips when thinking about, making sure you find something that's in reasonable condition, if that makes sense.
It does. The problem is that the all-mode HF radios, because they're rare now and some of them are discontinued, they have a high resale value, and so that's what's driving the cost up, is everybody thinks they got to have an all-in-one radio, and people are like, oh yeah, I need to have this. This is the best thing. The reality is that all-in-one radios generally don't have really good receivers. They're not fantastic performers, although it doesn't really matter that much for portable operations, as I've learned myself over time. It's really going to depend on what your budget is. What's your budget right now?
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to spending up to $1,000, but if I could get like to the $800, then I would probably prefer that. And it's interesting you make the point that all mode may not be for everybody, and for the reasons you mentioned. So maybe there's another route to consider.
Well, if you think about it, right? If an all mode so let's take the 991 Alpha, Yaesu 991 Alpha, still available to some degree. It is an all band, all mode. When we say that, we mean VHF, UHF, and HF frequencies. It is $1,200 if you bought one new, so that already blows your budget. And the prices are pretty consistent on that with the used market. But the case of it, if you're looking at the case of that radio, it's the same size as like a 7300, and that's HF only, right? So is the 7300 a better receiver than the 991? It is. It's a better receiver. And why is that? Well, they took the same case size and they crammed all that other stuff in there. And so they had to make a bit of side cuts or whatever to be able to achieve a level of capability that if it's HF only, you get a little bit more performance out of it. Is the simplest way to explain it. I'm making it, again, high level, super high level. That's kind of the realities.
And there are two all mode radios that you've left out there. One of them is the Sun SDR DX, and the other one is the Flex 6700. Both of which have 2-meter all mode in them.
Yeah,
now they don't have UHF, but who the hell is on UHF sideband? I have never heard it.
What's the price, Don?
$1,000.
Oh no, not 1,000. No, no. I just said they're radios. I realize. Well,
Don.
actually, the
Don.
Sun SDR I think is around 1,500.
Don.
It's still not but it's a good
Man,
radio.
you and your Flex. All right.
Well, no, the Sun SDR is not a Flex.
So but the Flex is
Well, no, yeah, I don't even own a 6700. That's below the one I have.
Okay, so the closest thing you're gonna get for like an all band, all mode is if the 7100 comes back on the scene. You might be able to get one of those for the price, right? Because that's $1,000 ish, and it's right around there. The reality is that even the Yaesu 857, which has been long discontinued, it's sold for $1,200, and I think you can still sell them on eBay for like $1,500. So there's not that many all band, all mode radios out there that are one on the market. There's like two, and one of them has supply issues, which is the 7100. And then the second thing is that, like, I mean, you could look to the older radios. So if you go with the ICOM, what is it? The Mark II 7G something?
706 Mark II-G.
706 Mark II-G.
Yes.
That's a great radio, but that's going to be 6 or 7 minimum.
Well, yeah, but that meets his budget. That meets his budget. So if you start looking at the used radios,
on the HRCC swap, there's an 857D for $800. It looks brand new.
Okay,
and my 857s, when I was looking at them like 6 months ago, they were in the $800 range.
So okay,
$750 or so.
There you go. So
now, Josh.
Yeah, go ahead.
To add to this, and this is a key point that I point out to anybody asking about the all-in-ones, is that going to be your only radio? If so, what happens when and if something goes wrong with it? You're then going to have to put out more money for either 2 separate radios, VHF, UHF, and HF, or another all-band radio.
Right, and I've made this point before: is that if one is one, or sorry, if one is none and 2 is one, then if you put all your eggs in one basket and one of those, something dies on that radio, it's going to take the whole radio out of commission. You've got nothing at that point. That's why I'm always an advocate of at least 2 radios, a separate VHF, UHF, and a separate HF radio. So
I'm just wondering if I could jump back in. Just
go ahead.
Jump back in.
When I hear you guys talk about that, then I start rethinking everything. I talked to some other friends, so that was had been in the genesis of thinking about an all mode. But, the reality is I have an FTM 200, so it wouldn't be necessary to cover the VHF, UHF space.
Oh.
So, I would be curious in light of that, what your thinking might be.
Do you have an HT as well?
Yes, it's a Yaesu FT. Well, I got to look at it here. 65R.
Yeah. So, you can put up a roll-up J pole and you can get out further on VHF, UHF. What's the okay? Let's go back to the beginning. Why do you want an all-in-one radio from your point of view? Like, or at least when you started the conversation.
I could keep the FTM 200 in the car and do base station in the house. I would not say that I had thought that all the way out. It just seemed like, if there are no major compromises, and that's what I'm hearing from you is, well, there are reasons not to do that. I mean, it's great, but the manufacturers have limitations when they design something like that.
Yeah, so if you're out in the field and you want a proper portable radio, I think who was it? Somebody just said 891. Yaesu 891, you can get one of those for 600, 700, 800 bucks now. I don't even know what they go for. But there you go. There's your HF radio. And then you got your Yaesu in the field. If you wanted the FT60, you can use that for VHF, UHF. You might have to put up a roll-up J pole, but those are really inexpensive. And you can get going that way. Yeah.
Also, if you find a ICOM 7000 for a good deal, I own that radio.
Yeah.
And it's been amazing. I know it's an all-in-one radio as well, but it's been my first radio since I joined this hobby. I've only had to ship it once to ICOM to get it fixed, but it's been an amazing radio. So if you ever look for one and find one on the market, I would grab it up too.
Comment. I appreciate that.
I'll tell you what else gets overlooked a lot. There's an earlier version of the 991 that's a non-A, and it basically doesn't have a waterfall. It just has a band scope instead. And I actually have one, and I picked it up used from a guy a couple years ago for about $700, and they go for cheaper than the A version.
Yeah, that's good to know.
So yeah, 706 Mark II G, ICOM 7000. The only thing 7200. The only thing people will tell you to keep in mind with some of those radios is that was kind of our launch into the world of a mobile radio where we detach a head unit and put it on the dashboard. And some of those radios don't like to be exposed to the sun all the time. But if this is a portable radio that lives in a backpack most of the time and you only roll it out occasionally when you're going to activate with it or use it in the field, then you're fine. You're totally fine with a 706 or 7000, 7100. That's a bit chungus to put into a backpack. But the 891, currently on the market, you can go buy it. I own one. I know Mike Cade, MRD, will swear by it. I'll probably let him talk here in a second. Many people own that radio, and it's a really good portable HF radio. Is Mike still around?
It's the official radio of Poto.
Is Mike still around? Or is he grabbing dinner? He's probably grabbing dinner.
Yeah. Nope, I'm here. I'm outside.
Yeah, you want to jump in on the 891? Are you still hot to trot?
Sorry, I was doing some stuff. What was the question? 891?
Yeah, are you still hot to trot on the 891 for a portable radio? Is that still your go-to recommendation?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, it's what, $650?
No, it's more than that now. But yeah,
is it really? How much is it now?
Well, I'll pull it up. Is it? Is it still?
It's $629 to $679 depends.
Oh, that's okay. So that's still pretty good. Okay.
Yeah.
So if there's inventory.
I mean, ride or die 891, unless somebody comes out with something better. But it doesn't seem like the radio manufacturers are really too keen on making anything else. I mean, you have, if you're looking for. I had my in-ears on me. I'm walking around my house. I'm getting prepped for Hamvention here. But the question was a shack in a box kind of thing. Was that it?
Well, yeah, he wanted an all-band, all-mode, and I think we've kind of explained why that's not necessarily the right way to go. But I mean, what are your thoughts?
What does he want to use it for?
Well, yeah, we kind of talked about that too.
Okay, so if you look at Ward's station, and somebody mentioned in the comments during the live stream, when you were looking at Ward's Go box, he's got the ICOM 7000 there, which is an all band, all mode. And then he had a separate VHF, UHF radio to the left of it. And someone in the comments, I don't think anybody answered him, but he's like, why do you have a VHF, UHF radio if the 7000 already does that?
Because it only does one at a time.
Exactly.
You can only do HF one at once, and then VHF, UHF at another time,
right?
Like separate memory.
And it's the same thing with the 705. It's the same thing with the 818.
Right.
All these all band, all mode radios. If you want to do like, so say you have a 991A or the 991, either one, you're only going to be on HF, or you're only going to be on VHF, or you're only going to be on UHF. It's not like you can listen to HF on one side and then VHF on another. You know, you can't talk on the repeaters and HF at the same time.
Right.
So, you know, you would be better off, and Josh has said this a million times, and I will reverberate what he's said because I completely agree. The radio itself is going to be better if you just get an HF radio and then you just get a VHF, UHF radio that's separate. You're still going to need coax to run, even if you, so let's say you have a 991, you're still going to need coax to run to your HF antenna, and you're going to need an HF antenna, and you're still going to need coax to run from your to your VHF antenna, and you're going to need a VHF antenna. So that never changes. So it really is, in my opinion, and others, it's better to just get two different radios. Get a dedicated HF radio and a dedicated VHF, UHF radio. And the thing is, unless you want to do VHF or UHF single sideband, you can get a VHF, UHF radio that will work very well for a couple $100.
Very good point. You can get a used VHF, UHF radio for a smile most of the time at like Hamfests.
It doesn't even have to be used. You can get like
Yeah,
the
6,000 cheap.
That's true.
That TYT 9800. It's a clone of the Yaesu.
Yeah.
For 200. I mean, yeah, it's meh. It's
I mean, it's still in my truck. I still use it, so I'm not saying it's bad. But like, yeah, you can get a 2730 from Icom for like 230 or something like that, 250, 230. But
what would be a good inexpensive VHF UHF radio?
There's tons. There's
UHF
literally
as well?
tons.
Is that not? Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right.
For $300,
if you wanted,
probably.
If you wanted ones that were from the same era, the FTM 100 and the FT 891 even look the same. Talking used.
Yeah.
So, can I just quickly, just thinking, okay, I really appreciate everybody's comments there. It just helps me think it out, and that's why I wanted to ask it. Like I said, I didn't know if I don't have everything thought out, but just want to hear what you all say. So, used gear, if you go pick something, what are a couple of things that you look for to just kind of feel confident in that purchase?
The biggest thing is that they work. So, make sure that by the way, so here's another pro tip. For everybody that's coming out to Hamvention, or you go to some of the major Hamfests, there's usually like a table where there's a power supply and some simple tools that you can test out the radios before you buy them. And you can say, hey, like, I want to take it over to the table and just check it out. Is that okay? And usually the sellers are like, oh, yeah, absolutely, go nuts. And then you take it over there and you put it on a power supply and a dummy load and you test it out. And so what do we mean? What am I saying when I say that? So you're going to plug into the power supply, turn that thing on. You're going to select a frequency like 146.520, for instance, or just any, really, on a dummy load, and you're going to key up that radio, and you're going to see what happens, and then you can, just test, right? Test it out, right? If you need to bring your own equipment, or you talk to a ham club or an Elmer that has some of that gear, bring that on out with you and test it out. There's no reason why you can't bring a little battery, try the radio out, all that stuff. You should do that when possible, if you have the capability.
Yeah. The other thing, Josh, did he mention his budget was like $1,000
for an HF radio? Yeah.
Yeah, so get an 891. That's your HF and 6-meter radio. That's, call it $650. Now, unless your total budget is $1,000, that's gonna, because you still got to buy feed line, you got to buy you got to buy coax, got to buy antennas.
Yeah.
But $650 for an 891, which is a fantastic radio, and then you still have $350 to play with to get a separate UHF VHF radio.
Mm-hmm. That's true. He's
It's
got one.
It's a no-brainer. That's the way to go.
He's got a VHF UHF.
Mike's just saying put it in the same box, and then you could have everything: Shack in a box, in a like a Gator box.
Well, that's what Ward's station was
exactly
in the today.
There you
You're
go.
not going to see. Yeah, I mean, you're going to see a lot of different boxes, and so and again, we were talking about it earlier because like when we were talking about how I don't want to do whatever everybody else is doing, but just search on YouTube Radio Go Box and look at all of the different configurations. Like everyone is going to have, and Josh, I believe you are included in this. You have the 7300, and then you have the other box.
The
other radio,
7100. Yeah, the 71. Jerry's box. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, if you really want and VHF, UHF, you're gonna have two radios.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Pretty safe assumption.
I think someone earlier talked about the fact that sideband and UHF, VHF. I might have this wrong, but that there you don't really hear much activity there. Or that's not really a popular thing. Correct me if I'm wrong there.
2 meters, yes. Even 2 meter FT8, but 440, not so much. Because I've asked now in California. If you're in California, everybody does everything, but everywhere else,
who's doing 2 meter FT8? How many contacts have you made?
We do it out here, but
about 20 or 30. Mike N8YO does it. I know.
So wait. Let's go back.
Yeah.
So the reality is that's a small group of hams. You almost need to be a part of a community that's doing that in your local area for weak signal to be like an important thing. And by weak signal, I mean 2 meter single sideband or 2 meter digital mode like FT8. Most of the time, your 2 meter operations are going to be on FM. It's going to be vertically polarized antennas, and that's it. That's all there is.
Yeah, and yet ICOM still released the 905.
Well, yeah, it's for the microwave folks,
and there's even fewer of them. But
the 9700, didn't it do sideband and stuff if you wanted to?
Yeah, the 9700.
But that's a $1,400 radio.
Later,
and
but
still,
that's
that's a very niche group of guys that are going to be on those high frequencies. High frequencies generally don't travel far.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got to know people who have those kinds of radios and that are on those frequencies to even make those contacts. It's not like HF where you can just tune around and you're just going to hear people. It's just the way propagation goes. The lower the frequencies, the better propagation you're going to get.
So let's all go back to a second that Marty is kind of on the newer side of all of this, and he's drinking from the fire hose right now. So hitting him with the 9700 is probably not the way, and talking about weak signal stuff is probably not the starting point. Like that's
my
stuff
whole
that'll
point for
come
bringing
later.
it up, Josh, is so that he knows that later he can have these options if it's out there. That's all that I was trying to say.
I'm not condemning you for bringing it up. I'm just saying, like, let's just keep it to germane to what someone would start out with, and I think that's.
I'm sorry, man.
That. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
You don't have to apologize.
I do appreciate it, by the way.
Yeah, and I stick to what I said, and I reiterate everything Mike said. You're not going to go wrong with an FT891. Even some of the used radios we already talked about, those would all be really good. Just think about some of the stuff we talked about. There's a lot there. I appreciate it.
And remember that if you buy a used radio, we just learned, you go up and you turn it on for a little bit and you sniff it. Nobody's going to think you're weird. Sniff it and make sure it's not got the smoke smell that you can't stand.
Right. That's right.
Can I comment on this?
Yeah, go ahead, Shane.
Yeah. Well, maybe if he gets a chance to take a look at Mike's video of the Go Kit challenge, that was pretty cool. Give you some ideas.
Yeah. This is the mic that's in channel, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
Mike KMRD.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause-
what is your call sign as a part of your channel name?
No, well, yeah, KMRD. Yeah, that's how you find him. If you Google that, you'll find him that way.
Yeah, you could just type in K at MRD in Google or YouTube or anything, you'll find me.
Yeah, and looking him up on YouTube as Mike is not going to return what you're expecting.
Yeah, that's why I was asking about the call sign.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a really cool video of the Go Kit challenge event that they had over there, and I took a look at it. It was pretty awesome.
Along with Frank's.
Mm-hmm.
Tank
And by the
radio.
way, that guy that's just now talking is the other Mike.
Oh yes, that's our other Mike.
I would just like to make a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
The
and then
more
we-
people that transmit on 2 meter sideband instead of saying that 2 meters and UHF is only for FM, the more chance there is of new people making contacts on it, making it come back alive again.
Yes.
Yeah.
I understand. Yeah, I agree
So,
with you.
yeah, a good point to the other gentleman pointing it out that it does exist. And
yeah,
because as someone who stopped being a radio ham for a long time, from the era when sideband was king, before whatever happened to it, I'm rather upset that there is literally no sideband anymore.
We're gonna
Or
have him.
it's
We're gonna
all
have
UHF.
him. If we keep going, we're gonna have him transmitting slow scan television on HF
on AM and, yeah,
and
everything.
we're gonna be on. I mean, there's no
Actually,
end,
fast scan.
Marty. There's no end to the amount of hams that want you to enjoy what they enjoy. That's something I'll tell you right now. Is that everybody you talk to is going to be talking to you from their point of view on what they think is the coolest thing. And they're going to be super passionate about it. And it's up to you to determine what you're passionate about and what you find interesting. So when your friends say you should get an all-in-one radio, they could be right. And that could be the right answer for you. So everything we've said today is not trying to take you away from that. I hope you understand that. You're probably going to have to pay a little bit more for an all-in-one. At the same time, you can't really go wrong with Mike and I's solution about the FT891. I think that you're probably already at a point where you're kind of established with FM 2 meter and 70 centimeters, so you're probably good on that. And then just take what we said and figure out the direction you want to go and fully experience it and really get to know it and understand it and use it. And then decide what you want to do next. And maybe you don't want to do anything next. Maybe that's where you go, and that's okay too. So there you go.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone, so much. I mean, I've been having a great time on VHF, UHF, trying Simplex here more recently. You know, just made a number of contacts that have been really fun. But, you know, thinking towards the future. Because I think one of the things that's been fun for me is if there's always something new to learn on the horizon, that kind of keeps it fresh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, good news is that there's never end to new things to learn in this hobby. So you pick the right one if you like to learn new things. So we'll talk to you in a couple of months when you're doing Earth, Moon, Earth transmissions on HF or VHF, UHF. That's right.
Or fast span.
It's what gets
fast
the
scan.
ladies.
It's what gets
Yeah.
the ladies. That's right.
Yeah, or fast scan TV on QO100.
I do have a question on the YouTube side. Question is it illegal to receive 162.500 megahertz? And I'll just answer this one really quickly. It's not illegal to receive anything. You can receive everything you want because if they put it out on the air, then it's yours to be able to take it, receive it, and do what you want with it. Now, at the same time, can you transmit? Can you transmit on 162.500 with the ham radio license? No, but go nuts.
Yeah, that's where
isn't that railroad or something?
No, it's weather band.
No, what?
It's
Yeah,
illegal
like
to modify your device to
the
cell
thing,
phones.
yeah, the thing that's going to get you in trouble is
Mhm.
if you load 162 and you have it as a receiving station, but your radio for some reason would let you hit the PTT and you transmit on that frequency. That's not good. Don't do that. So prevent from transmitting on those frequencies, but receiving, yeah, absolutely, go nuts and enjoy yourself. That's what it's all about.
Mike
That's
is right.
the beginning of a NOAA band. So if they find out it's you, that's a felony and a real heavy fine. If
Wait, what?
find out it's you.
Question, guys.
Wait, hold on. What was Mike right about?
The receiving or listening to signals in the 800 megahertz band. Congress made that illegal. You know that,
It's
right?
illegal to modify your device to receive cell phone frequencies or something.
However, I have a scanner that is, or in fact, I've got 2 scanners that were manufactured before that went into effect.
So, barring... this is not legal advice. The Ham Radio Crash Course is not making legal advice here. If you decide to do anything that would be illegal, like receiving wireless phone transmissions, we cannot be held accountable for what you do with your radios. Yeah, so if you're doing anything that like is illegal at the government level of receiving, there are some exceptions. That's true. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah. Anyway, there you go. So hold on. Somebody's asking a question. I think they've asked like 3 times now to get in there. They just said question. Who was that?
Hi, this is Rick Victor Echo 2 X-ray India Papa. I was told in a radio training class that in case of life and death emergencies, you're allowed to transmit on pretty much any frequencies. Is that true?
It's true up to a point. So, okay. Is it true at face level? Yes. The question is up to whose opinion is it life or death and great loss of property? Because what has happened is people have used frequencies that they're not licensed on to transmit, and then they end up still getting fined for using those transmitting frequencies. So, yes, in an emergency, you are lawful to do so. The question is who justifies it being a true emergency and a true, loss of life / great economic value. So, hypothetically, do you have a scenario in your head that you're thinking of?
No, not necessarily. Well, I was thinking that maybe the FCC would stand behind that concept, that regardless of the frequency, if it's a lifetime.
Yeah, but you're not governed by the FCC, right? You're in Canada.
Well, we pretty much follow all the same rules.
It's a different. So that's a different group then. So I don't know how to answer that question. It still might be true. What's your FCC equivalent in Canada?
It's Industry Canada, but I think they changed name recently.
So that's the thing is, what could happen, and what could very likely happen is, let's say you're on the same frequency as the paramedics for some reason, and you can't use anything else. I don't know why you can't, but let's assume that you can't. And so you make a call, and someone hears you and you go, I need help. It's life or death situation. I've got somebody that's bleeding out on my floor. And then they come out, and then they also at the same time, someone tickets you for transmitting illegally on that frequency. That is totally a possibility. Totally a possibility. Because what it's the government doing it to you, right? So it's like anybody suing you for any reason. Anybody could sue you at any time for any reason, and you still have to go take it to court, and you still got to battle it, and you still got to fight that whole thing out.
Yeah.
You could be completely justified, but I don't know. Is the FCC going to walk in with suits and be like, we are going to handle this case. We're defending you pro bono because we're the FCC and that's what we do. In America, that's never going to happen. So I'm assuming if you guys follow us, then it's not happening in Canada either.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Well, if it first save a life or my life, I don't care about the fine.
That's
I will
right.
contest the fine. I will go public with that. And
That's right.
They're going to look bad on when their name is on the news. and they're probably going to say, "Oh, it was a mistake," or "Yeah, we'll waive off that fine."
Yeah.
I expect that to happen.
Yep.
I also expect to be fined if I'm using, let's say, an FM frequency to yell for help, and I do get help. Well, it served its purpose.
Yeah, in Canada, do y'all follow our rules or you follow the UK's rules?
No, we have our
They got
own
their own.
rules,
Yeah.
but we pretty much under it's a carbon copy of what you guys have.
Oh,
Plus,
okay.
we add our, the band plan is slightly different, etc. But
So-
the
Let me ask you a question. Do you have your license now?
yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I would rather focus on having a good set of frequencies and repeaters that you could call for help on the services that you're lawful on, and I would consider having something like a Spot or a Garmin InReach or a satellite phone, something like that. Again, that you're privileged to use. Those are going to be better options than trying to like hail an operator that is going to happen to receive your call on their first responder frequencies. I feel like that concept of like, oh, I'm just going to dial up this random frequency and try and make a call to a first responder dispatch system. That seems to me harder to do than just calling for help on the ham radio frequencies and then just going to a device that's specifically designed for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was a general question.
Sure. I know. Yeah.
Often people that don't have a ham radio license are being told you can listen in, but you can't transmit. And I always put that comment that, hey, if you're in trouble and there's no other means, like cell phone doesn't work and landline don't work, like if you have like a Baofeng cheap radio but you don't have your license, go ahead and transmit. And yeah, they might be in trouble, but it'll save a life, and they're not going to go to prison just because they call for help on the ham radio repeater.
Yeah, okay, so you're talking about somebody that's not a ham that just stumbles on a ham radio and then they start talking on it. You got to think about like how statistically probable some of these situations are. That is not statistically probable that someone's just going to randomly happen upon a ham radio that's all programmed up that they just pick up and they're like, I'm calling for help now. Anybody, so in my experience, and you don't sound like you're this instance, but in my experience, everybody who asks me that question is asking me that because they're trying to like avoid having to get a license. They're trying to use some kind of loophole to not be licensed. And so they're like, hey, well, when it's an emergency, I'll just transmit on whatever I want. Well, it's like, yeah, but you've not practiced any of this, so you can't actually do this. It's like having a firearm that you put in the safe that you've never taken to the range, you've never shot it. So you can talk big about it, but the reality is until you've actually tried using it, you've programmed that radio, you know its functionality, you know how it works, you have no capability with it. Even if you stumbled upon one that was all the way programmed for you, you're just out of luck.
Well, I could see that happening if you're friends with someone, you're like hiking or whatever, they're a ham operator,
and then you club him with a rock, and you're like, I need his ham radio. You club him with the
rock.
I don't
want like
it's an emergency. I need this radio right now.
Well, no, I mean like an avalanche or something bad happen. I don't know any scenario. I guess if you can pick it.
You just concocted some kind of novel. Like
no, and a bear attack at the same time,
and a bear attack. The bear is it is an avalanche of bears is what's coming at you. Claws.
And then you fall into the ocean, and then there's a hungry shark.
Yeah.
Find your radio.
And he's got Baofangs attached to his head, and you wrestle a Baofang off of it, and it turns out that he programmed them for all the local repeaters, right? Like the hypothetical situation where someone is going to be in an emergency situation that they actually have a radio that they can transmit on is super rare if they have not already been a ham and been doing ham things things up into this point. Like it just doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
I think also
Sounds like a Darwin Award.
Yeah, is that Shane? Go ahead, Shane. Was that Shane?
That is.
Yeah.
That is. I'm thinking also like if you yourself are in a distressed situation, you need to get help for yourself, and you're already trained to talk on the radio as a ham. Then you can use any frequency desired to call for help for life-saving measures on yourself, versus someone else who has no idea, probably has no idea what they're doing on the radio. But I don't know.
I can't imagine. Yeah, go ahead, Mike. I'll let you go. Go ahead.
I must be the most unlucky ham. I called myself out in an emergency operation when there was a crash in the 7 tunnel, and I responded as part of the Avon area RayNet. And then before that, I got busted by the government for using illegal radio frequencies. I must be the most unlucky radio ham on the planet.
For helping out.
For helping someone else or for helping yourself?
Well, I was trying to help someone else, and as it was, I got stood down by the area planning officer because the fire department didn't need our assistance. It was working very well, thank you.
Yeah,
but I still got a thank you letter from the emergency planning officer for my diligence.
Well, I mean, I would.
So
take
I
that
can't
as a
say
win.
that was a bad situation.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to have the knee-jerk reaction to all the preppers who went out and bought Baofangs. Because they message me all the time. I get tons of messages like, can I just use this when it's an emergency? It's like, yeah, you can also use your Glock when it's an emergency. But do you take that to the range? And they're like, oh, yeah, I go shoot all the time. It's like, well, why don't you take your radio out and use it? Oh, I don't want to get a license. Well, why don't you want to get a license? I don't want the government knowing about my existence. Like, they already know everything about you. Like, just...
This is how the Forest Service avoids an FCC raid.
It's like you guys, you're not seeing the forest through the trees. The reality is that no one knows anything more about you that they didn't already know if you get your amateur radio license. If you get your amateur radio license, it's your ticket to learn about how you could potentially save your life in an emergency. Do I still recommend Garmin InReach and all those other devices? Absolutely, I do. Do you have to pay money to do all those things? Yes, you do. So you got to balance all that stuff in your head. But I bet you did all those calculations when you thought about the handgun that you're going to put in your waistband when you walk out of the house every day. I know that was a part of your calculation, right? It's the same kind of thing. There you go. I silenced the whole chat with that. That was a stunning comment.
Here in the UK, if we transmit on anything that we're not licensed or told to do so, it used to be the case, and I said used to be, that the little men from the department would come along and smack you around the head a bit. But now I don't think they can even be bothered to get out of bed anymore.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it's the same here. And
to answer...
Yeah, go ahead.
To answer the yearning question,
I'm yearning.
Canada, it's the Canadian Radio, Television and Communications Commission, or CRTC for short. That's the FCC equivalent.
There you go.
I would have thought they'd have followed the ITU.
They don't the CRTC does not handle ham radio licensing.
Oh.
But if you transmit on a commercial, like a TV frequency, then the CRTC will be all over you.
Well, and we have the NTIA, right, that overrides the FCC? At least according to RIA, that's the case? Yes.
I don't, Skeeter, what does that mean? K7TRD, Social Security number, end of story. Are you talking about saying that you don't need a license? You're already licensed with your call sign, I assume there. What'd you mean there? Give me some context. I might have just stepped in the middle of a conversation you were having, but... hey, does that help? Did we get where you're going, Rick? Does that help at all? Or are we just babbling?
Well, it's, we can't pick specific scenarios or else we would debate this forever. I just want to pass along the information to a non-licensed person that may or may not have a Baofeng or something, that if they are in a life and death situation, they are allowed to do anything to get help. Whatever the consequences will be afterwards, it's saving somebody's life is more important than getting permission or dealing with fines.
From a purely altruistic standpoint, yes, I agree with what you're saying. The logistics of it, the reality of it is that most of the time they are completely unequipped to be able to handle that situation. So yes, you're right in that purest form. The reality is that the hypothetical situation that yes, we could dive into forever, it doesn't really exist where not being licensed, you can just step up to a situation and be like, I will use the radio. Like, that's not really a thing. It's really not. You do need to get licensed. You really do. And I am literally the most like, I don't want my information out there of anybody, and I don't like the government, probably more than most of you all like the government. Test me, I promise. But no one is going to operate with you. No one is going to help you learn. No one's going to be engaged to making a contact with you if you don't have the license. Like, that's just the straight up reality of it. That's just it.
Oh yeah, that's a given, and that
Yeah.
is the message we send to
Good.
everyone that is
Good.
using a radio, license or not, that they should get licensed. And it's much easier today to get a license than it was like 30 years ago.
Oh, 100%. We can do it all
And
online now. You got online testing now in Canada? You do, right?
right.
Good.
But whatever, the bottom line is, the highway to hell is always paved with good intentions. Like
one of my
this
favorite
gentleman in
quotes.
the UK that tried to help and got slapped on the wrist, and it will happen. But at least a fine or a slap on the wrist is nothing compared to saving a life. That was my the objective of my question.
Yep. And so from that point of view, I think you're accurate from the purely altruistic standpoint. But you're already doing it. Continue encouraging people to get their license, because that's the real way to build radio proficiency. You have to have someone on the other end of that radio. You could buy two, I guess, and test out internally, but that's never really going to scratch the itch in true proficiency. So, yeah. Right on.
Well, and it's actually, when you think about it, like when you get licensed and you call for help, you're already known. So like people already know like to get back to you and like how to get back to you. So if you want to get help and you don't have a license, then use your cell phone. But if you use your ham radio, then you better get licensed so people can get back to you.
Yeah, I didn't dip into that. The reality is that most of the time that people talk about that, they talk the game of like, I'll just use my ham radio in an emergency. Their cell phone's still working. So you can't, and that's what ultimately happens, is that they will be challenged by their use of frequencies they're not supposed to be on. And then they ask them, did your cell phone have a signal? And they're like, well, yeah, it did. And they're like, well, then you should have used your cell phone first. That's your first chain of responsibility to work through before you got to the ham radio. Some ham radio that you stumbled upon that is loaded with all the frequencies ready to go. The reality is that you're expected to try and work through your many options before you just go straight to ham radio and be like, oh yeah, I use the ham radio, right? Like that's the reality of it. Good points all around. Let's open it back up. Is there anybody in there with questions as we start to randomly have the wheels fall off this bad boy?
I was wondering if anybody had an idea on like my 350 by 50 piece of property with the tall trees, and I'm just looking for ideas. Like, it's a whole big experimentation, but should I do an inverted V? Do I need to do a loop across the property? Like,
can you quickly go take a screenshot of your property using Google Earth or satellite Street View or whatnot, and then post it in the Discord so I can see it? And if you say tall trees, then yeah, put up an NFED, put up a dipole.
Yeah, no, I dropped it in there. So
where'd you drop it?
Hold on. Yeah, well, this a long time. Hold on.
Okay, I'm holding.
Hey, comment.
I did see the question on inconspicuous dual band antennas. We'll get back to that.
Hey, from last week, Josh.
What are you dropping there, Frank? What is this?
I know. It's a link. Hold on.
It's just a cable manufacturer.
That was a cable manufacturer.
That was a conversation a long time ago. Hold on.
Okay, I'm holding.
Hey, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Last week we were talking about me putting a BNC connector on my DX Commander. I did that last Sunday and it worked awesome.
Oh, nice.
Now I'm redoing it.
Now you're redoing
I melted
it?
I melted the plastic piece whenever I was putting the heat shrink on the BNC. So I have to redo the BNC. So.
Oh, okay.
But it still worked.
All right. Did you email me this by chance? And you're trying to jump the queue on the email for the antenna recommendations from Josh? Is that what you're doing right now?
Oh no, not at all. It's in here now.
So is that your outbuilding too? You own that entire red square that you operate in? Like this little red square here is all you? Right? This is all you?
Yeah, the one that's sort of diagonal. So like the square is the neighborhood, and then the diagonal is my property. So there's the house on the right bottom.
Yeah.
And then there's a garage that going left up, and the remainder is a backyard. But the tall trees are next to the garage, believe it or not, and so those are like 90 feet high.
Where's your operating position going to be? Where's your radio going to be?
It is at the back end of the garage, so sort of it is in the middle. And I have a VHF UHF antenna up in the trees right now, and that works good. Mm-hmm. So I'm sort of like looking at like, okay, the perfect HF antenna. Like, how would I construct this across the property to sort of like do it be like once and done?
Wait a minute, the perfect one?
Yeah, thank you, Don.
First, you put up a 200-foot tower, and then you stack Yagis one on top of the other until you get up to a stack of about 8, and then you should be pretty good.
So Don hit the word you said there faster than I could. There's no perfect antenna for your situation, right? You've got a fairly narrow tract of land. It's decently long enough, though, that you can do a lot with a wire antenna. I would just start by running an end fed out of the back of your ham shack, getting it up to one of the highest point of your tallest tree, and getting that all jammed up in there, and then stretch it out all the way to the back 9 of your property on the upper top leftmost side. Start with that.
And looking at that picture, it's hard to tell. You keep talking about the garage. Is the garage the little part of the building? That long building at the back?
Yeah, it's
but is
building.
It all of it? That's huge. That's bigger than the house.
It's a big-ass garage.
It is. I mean, the garage is actually bigger than some of the houses in the city. So it can hold 4 cars. So it was quite defined. So
yes,
that looks like it'd hold about 12 cars. But
so he said,
but
said
if you're
suburban.
Yeah, if you're at the back of that thing, then you're under the tree, right? Your shack is under the tree, right?
Yeah, yep. There's actually 3 tall trees right next to the garage. It doesn't show well for the canopy, but yeah.
Yeah, depending on where you're going to feed it, because what I would do would be start back closer to where the concrete ends next to the house, and shoot a line up into the tree at the very top, like a sloper.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, and then run your coax back to the back of the garage. But I can't tell from that how far that is. But like,
actually, let's go with that for a second. Hold on. So Don,
sure.
So let's say the forwardmost part of the garage that's by your house, using that as a mount point for like a long wire antenna. Then taking that long wire, going to the pinnacle, the topmost point of the tree that's right there, and then the sloper side comes down and then goes to the back end of the property. That would probably get you all the way down to 80 meters without any issue.
possibly even 160.
It could get you 160 too. Yeah, it could.
And
so,
by the way, they're and if you're thinking of an in-fed half wave, my antennas makes a very, very long in-fed half wave that's good outdoors like that and can handle legal limit.
Yeah. So there you go. Go with it.
Yeah. What was the name of the company again?
My Antennas. They're out of Florida.
My Antennas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. There's a comment. Go ahead. Comment. It's Mike.
Which way's north?
I think it's vertical, like the top edge.
No. I mean physically on the map. Which way's north? Because depending on the location is the how you want the lobes of the antenna to go. You don't want them going.
I don't think he gets to choose with a narrow property like that, Mike.
Yeah, he's gonna say you haven't really got a lot of choice, have you? Really?
Well, so what you got to do is, in the cover of darkness, go into your neighbor's yard and put the wire in their tree. Like that's not gonna work.
So
hang on a minute now. Hang on.
All right. Mike's in here now. Let's go, Mike.
I got to comment on that.
All right, Mike.
Oh, me too.
Go ahead, Mike.
And half waves at my house, both of which are going in my neighbor's yard. So if you're friends with your neighbors, not a bad idea to say, hey, would it be okay if I just threw this wire up in that tree and you'll never know it's there? And like so over my house, I have on the south side of my house is my neighbor's property and they have a tree. That's the feed point of one of my 80-meter end-fed halfways. It goes 135 feet over my house into the north side of my house where my other neighbor is, into their tree. And then I have another 80-meter, 135-ish, 132, whatever it is, foot antenna going from the north side of my property across the street. Now, we're in a cul-de-sac, but it's going across the street to my other neighbor's property and into their house and into their tree. So make friends with your neighbors. Like if anybody drove into my street, you would not even see the wires that are going on here. You'll see VHF antennas that we have.
Yeah,
but that's it. So use your name.
The thing is, Mike, that his property looks like he's got a piece of property that's as long as your street or more.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, his house is at the front, and then there's a large space, and then there's a garage at the back of that that's as big as the house, and then it continues on like 3 garage lengths on up. So he's got a huge amount of property.
Yeah, so you got one 80-meter going one way.
Mm-hmm.
So you might
you're talking about running another 80-meter the other way. Yeah.
Well, he's already. He's mostly
neighbors. Like you could be cool. Like if you're going to put it at the center of his house, if he's going to put up a pole, actually, the neighbors in his front yard don't really have trees. If he knows the neighbor's like 2 houses down, he might could dipole.
And yeah, if Rob was here, he would say you start a wire where that red dot is, and you'd go to the tree, and then you run ladder line down to your shack, and then you run the other leg starting there, going out to the other end of the property, and then you'd have a proper doublet.
That's what I was going to suggest.
Yeah. I mean, a doublet is a great antenna.
So most of your property goes north-south. So if you do it all on your property, you're largely going to be north-south, which is going to be good.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly transmitting down to the south side. That's where you're going to be aiming a lot with the way that would be configured. I don't disagree with Mike, though. Like, if you're good friends with your neighbors, yeah, absolutely. See if you can leverage that.
Well, and I hate to suggest it, but get one of those little tower things like Josh has, stick it on the top of that garage, and put up a step IR.
Yeah. Put a beam on the roof, baby. You got a big ass garage. You can do it for sure.
Yeah, there's that too. And I mean, but with all that property, man, I would put a tower up.
Wait. We didn't ask the most. I went to go get a beer. We didn't ask the most important question.
Yeah,
What
the
is your
budget.
budget? What's your budget?
For the budget, it's like, say, I'm picturing this be so like I'm using a mobile HF antenna right now. So I want to have something.
You're talking too much. What's the budget? Give us a dollar amount.
Good, fair point. Make it 1,500. So there you go.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
shit. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. But
well, no, not to do a step IR. You can't do a step
right,
IR.
yeah, you can't
or
do
a
a step
tower.
IR.
You can't really do a tower with that. So
you could do a pretty damn tall mast, but
you could
yeah.
do a mast, but that's still going to be wires. That's a wire antenna.
The tree's going to dwarf a mast, though.
Yes,
and he could do like a mast and put like a multi-band dipole in that long yard and throw it up in an inverted V.
But he's already got a huge tree at 90 feet. A push-up tower is not going to. A push-up mast is not going to get him 90 feet, right?
Right.
So he's still going to be better off just doing a long-ass wire into that 90-foot tree. That's still going to be the best bet.
Yeah, I think the doublet would be the best. Start at the house, take it up to the tree at the top of the tree, drop your ladder line down that tree because trees are not going to interfere with a doublet or ladder line, and then bring it into your shack, which is right there, and then go the rest of the way, the other leg of the doublet out towards the far end of the yard. And that sucker that'd blow most beams away.
Calm down.
Yeah,
calm down.
At your height, yes, it would.
No, it won't. Not one wire. No, there's no gain.
At that height, yes.
At my height,
gain.
It
is. At 90 feet. At 90 feet,
you don't get any gain out of that.
Yeah, you do. You get lobes. You get lobes. You get lobes. Yes.
You be loby. That's right. And also nulls that goes along with that.
True. That is true. You have to deal with the nulls. You have to. That's the reason you stack in Yagis, right?
So now we're stacking.
To get rid of the null.
Now we're stacking.
No. It's just the example of getting rid of the lobes.
Stacked NFEDs.
Normalized stacked NFEDs. That's right. Regardless, this is actually not a bad situation. I highly encourage experimentation for you. You actually could do like a loop. You could incorporate the main house as being like a mass point that you put like a couple of loop points, right? If you think about it, right? Because he's got a long. It's not going to be a wide loop. It's going to be like a really narrow oval type of loop, but it'll still function really well. And you could do all of that in your situation. I would though start with get yourself a good NFED. I agree with. Let's go with Don's point. That's a good NFED. Full legal limit NFED, even if you're doing 100 watts, is nice because you can't really you could saturate the toroid, but whatever. Let's just go with that. You got some decent options. Go with that.
Yeah, those my antennas will do up to like 500 watts FT8 and RIDI.
Yeah.
Because of the toroids are absolutely huge, and they have these big things on the side of it to let air in.
All right.
But
so
anyway,
let's flip this over to Jonathan. Jonathan KQ4IEM is asking, looking for a recommendation on a good inconspicuous dual band antenna for my first ham setup. So, Jonathan, if you're still in the chat, I know you posted that comment long ago. Why are you asking for inconspicuous? You got to tell me if it's an HOA and you're barred from having antennas up. Because if you want the purest, most inconspicuous antenna, you build a slot antenna out of an HD TV dish, and you put that up, and no one's going to know what the hell you're doing. A slot antenna out of an HD TV dish is like peak inconspicuous, because you could put it at the pinnacle of your roof and no one will know what you're doing with it. Now, if otherwise, they make flower pot antennas that you can hide a VHF UHF antenna in. They make elongated PVC pipe antennas that you can put, like Ed Fong. You can do a lot with an Ed Fong antenna to get it like raised up a little bit on the roof line, and just like have an elongated PVC drain pipe, because all drains have an air breather valve, and you just be like, oh, this one's really long. We poop a lot. And you just tell people that, and like, oh, okay, wow, all right. Oh, okay. He poops a lot. That's why he needs the elongated drain pipe there. Okay, good. Right, like you can come up with all kinds of reasons. Also, just look at your property from the street line and figure out what the most obscured like roof line is, and just put up a 5-foot VHF UHF Comet. Comet makes a fantastic ground plane antenna that you can just mount right on the pinnacle of your roof line, and that'll work out great for you.
Yeah, I dropped the definitive book on slot antennas in the chat.
Oh, good. So if you're on the Discord, Don dropped the link for the slot antenna. I literally, somebody was throwing out an HDTV dish, like one of the elongated ones, not the round ones, the oval ones, and I was like, oh, buddy, I'm making a video on that, and I grabbed it, and it's in the front yard now.
Yeah, that W6NBC that wrote that book, he did a talk at our club. Well, he's done two actually at our club, and I mean, the first one he did was on the slot antennas. It's a fascinating talk.
Yeah, so back to KQ4IEM. I don't know if you're still watching. Maybe you'll watch this later if you're not still here. So you didn't really say what your budget was. You didn't really say if it's VHF, UHF, or HF. If it's HF, that's a whole separate ball of wax that we'd have to talk about. But there are ways, and most of those ways involve a very thin piece of wire that you stretch out and that you hope nobody sees. But believe it or not, they're actually pretty inconspicuous. So there you go. All right, I'm going to open it up again for questions. Do we have any questions? And I got to run to the restroom again. Do you have any questions?
Yep,
I have some questions.
I have a question.
I'm going to go to JampScan because I saw him first. And everybody help out JampScan, and I will be right back. Go ahead, JampScan. I'll catch up on the back end if you need more help.
All right, so I actually have two questions. The first one is more of a here you go, and I'm gonna have to say wait for it because I'm gonna just kind of play what I hear, and I've just always been curious what this is because I found it just randomly, scanning around, and it just seems to happen everywhere, and it's typically right outside of the 2-meter frequency band, around the 150 megahertz space, and then also right outside of the 70 centimeter space. So here's this. Just give it a second here.
Can't hear anything. I can't hear anything.
Sounds like silence to me.
Yeah. Silence is golden. Is that what you want us to say?
Okay, that's not it. It must not be being picked up by my mic, but it sounds like some kind of machine gun engine noise type thing. It's like it's like
any neighbors that you have solar panels?
Potentially, not that I know of, but it seems to happen pretty much anywhere I go.
Drop a WAV file in the live stream chat.
Yeah, because your mic's not picking it.
That might take some time, so maybe we just move to the second question, which is actually more important, and that is, so how do you take a radio that has a single serial output, and I'm specifically speaking about for my mobile setup, and I'm using a Kenwood TMV 71 mobile radio, and it's got the PC out, which is the serial port, and I'm just wondering, is there a way? I'm sure there's probably multiple ways, or at least I've seen some, but I want to know the most efficient way to be able to hook up multiple serial devices to a single serial connection.
Why?
So the quick answer
like-
is
so like-
you can't. Serial by definition is host to host.
Yeah, let's go back to the why. Why do you need multiple?
Why do you not? There's so many different serial
No.
interfaces that want to hook up to the same radio. But yeah,
USB?
specifically.
Wait, are you talking
specific-
USB?
I mean, I suppose you could go from serial to USB to a computer.
I mean,
and
USB
then
is serial.
I've
It's
seen
just a
different.
Well, he's saying that he's got a serial interface, the 9-pin or 25-pin connector on the back of his radio.
Yeah, so in order to make use of multiple different things, such as maybe I want to hook up a TNC as well as some
Well,
other type of thing.
They make switches. They used to make serial switches that would allow you to switch from one serial device to another. But I think what you're trying to say, and what we're interpreting it as, is you want to run multiple of those at one time, and that's not like Alex said. That is not possible.
Wait,
so yeah, so there is an exception to that rule. Like on my 101 Delta, I had 2 devices on serial because some pins send band data to an amp, and some pins are the TXRX to a PC. So I made breakouts with serial adapters and Ethernet cables. But
okay,
but
so
go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Alex. Are you trying to have separate devices connect to your radio, or are you all trying to have separate COM ports on your computer that connect to software?
So if there's a hardware solution,
no, just
instead of setting up like a computer, that would be a better situation because it's for a mobile setup, and I'd rather not run have like my radio be connected to a PC of any kind, or even like a Raspberry Pi, because those are kind of hard to find right now.
Then we got to be. Then you have to be very specific. What signals out of serial are you trying to route into different devices to do what specifically in ham radio?
So for my mobile setup, a Bionics TNC, the Tiny Track 4, as well as what is it? It's made by Repeater Builder. I can't remember the exact board, but he has that, and that makes it capable of doing different digital modes, such as the Yaesu C4 FM, and I believe DMR as well. And that would be giving my Kenwood mobile radio more capabilities. And then the TNC would just be for APRS. So there's that for my mobile setup. And then in my shack, I ran into the same issue. I'm running a Yaesu FTDX10, and it's got the USB port to my computer, which is cool. And I can do like FT8 and stuff. But then I'm using the serial port for a magnetic loop antenna controller. And so if I wanted to use some other device that required a serial connection to my radio, how would I go about doing that? Or what's the most efficient way of doing that?
All right, so you need to determine the pins that you're using for the band data for your loop. If you're wanting to do a TXRX to a PC or to a TNC, and you want to do the loop controller, and that's where I was talking about. You can buy serial adapters. They're Ethernet to 9-pin adapters, and you can wire them up any way you want to. And what I did is just took an Ethernet cable and split out cables. You have to build a cable diagram and custom make it for the most part.
So that would be like requiring me to connect that to a computer then, and then have my computer basically be able to receive all of the TX and RX data from the multiple different devices, and then send that, be able to, I guess, translate that to my radio, and then kind of like a share the time or something similar to that.
So that's one way to do it. If you want to send to your computer and then have your computer send data over to the loop controller, that's definitely possible. You can do that pretty easily. I was talking about making a custom cabling harness for your radio to find out. You need to find out which pins are sending band data or band voltage data to the loop controller, and you can always find out it's like 3, 4, and 5 pins for serial data to your computer, and use those to the computer or the TNC. That would actually be for real data transfer. Does that make sense?
Are you talking about like
It
jumping?
does. It
jumping
does. But
pins?
if I was connecting two devices and they were trying to talk at the same time, wouldn't that cause like packet loss, or kind of like cause the two devices to not completely work correctly?
Have you tried it? Do you know that, or are you just thinking that?
I'm just thinking that based on how serial works.
Well, your loop controller is probably not going to be talking back. It's receive only, so it's only going to be receiving band data. So you won't have any collisions there because your radio is probably not listening on the pins that it's sending band data on. Does that make sense? And you're not using the same. You're not using the same pins.
I'll have to double check that. I think it does. I think what it does is it send like my radio sends what frequency it's because it needs to send and receive, because it's sending my loop controller what frequency it's on, and as I'm tuning around, the loop controller automatically moves tunes my loop to the best frequency. So there needs to be send and receive being used.
Your loop controller has cat control. It changes the frequency on the radio?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's a different story then. Yeah. So in that case, it might be better off using your PC for the loop controller, and I don't know. That's a hairy situation.
Yeah, and like that's kind of what I'm getting. Like the only real situation that seems like I've found is, I don't know, different programs that will take multiple serial inputs and kind of create like a digital COM port, essentially.
A virtual COM port, yeah.
Yeah, and then talk to my radio within, like, so that they don't interfere with each other. But I was just wondering if there was like a hardware solution for that or something that anybody knows about.
There are probably serial port enumerators for 9-pin serial, but I don't know. It's such a specific use case. It's hard to say. You'll need to dive into manuals there and figure out what the ports are doing.
Or even for like the mobile setup, since I want to keep it cheap and also not really have like a computer. But also I'm not opposed to like a microcontroller. So like if I can do that with an Arduino and have it be like kind of the brains of the operation and tell it to do what I want when I want to do it, because chances are I'm not going to be. I mean, I might be beaconing APRS when I want to do the other stuff, but I would imagine that maybe there's something like that anybody knows about. That I guess I just wanted to bring it up because nobody really talks about it, and I haven't really found any videos on it, and I just wanted to see if anybody has run into this issue or knows of a really good situation that has worked for them.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just know about like old school IT stuff. We used to have like serial enumerators. Just basically hearing that word from Alec, that reminded me, like you could get like a 4-to-1 converter that would not converter, but it would literally split the serial signals across like multiples. The problem is that you would have collisions in the line into the radio, but that might not be a problem in some of these cases because only some of them may be actually sending data back over the pins, and you might not have collisions on those pins.
Yeah, we used to do that, and then somebody invented TCP/IP.
Jody did post a good link in the chat.
I mean, so there are things like 9-pin serial to USB adapters that exist, and then you may need to have like a Then you could have an adapter, well, not an adapter, but it would be an internal device. What do we call that? Oh my gosh, I was just thinking about that when we were talking about when you started talking about this, or when I got back. Logical port, like it would be a logical port transfer. You'd have to have like one port that you created multiple ports off of that you could route the different data over on USB side, and device manager on your laptop. Right, that might get you part of the way, but it sounds like you still have discrete physical serial devices that does the work you're trying to do.
Yeah, the problem comes up often when working with amplifiers on radios with only one serial port. but it's almost always a custom cable harness, and there's a market for that. People make those cable harnesses now for that reason.
Yeah, but isn't that because they don't really use the 9-pin serial connector for serial? They're using it more for different pairs of pins
it's Mike
to
taking off?
indicate different bands.
Correct.
Mike,
Yeah,
take it
it's
easy.
different pins.
Kate MRD's out. Take it easy. Are you leaving?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
I
I thought you were
saying
gone.
bye to someone else. I'm trolling the comments hardcore right now.
Very hardcore.
Yeah. With serial data, where you're sending data over the serial line, there's only a single pair of transmit receive, and really only one thing can be sending down and up that data.
You could get really fancy and jump leads to different pins that aren't being used.
But
That's
then
crazy though. Then you'd still have to output them out. Like you'd have to have some kind of jumper system to break it out.
That just depends on what pins the radio's using. Because if it's sending band data on pins that aren't TXRX, then you could do that. Absolutely, you could.
You
do
could
that.
breadboard the crap out of all of this,
Yes.
and then have like 4 serial leads that come out of the breadboard that you've jumped all over like spaghetti style, and then just go into your shit.
Yeah,
like you could
I don't know
definitely do
how old school you guys are, but they used to have serial breakouts.
I'm
literally.
I'm old school
plug the
adjacent enough for this. Yeah,
I use one when I take the 705 and the amp to POTA. I have a custom cable harness that it is a breakout. It's just a custom made breakout.
Yeah, an Arduino.
I'm looking at this thing here. It's kind of designed for like scientific instrument recording, which I mean is kind of the same thing as ham. Like I mean, I would imagine it'll work in a similar way where it kind of I don't know what the code is behind the Arduino stuff going on, but I would imagine that it makes it so that there's no collisions.
Well, I don't know what those little separate dongles are doing. Those yellow, green, and red things. I don't know what they're doing to the data. But you could do it with an Arduino. You literally could pin out all of those things across the Arduino and just make it go to a separate serial connection on the and by serial I mean a device that is in your Windows whatever that you've connected the USB to.
Yeah, and the thing about that is, I mean, like the TNC for sure is going to be sending data. So it's going to be wanting to send data down the transmit line and receive data back over the receive line. And there's only one of those. There's only one pair in the radio. And you're only going to talk to them one at a time. Now, if you put some fancy device at the end of it to say, hey, if this device is transmitting, then hold off on that device and buffer it until that one's done and then send it. You could try that, but I think the radio would get very, very confused.
You're talking about a smarter radio than probably he's got.
Yeah.
And a radio like that is going to have USB because that Arduino is basically acting as a serial switch. And you know, the radio's got to have some brains to do that stuff too.
Yeah. What we used to do is we literally used to put multiple serial ports in. So in computers, we would just keep adding serial ports because there's only one thing that serial port can do and one thing only. And so you plug in one thing and then you need another one. Then you put in a serial port or a card with 2 serial ports on it. And then you plug the 2 things in.
That's actually the most important point is that at the end of the day, this all has to get back in your radio and the radio has to know what to do with it.
Right.
And if you're splitting it out into 4 directions, that might work most of the time. You might almost actually, now this goes even older school from my point of view, is we used to have the switchers, you know, like the physical switch. You go for serial. Like you could get a switching box that would split the lines because hypothetically you're not going to do all of those things at the same time.
Right.
APRS you might want to do all the time. I get that. Because it's the best mode of operation, right, Mike? But you could always just, switch to whatever you're operating on and split it out.
Yeah.
Like a lot of hoopla.
Yeah, because
one of the things I feel like Mike left out of his APRS video, not to throw any shade, is the messaging feature.
Oh yeah, he definitely did. Mike screwed up across the board on that video.
Please throw shade.
What? Yeah,
you mean the one that you can't use anymore?
No shots fired.
No, you can still go radio to radio with APRS.
Hang on.
I'm hanging.
Dude, but I will die on this hill. Hang on.
Here we go.
And I agree with Mike.
No, I don't know. I think Mike's wearing a tinfoil hat.
Mike said, "Hang on, we're hanging."
Hold my beer.
Well, I will
Josh,
say,
do any of your your Kenwood radios, your HTs, do they do that natively?
What?
Text
and APRS messages.
Yeah.
Well, without you having to use the number pad on the
Wait,
key.
what are you talking about? Like all the APRS handhelds, you can always type in the call sign of the person that you've heard or any
all
call
the real
sign
ones, the Kenwoods and the Yaesus.
Yeah, but then
and
when you're typing the
transmit-
text to the reply, how do you input it through that damn
well,
9 number keypad?
regardless,
no, thank you.
Regardless
Hey,
of
Don,
the difficulty,
OM.
you can do that.
1998 calling.
Hey Don, the OM, the
Yes.
FT 400, FTD whatever, FTM 400 has a touchscreen.
Yeah, I know. I'm not going to go through the menu to bring up the touchscreen though.
The
while I'm
menu,
driving.
it's
It's
button to send a message.
But wait, seriously.
Well, but you got to reply. You got to type in the reply.
Hold on. So yes, you can. I know it is kludgy is the word I would use.
Yeah, just like it was on the old Nokia phones. You're right.
Right. It's kludgy.
No, I don't do that. I never did.
Okay, Don, let me respond to the first question. So the first question is, can you message another ham via APRS on a handheld? And if it's a Yaesu or a Kenwood that has that, yeah, you can. You can absolutely do that. I've done it multiple times.
Within simplex range.
No, you have to be within digipeater range. And we're not even talking about eye gates. Digipeater range, yes, I've done that. And if you're talking about like then over eye gates, yes, you can do that too, assuming that they have an eye gate.
You sure
and
can.
even still, don't you have to be in simplex range to make a simplex contact?
Not on APRS. No, because the digipeater is going to take your packet and amplify it and retransmit it. It's a pseudo mesh network in the sense that when an APRS packet is picked up by a digipeater, it gets transmitted by that digipeater. And so if you've ever seen like wide 1.2 or wide 2.1 or wide 2.2, that's the amount of times that your packet will get retransmitted by digipeaters that hear your packet. So if you transmit it on HT and hit a digipeater, that digipeater is going to retransmit that packet. If you got picked up by 2 or 3 or 4 digipeaters, it's going to get retransmitted multiple times. So it's actually a wider propagation pattern than if you were just trying to hit a repeater with your voice.
If the digipeter's in Y2, it can go through multiple.
Go ahead, Alec.
I just figured out.
Said if a digipeter's in wide 2 or something, then it can be digipeated multiple times across the mesh network.
Right.
And then in Mike's video, he pointed out that he wasn't near any.
He absolutely was in the elephant mountain area that he was at. He actually had a digipeater / iGate that had a 250-mile range.
Let's bring it.
Hey, Hosh.
Yeah.
I was wondering. I can do Cash App. I don't, or whatever fangled money service people are doing now these days. But I'll give you $5 if you can say digipeater 10 times really fast.
Okay. Well, is this a challenge? Okay, I'll do.
No, I'm just joking around, man. I'm not really.
You don't have to cash at me. I'll just try it. So go ahead, Mike. What were you gonna say? KMRD, Mike.
Yeah, I'm here. So it's funny you mentioned that, and several other people have mentioned that.
I know
the repeaters around Elephant Mountain. So when Josh and I spoke on the phone last night, we were talking about something completely unrelated. We're just hanging out with friends, right?
Yeah.
But when we hung up, because I texted you guys, I was like, I don't think I actually beaconed APRS when we were at Elephant Mountain. Mm-hmm. But then I spoke to Ryan. I'm like, did we beacon? Ryan confirmed that we did. Hi, Satan. Satan wants to be part of the conversation now too.
Satan's welcome.
Hi, Satan.
Meow. We still were not heard. There are, when you're in the mountains And when I say mountains loosely, because they're not mountains in Texas, like they're like the Blue Ridge Mountains in North Carolina, not the same thing. But we weren't heard. So that's my whole issue with APRS, is that it's just as reliant on whether it's a repeater tower or a cell tower, whatever. It's reliant on an infrastructure. And if you can't hit that infrastructure, it is, and I maintain, completely worthless. Now, when we got on HF, even though the bands were dead and we were in the middle of a solar storm, we still made contacts.
Yeah, I'm not. By the way, I don't disagree with your premise in your video, because I mean, if you so by the way, this
you better not.
this is Mike. I mean, if I zoomed in on Elephant Mountain in Texas, right? There's not a whole lot of APRS out there, right? But there is one digipeater / iGate that is in that area, and if he says he tried to beacon it and it did not accept his beacon,
and I don't know. I personally cannot confirm that I hit that. Like send, when you're on the FT5 and you hit the send thing, because I was beaconing and I'm using my rubber duck. We're in the car, but a lot of the times when I was outside, I was like, I'm holding up my HT, and you go into the freaking AF menu and you hit that beacon transmit, and nothing.
Yeah,
I did that a lot.
So
I also had the beaconing on. Probably, I think I was beaconing like every 3 minutes. I had it set to that. Nothing.
By the way, Mike does actually beacon APRS. You can catch him on K8MRD-7. So
in
I
fact,
have seen
you'll be interested.
that.
You'll be interested to know, Joshua.
Yes. I'm always
if you look
interested to
at
know.
the APRS.5, I know you are. If you look APR, so are you on APRS? I'm sitting on my porch, so I'm not looking at the computer.
I am.
If you go to APRS.5, so K8MRD-7.
Yes.
Because I'm using an HP.
Yes.
I was beaconing yesterday. Does it show anything? I would hope it does.
Let's see.
It does. I see it. And here's a question for you, Mike. Were you beaconing wide 1.1 or wide 2.1?
Yes, I was.
Okay, because sometimes that
definitely.
I have no idea. And in the beginning of the video, I prefaced, I am new to APRS. I don't do it much.
But you still came so hard.
No, but I also said I did a lot of prefacing. It is my what did I say? What were the words? It is my understanding by watching you and KM4ACK and Jason, like my friends, like people who I call genuine friends. And any other video. And then some other guy made a video in response to mine, but who cares? I think his name is Joe or something. Call.
Oh, we know Joe, actually.
They all say the same.
We know Joe, actually.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy.
I met him and his wife. They're great people. That's great. Who cares? It is if you're not in range of these APRS digipeaters, or never mind a digipeater, just a repeater, you're not going to be picked up. So everything that everybody says is like the first thing they say. Well, if you don't have a cell signal, you can send an SMS message via APRS. Well, that's not happening now because that SMS gateway is dead.
That just happened recently, but up until then, yes, I did that. I did that multiple times.
But that's not the case.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I'm in the middle of the desert, in the middle of nowhere in Texas. Texas Texas takes up like a quarter of the freaking whole country. It's huge.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it doesn't. I'm being facetious here, but
no, it does.
I'm in Texas.
There's not.
Yeah, Don, you got it. It does. I know.
Yes, Don. We
But
all know you're
there's
in
not.
Texas.
You got to understand the reality that if you're living in a metropolitan area, there's probably there might be enough people who have set up repeaters and gateways specifically for APRS. Now, you guys on the West Coast, let's go with you people on the West Coast just to be more offensive. You guys have mountains.
Yeah.
So like Josh,
we do.
Josh can just go to 146.52 and key up, and he will probably talk to somebody.
Well, that's not because of the
at
mountains.
Any random
That's
time.
just,
Is that a fair statement, Josh?
No, well, yes, but that's not because of the mountains. That's because we all have pretty good antennas.
Well, right.
No,
It's
I think
simplex. It's simplex, Mike.
What he means is you're in the shadows of mountains a lot of times.
Okay, then you have a lot of simplex activity there.
Yeah,
but
that's
you also
not.
have a lot of repeaters around.
Correct.
On top of those mountains, expect that simplex activity is pretty good. You guys all know each other via the repeaters. So it's like a really big ham club, which is awesome. We're all envious of that. I would love nothing more than to just get on 14652 and make contact.
It's so big that like
But
there
when
are
you're
repeaters
talking,
that
like,
you're not even like nobody knows you on when you get into the repeaters out here. Like there's just there's nothing like that. Yeah, I get it.
Take that challenge.
I would challenge anyone. I would challenge anyone to go on YouTube and watch a video about APRS where they're all saying the exact same thing. When the grid is down, or if you're out in the woods, because I hike in the woods a lot. That's my thing. I love being out in nature. If you don't have cell signal, right? If you don't have cell signal, you can. That's always the thing. You can send a message via APRS to your loved one and send a message through.
Yes, I've done it. I've done it.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. And a lot of people have.
Yes.
But that's not the case in my experience.
Well, so then that's just
the whole point of my video.
Right. So that's just an argument for why you should make a digipeater / iGate in your home.
No, it's not.
Why not?
Because you know what that's going to do? That's gonna increase the range of the I-45 corridor another 6 miles.
Yeah.
Well, 12 miles if you want to be.
But that's how
it's
APRS
still
works.
On the freeway.
But that's how APRS works.
Freeway, Josh.
It's based off of
phone towers, dude.
Josh,
that's not how they talk about it. That's not how they talk about it, though, Josh.
I have talked about it, but that's how I've talked about it. I've done multiple shows on APRS, like talking about how wide 1 and 2 and 2.2, all that works.
Come on, Josh.
No, I don't buy. I'm claiming shenanigans.
There's no shenanigans to claim. If you have a digipeater, a digipeater's job is to retransmit packets that it hears, and sometimes those digipeaters are iGates.
And so repeater. I don't hear. So listen, Josh. I live. So my city of Huntsville, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're in downtown Huntsville and you head north on I-45, my town of Huntsville is literally kind of the last town that you're going to see until you get to Dallas. It's nothing but farmland for 150 miles north of me, other than the Buc-ee's that is 26 miles north of me.
So that's why 50-foot mast, 50-foot mast with a 2-meter antenna on it. Now you start doing digipeating and iGating. Here you go. There's your video right there, Mike, is setting up a digipeater and an iGate at 50 feet.
And Hosh, you know what? I live in College Station. I'm gonna check his story out and make sure it's legit.
Oh, here we go. We're gonna cross check it.
I'll tell you what. You're in College Station. You are whoever's in College Station. You are welcome to come to my house, and I will show you. College Station is like 50 minutes away from me. That's no big deal.
So, Mike, let me ask you a question.
College Station is latitudinally but you're way off 45.
Yeah,
I
ways.
would suspect that in College Station, there's probably some digipeaters. But if you're going to go from College Station, so let's say you're on what is it? Is it 31 that goes through there?
Yeah, it's
I don't know.
31.
Yeah. So head west to College Station towards 35. Say you want to go to Waco. What's in between College Station and Waco?
Or worse yet, head out to El Paso.
Nope. Just answer the question. What's between College Station and Waco?
Hicksville.
It's farms.
Yeah,
I was gonna
flat,
say Austin.
flat land that you can easily transmit
no,
over.
it's not flat.
State in the country.
Personally, I was hoping for more road descriptions.
Oh, shut up, Mike.
Personally.
No, but I can vouch for that. It's pretty, rural out in this side.
Mm. Yeah,
there's nothing. Texas is
What's
rural.
an iGate?
Rural juror.
Exactly. Is that Chris?
No.
Nope.
That's UK Mike.
What was? All right, sorry. You guys all sound the same to me.
Yeah.
So
I just posted.
That was racist.
I just posted.
I'm teasing.
I posted an APRS map of Texas in the chat. Look at how much of that area over around West Texas and stuff just has nothing.
I'm gonna.
That's just the last 24 hours.
I'm gonna defend Mike here real quick because last week I was in Dale, southeast of Austin, and I had my radio on the whole time and did not get picked up on a digipeater.
I'm sorry. Mike, so this is the question I like to ask Mike. Mike.
Yes.
Do you want a world
Josh.
where your packets that you beacon will get picked up and connected to an iGate? Would you like that world?
I already have that. It's called HF.
Yeah, but would you like a world where APRS works for you?
Why can't it work over HF?
Mike already knows where I'm going with this. Mike already knows where I'm going
I know
with this.
where you're going too.
No, I really don't know where you're going with this, Josh. But to answer your question, no.
Okay. So
I don't like if I want to be found, yes. But there's other the other bands do it efficiently by propagation.
Mike, where will they
APRS,
know where to go collect the body?
It's VHF.
That's not going to work either.
So if I'm dead, all right. So here, if I'm in Big Bend State Park or National Park, rather,
right,
and I can beacon, and somehow they know that I'm in trouble because maybe I said SOS on HF. Then I could take my FT5 and beacon APRS my GPS coordinates. And if and only then a search party like Adam, K6ARK.
Right.
If then they kind of knew that I was in Big Bend, and then they had a big group of people who were all monitoring APRS, and my HT was beaconing my GPS location, then they would be able to find me. That's it, dude.
Man,
but good luck.
I get such strong OM vibes with the position you've taken here. It's so like it's so like I want to be obstructing of the future and what's possible just because what's happening right now I don't like. And it's like you could be the change you want to see in the world, Mike. You could be the change. Like you're like I don't want any of this. It's all dead to me.
Hold on a second. Can't we send?
No. And Josh, you know that's not true. You know that's not true of me.
Can't we send APRS over JS8
I don't know.
Yes. The OM is strong.
So then there you go.
Oh, we got a voice change. Oh man. Yes, you can do APRS over JSA call. Do you remember when we tried to get Mike on JSA call?
Yeah, dude. I'll tell you. You want to give me a JSA call? I'll
it's
tell
FT8.
you. That's an interesting. That's an interesting conversation. I read just the other day the entire manual for JS8 call, and guess what? I still don't know how to use. The manual is horrible.
I have no problem with JS8 call.
Because you're a fucking software engineer that
No.
manages space shit, Josh.
It's not that, Mike.
No,
Mike, it's the same setup as FT8. If you set up FT8,
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
It's pretty
100%.
similar.
No, it's not.
It's pretty similar.
All right, send me a message. I'll get on JS8 call right now.
Okay.
Send me a message. Send me a message.
Hey, Mike. A message of.
Wait. Can we do this live? We're going to try and get you set up on JSA call live right now.
Dude, you can fucking send me a link and I'll join you video chat and we'll do it.
I mean, maybe.
I can do that. I can actually do that.
Let's do that. That would actually be fun. I'm kind of drunk, but let's do it.
Well, you're already dropping F-bombs, so I don't know, man.
Is that his message in a bottle?
You think F-bombs are
Hold on.
3 hours into it, can we go another 6?
I'm not trying to beat your record now, Mike. I'm not trying to beat your record.
That's what he's trying to do.
Maybe that's Josh comment.
So I'm making a Zoom chat for you to join. Hold on. So this is
Don't worry, Mike.
KI6NAZ to
Oh dear God.
K8MRD with love is the title of the chat.
Oh, with love. You're
Hey,
such a
Josh.
sweetie.
Oh.
All right.
Hey,
so-
Josh.
Yeah. Hold on. I got to get him in here.
Hang on. Give me a minute.
I'm hanging. I'm still working out my end right now.
Mike, if there's not a banana cat toy on the floor, I'm going to be disappointed.
Yeah, we're
gotta be a banana.
Oh. You
And
will
the
be.
right-
all right, Mike. I'm gonna send the link to join the Zoom to your Discord.
All right.
When there's a free moment, I just have a quick question.
I don't know that there's gonna be a free moment. Steve, just dive in. Go ahead.
No, Mike's going to take care of it.
Yeah. Once I join the Zoom call, if I show a little nipple, what happens next?
Did I didn't send it to you, did I?
Oh, okay. Well, could we direct one?
A nip slip? A wardrobe malfunction? No, please.
Oh, okay. Alrighty.
All right, so now I have to build the. Hold on, I gotta.
It's
build
got
the scene.
real weird now.
I'll pull it, Janet.
Yeah,
Jack.
really.
Okay. Just got.
All right, Mike, I'm starting the Zoom chat. So if you want to hop in at any time, we'll.
I was gonna say, Josh, you call out on
I'm
146.
getting fired up here.
Yeah. Take your time. It's good.
When you call on 14652 around here, Josh, the only person you're going to talk to is Dale.
Dale. we got a guy. We got a guy.
We have a guy, that's for sure.
We got a guy. Wait, it doesn't let me make a scene called Zoom? What the hell? Oh, it did. Okay, wait.
I don't know how much power he's running through that thing, but he's running a 2-meter quaggy, and he gets heard on 2 meters.
He is a quaggy. So sorry, everybody can't see me right now. Oh, you know what? I can fix this. Hold on. There you go.
Even some of us in NorCal know about Dale. That's sad.
What's a quaggy? Or is
think
that
it's,
a leading question?
I
think
like
it's
quad to the Yagi form.
Yeah, what's the difference between that and a cubicle quad?
Wasn't a cubicle quad got like multiple directors? I guess. Well, so can the Yagi.
Well, Yagi can too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I'm literally doing this live. I normally
I think
never ever mess with.
doubled.
I'm building a scene right now live. This is crazy. I don't normally do this.
I think
do
the
this.
audience.
Yes.
And anxiety and
Me too, buddy. Me too.
Real quick, while we have some quiet in the after chat, I wasn't around when you did the YouTube shout outs. I just wanted to quickly mention I have a new video up on my channel. I put it up the other day.
Oh yeah, man! Drop the link. Go for it.
All right, yeah, I'll drop it in Discord and on YouTube as well. It's Frank KG6, and I'll tell you.
Well,
yeah,
you only have to drop it on the Discord or the drop it on the Discord
Okay.
because it'll go to
I'll drop it on
YouTube.
Discord.
Yeah, there you go.
So, does anyone have any recommendations for a small form factor transmitter that just does APRS?
Yeah, it's the Nano Pico or the Pico APRS. The Pico APRS. That's what I'm thinking of.
I don't think Steve's ever going to have that much money.
Yeah, that's what
That's
crikey, that's a bit of a...
Yeah, it's not cheap, man. But
mate, look, that's €300.
It does everything. Like he literally just this tiny little boy, the tiniest radio, will live update the firmware off of Wi-Fi. You just tell it upload firmware. It now will firmware to connect to your phone and figure out what the right frequency is for doing radio mail, which is WinLink email. It will change frequencies to that station, do the contact, let go, and then go back to the frequency it was on.
Can it hit a digipeater 200 miles away?
I mean, probably if I was there, yeah. If we put a good antenna on it.
Yeah, I'm looking for something. I'm just looking for something small that I can hook up to 12 volts and run as a transmitter on my bike, just in case it gets nicked.
Put an AirTag on it. Put an Apple AirTag.
I don't have an iPhone.
Oh.
Good suggestion then would be Bionics tiny trackers.
Yeah, and iPhones are more expensive than that APRS thing.
Oh God!
Yeah,
it's happening.
Oh, is Mike joining?
Yeah, he's joining the Zoom right now.
Well, I mean, I think we all know that the best phone ever was the Oppo A52.
I am here.
I don't know. I'm still stuck with the BlackBerry.
Hey man, Obama was the first president to have a BlackBerry. He was being forward-thinking at the time.
All right.
Can
so
we
we're gonna
see my screen?
Yeah,
Should I move the? Should I get rid of the?
Move your image to the lower right-hand corner. That's going to be the least yet used part of all of this. Right. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Good.
Should I keep that there? What's that?
Used part.
Who cares? All right.
That's fine. Okay. So let's go to preferences for.
How do I get rid of that? Let's put that there. Okay.
Now we can't hear Mike. Are we supposed to?
Oh, you can't hear Mike.
Yeah, no mic audio.
Yeah, no mic.
That's probably
Mike.
a good thing.
All right, hold on.
But I see Satan.
I want to say I want nothing more than to do this. Oh, they can't hear me, so who cares?
Yeah, how do I route this audio into the live stream or the Discord? This is actually an area I don't know that I know how to do.
Oh boy, we'll do it live. Can they hear us?
Jeez, you freaking novice!
Isn't that why T.O. and those boys use StreamYard?
Yeah, hold on. How do I think? Let me think through this for a second. I don't know that I can do this.
Oh, Frank does Zoom, but Frank's not here.
We have the technology.
But into Discord.
Oh,
not into Discord.
Yeah, so I'm trying to take the audio output from my OBS or Zoom into Discord. I don't think I've ever had to do this. Yeah, you all hear it on YouTube. Everybody on YouTube can hear this.
Okay.
I can change the. Let me do this. Okay, at the very least, let me increase the data rate. Can I do that? No, I can't. It's already low latency. I don't have ultra low latency.
All right, everyone, let's QSY to YouTube.
Yeah, you might have to. So everybody hang out on the Discord, but you might have to go to YouTube to be able to hear Mike or Twitch. You can go watch me on Twitch. By the way, if you haven't used that Amazon free subscriber on Twitch, go ahead and drop it over there to the Hammer Radio Crash Course. That'd be great.
What does it take for you to generate closed caption?
Zoom? Where's my Zoom thing?
You'd have to turn that on YouTube.
I did, but it's not coming from you. So
on a live stream, I don't know that it's fast enough to be able to do closed caption.
I've seen it.
Can you hear me now? I'm trying to see how I can.
There is a way to do it, and another YouTuber did it the other day. I have to go back and watch it, and I'll send you that information when I get it.
So the problem with virtual audio cable is that, so by the way, yes, I have virtual audio cable set up, but if I do virtual audio cable, then you're not going to hear me because I am on a separate feed into Discord than the audio feed for OBS. I think.
What if you just have him do it over Discord?
Audio feed.
There's going to be a delay. There's going to be a
No,
delay.
I'm trying to figure out how I can mute myself. I'm trying to figure out where the Zoom is.
There's going to be a delay. There's going to be a delay. Yeah, now we're
So if I'm talking now, you can hear me now.
Echo.
It's Frank.
Frank, go ahead and mute yourself.
I wasn't muted.
Did you just hear me? I'm trying to mute myself. In case I need
You were
to
hot
cough
micing.
or something, you know.
Apologies.
All right. So unfortunately, for this, because it's totally ad hoc and I've not worked this out, you've got to hop over to YouTube or Twitch to watch this.
Yeah.
With Mike's audio, if you want to hear Mike's audio. Otherwise, you can
it's
hear me
my
fine on
fault.
Discord. No. Well, I guess you could.
Is there something I can do on my end?
You could talk directly into Discord as well. Let's see how that goes. Let's try it.
How would I do that?
Maybe Mike doesn't know how to do that.
You're no longer on the Discord.
Okay, hang on. Now my microphone should be going through the Discord. Here's my audio.
Oh my God.
You got that?
You're not in the chat. I don't see you.
I'm here.
No, you're in the.
You got them right riled up now.
No, that's my chat. Go to Ham Radio Crash Course.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's my private message to you. Now everybody can see how to join the Zoom right now, bud.
We're all coming in.
Yeah, they're all gonna attack right now. Go to my server. No, don't. That's our chat, man. That's our chat. That's all our secret information. Our secret information.
No. Prank caller.
Prank caller. Who's this?
You don't have to screenshot it. It's
Is
on.
this
It's
one?
going to be here forever.
This one right here, you mean?
Okay. All right.
Quick, get the unicorn heads.
All right. So that's close enough. I won't go insane. It's pretty close.
See,
All
now
right.
it's doubling for me.
Yeah, it's doubling for me too because
right,
you and I are
we'll
both in the same chat. We'll do it live. We'll do it live.
Do it live.
Yeah.
All right. So
we want to hear you guys yell at each other.
So I might have to go get my Mac laptop just to catch up with you here. But bring up the settings window. Do you know how to bring up the settings window at least?
Is it under preferences?
It is. What radio are you on?
7610.
Okay, easy. Go to radio.
All right. It all works. All that's set up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like you want to go here, tune? We're good.
Okay, hold on.
We're good.
Okay. So what's the problem then? So click on.
Well, how do you use it?
Oh, easy.
What do you do with it?
You're already using it.
You're saying that's bullshit. You're already using it. So like people are like, all right, and I've read the entire manual, which is crap for this, and it's like
you have beaconing set up.
Hey, really quick, Don, do you have JSA call running?
No, I do not.
Could
right
you
now.
could you do that? Because I'm gonna bend pipe. Well, you probably can't hear Mike.
Yeah, I don't even have
all right, that's
FT8
okay.
set up right
that's
now.
Okay.
All right. So let's slow down, Josh.
Okay.
For those of us watching at home that may not have ever done JS8 call, but let's say you've done enough to get it. Like JS8 call is talking to your radio.
Yes.
Where do we go from here?
Okay. So, what band are you on? You're on 20 meters?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Let me get to 20 meters. So the first thing you want to do is hit the HB button that's on the left-hand side, heartbeat.
Yep. All right.
Okay. So
heartbeat.
Your radio should go and do some things. By the way, your 7610 screen is obfuscated by my body. If you want to slide that to the right a little bit over to your logo.
Oops. I'm gonna just get rid of it. Oops, that's not the right one. Wait, I'm obfuscating your logo? Is that what you said?
No.
No,
I'm saying
your logo.
You move it over enough that it clears your logo so that your logo's still on the screen.
Oh, I don't care about my logo.
Okay, well, that's, I'm just looking out for you, bud.
You're getting
Can't
replies.
see the KMRD next to the. I don't care. Here, let's logo. Where is it?
Where you get?
Oh, see, okay, you already
Mike.
got heartbeats back. Okay, so that red line at the top is somebody replying to you that they heard your heartbeat call.
Okay.
I need a heartbeat.
All right. So let's slow down.
I'm slowing down.
What is a heartbeat? So basically, for me, that just says I just called CQ.
A heartbeat is like pinging to have everybody echo back to you your signal so that you add it to the list on the right-hand side. So see that far right-hand side list?
Yeah, this one right here.
Yeah, that's people that said,
hey, that
HRCC?
Yep.
Yeah, so that they're saying, hey, I hear you, bud. You're making it in there. So
what do we do with that? So basically a heartbeat is you're saying, hey y'all, I'm out here. Like is that like
I'm living my best life. I'm living my best life.
You're talking to me, Josh.
I know who I'm talking
about. So slow your roll. So what is a heartbeat? What does that do?
It's basically requesting all listening stations to come back to your signal to let you know that they are heard by you. Let them know that I hear you, Mike. You're out there.
Okay.
And so then those are people that hear you so that you can put on the rightmost side, the application's doing that for you, so that you know that they're out there and they can hear you. And so I'm actually probably going to leverage those people in a second. So I gotta get flipped over here so I can actually talk to you.
We've got all night. We've got what do we 5.5 more hours now.
Right? No, we're not trying to beat your record. We're not trying to beat it.
So KG4UHM heard my heartbeat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's somebody that heard you. And so if you wanted to, you could right click on that call sign.
Mm-hmm.
And then go to directed message or saved messages. Yeah, there you go. Then do like SNR. Do you see SNR in that list?
Yep.
Okay. So now you're basically pulling him directly to say, hey.
So here's the thing. So let's slow down right now.
Uh-huh.
Because in the instructions, nowhere in there does it say just right click on something.
Yeah.
The instructions for JS8 call are worse than the first iteration of a Baofeng menu.
Okay. I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm just going to tell you how to do it.
I read the entire thing twice.
Okay.
Still don't know how to use JS8 call. It's not intuitive. So now we have red. What does that mean?
So he replied to you what your signal report was.
Okay, so we're -3. So that's great. So
that's good.
So let's explain what's going on here. So on the left, if the kids at home can see my mouse, you can see my mouse, right? Yeah.
Pretty much.
So I mean, it is kind of like FT8. So this right here is like, are we hearing the entire bandwidth here?
Yeah, for everybody that's on JS8, they're all on the same band.
Okay.
So it's kind of like FT8 in the same sense. Yeah.
So now let's go back. Can we go down here to the bottom right for a minute? Because this is kind of important for me. So when you look at, so you've got, if we're over here -1,000, it's yellow at the top, like right where my cursor is. But then we go over here to 2,500, it's yellow too. So is the bands that the bandwidth that we're supposed to use on JS8 call just in this green right here? And then we don't go over here?
No. So JS8 call uses heartbeat on the leftmost side. So that leftmost side is reserved for the heartbeat calls. And then everything to the right is going to be like ongoing conversations that's going on. And you're actually hearing them. It's the lines in white below and above the red. Those are people that are talking right now on the same frequency. Or similar frequencies.
But notice my cursor's on 2,500 right now. 2,500 to 3,000.
Yeah, that's kind of like picking your output for FT8. It's like picking the frequency that you'd be transmitting on. You're trying to find an open spot, which on JS8.
So we want to transmit in here?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, in the yellow area or the green area. You don't want to go.
The yellow is used for heartbeats and signaling. The green area is used for messaging.
Right. Did you hear that?
The yellow is for heartbeats and signaling. The green area is for messaging.
Correct.
So what does that mean? That's a whole other thing to go down now.
Yep. So it's quick though. So the heartbeats are sent out of the messaging band. That way they don't collide. You don't cover up heartbeats. But there's also some signaling. So this can act as a mailbox for people.
What do you mean by signaling?
So that's what I'm explaining. The application has like mailboxes built in where I can send a message to someone else through you. I can ask you who you hear, and your machine will store it until you see them, and then you will send that message on. So there is forwarding built into JS8 call as well.
Yes, I understand. I understand what you can do with JS8 call.
Okay.
So when
you don't understand how to do it.
Gotcha.
Okay, does that make sense?
Well,
you got to dumb it real down.
You got the first part of it. The first part was just straight blasting out the heartbeat, and so
if I'm on this 1,000 or below, I'm going to send a heartbeat over here, right?
But if you click the heartbeat button, the HB button, it will automatically move you down there. It'll do it for you.
All right. So I'm just going to put my stuff right here.
Yeah. So then click.
I'm going to hit heartbeat. Okay.
Yeah. So watch the lines will move down when you transmit.
I'm going to hit. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
All right. So what if I do it over here, and then I hit heartbeat? Still moves it down there. All right. I'm going to hit halt because I don't actually want to do that. We're learning.
Right.
So what happens if you're over here in the 25 to 3,000 portion? What do we do with this? Because
that's like the communications. Well, you can. I guess you can transmit in an area. I don't know that you cannot transmit in that area. I don't know that anything's going to stop you, but generally it's the green area that you want to put your transmitting frequency into.
Okay, so we should. So I should actually. So that's why we go back down to this lower portion. And for anyone that doesn't look like this, you can grab this. For me, it looked like this. All of this stuff was way over to the right.
Mm-hmm.
And I figured we could just grab this. So I started playing with this. So what should our center frequency be here then?
You can click it whatever you want. You just don't want to be on another station that's transmitting.
Okay. So is this kind of irrelevant?
No,
this portion here. Or?
Oh, okay. So the rightmost side, it's used for a couple of things. So the rightmost side is
sorry,
used...
my
a little bit.
My camera is blocking this whole here.
Yeah.
All right.
So the offset and all that stuff is kind of used for the waterfall. The timing, so you know how in FT8 you got to give it like a GPS source and all that stuff?
Yeah.
If you click timing, go to timing. So you can actually use that to use the other stations to balance your timeout. You can figure out time from the other stations transmitting.
I get that.
Okay, so that's why that exists.
Yeah, I understand the timing part. So let's talk about display.
Mm-hmm.
So this, I mean, like I kind of got this was like it felt like FT8 started 500 hertz. But like, is there a reason we would want to start anything different? I mean, to me, like. Here's the yellow. I assume I just want to start at 500 hertz.
It's mostly dependent on the radio you're using. So if you don't have a reason why you can't be in that space, 500 hertz is fine. Okay. That's just default. To be honest with you, I don't mess with that. All
right.
You don't need to.
And then the bins per pixel is just how wide that graph is.
Right.
So what should we set our bins per pixel? Like how wide? Like is so now we're 500 to 1400 is my bins per pixel. Like so now like this is all yellow here. I suspect that's probably not where we would want to be for bins per pixel.
You want to try and cram the most amount of bandwidth in there if you can. Because technically your radio, the 7610 is going to be really wide. You're probably like 3,000 kilohertz or 300 kilohertz. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm
300
kilohertz wide.
Yeah. So in that case, you just want to get it spaced in there so you can just see the contacts going on. See that yellow square? That's somebody that was making a contact recently.
Well, no, that was so that's
so somebody's transmitting somebody's transmitting right now. That's that yellow.
This is actually I think this is FT4 actually. If we listen to it.
If you're in normal mode, it's FT8. If you go to fast mode, it's FT4.
So go to mode. Click on mode. You're in normal mode right now, and so that's a bit different with JS8 that you can change the mode speed. So all within JS8, you could run like FT4, you can run like FT8, you can do all that like through the mode. I just leave normal on most of the time. I don't do anything more complicated than that.
So that's where we are. So I don't need to pay attention to like.
Yeah, no, you don't really have to mess with a lot of this. Yeah, well, other than to get out of the way of it, just pick a slot.
Do I need to pay attention to 2500 to 3000?
I mean, you can. I'm just saying, the only thing that you care about is that you're not in the same space that somebody's transmitting.
All right, I understand. So then let's go to control. I mean,
no, just click on the waterfall you want. Just click on the waterfall where you want to be. Yeah. And then just make a CQ call. Click CQ.
Right, hang on. So how do we know where we are though? So like
we're on 14.078
right here offset.
Yeah.
1906. Okay. All right. So let's go. All right. So we're on here. So now what do I do?
Well, you're going to call CQ, right?
Sure. How do we do that?
Click the CQ button. And then now you're on the 800 or 1800 kilohertz or something around there. So you'll
1498 hertz is what it says.
Okay, 1498. It's hard for me to see on the screen right now, but so yeah, you're gonna transmit on that frequency space. So anybody that can hear that is gonna come back to you, and then you're gonna be able to talk to them. So you see that yellow window, the yellow box?
Yeah.
Those are directed messages to you. Everything below that is your typing window. That white box below it is where you type in things.
So we're talking about this,
right?
My mouse window. This stuff here
in
the middle.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So I understand that, but that's great that we're explaining it to everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
So I've gone through like I have made contacts and just like typing hi, I'm Mike, whatever, right?
Okay.
So the bigger thing is, and let's see if somebody comes back to us. I would hope that there's somebody. Should I call CQ again?
Well, Steven and I and Alec are all on there. I can see messages from
Alec.
We're
just making fun of Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, dude! Welcome to the club, man. I make fun of myself all the time.
Are you not seeing any messages from them?
I don't see myself on the screen, and I've been calling out for a while, pointed directly at him on the beam.
I can see both Mike and Dawn out here in Northern California, but my radio's not wanting to transmit.
Yeah, I see Alec, and I see you're talking to Steven, but I don't see Steven. I know I won't see Mike, so that's a given. But I could talk to Mike if I can see somebody that sees Mike.
Does seeing my radio's screen help at all?
Nope.
Not really? All right, so we'll just get rid of that.
Once we know it's working, there's no need.
If somebody said they heard you, then you're transmitting. You don't need it anymore.
So I'm transmitting. Here's the audio.
Okay, finally I'm in there now. Okay, so I'm in now. I'm gonna drop a heartbeat. So Mike, don't transmit for a second. You're done? You're not calling CQ or anything? Oh yeah, that's fine. I'll wait. I'll wait.
No, I just hit halt. It's good.
Okay, I'm gonna point the beam at you. Hold on here. Pointing the beam. Stand by.
So notice there's like nothing here on the right side of my screen here. Is that just a passband thing? Again, that's like, should I not even care about?
Yeah, don't ignore it. Well, so to be honest, most of the stuff is like you can kind of ignore it. Oh, that's.
But I'm like, should I just close in my that's a bins per pixel thing. See that?
Hold on, I gotta.
No, that's not. Hang on.
Apparently, I don't have the right microphone set up.
Yeah,
Okay, got it. We're good. Okay, so hold on, Mike. I'm going to pull a heartbeat right now. I need a heartbeat. Here we go. I'm transmitting.
I'm going to keep clicking things.
Why? This is really fighting with me. Oh, that's why. All right, hold on.
I do have a suggestion when you're done, Josh. There.
Oh, bring them. Bring them.
So you can right-click on all call, and go down to directed messages. So up at the top right, all call. That would be everyone. And in directed messages, there's an SNR question mark, and it sends out a beacon saying to everyone, "What is my SNR?" And you'll get a bunch of responses, automated responses from people that had that turned on.
So what does that say? Because I just did. I right-clicked onto all call, and you said there's an SNR.
All right, do the maybe not all call. Do the HRCC then. Any of us that are in HRCC.
You got it. You got to be very specific, dude.
All right,
here's the takeaway.
Okay.
Right-clicking is a thing we need to do in JS8 call.
Yes.
On that rightmost window with the
just
there.
in general, right-clicking is a thing we need to do in this. All right.
Yes.
So I right-clicked on Ham Radio Crash Course. Directed to.
Yeah, and then there's an SNR question mark.
All right, got it.
Okay.
Just
so now everybody that's a part of that group call will hear you asking, "What is my signal?" Basically.
Okay.
If they
I don't know what I did with my waterfall, but
your filters look a little tight on the radio. Is the filter at 2.4 at least?
On the radio, it's 3.
This
is just on the thing.
That's a little tight there.
Yeah, I screwed something up. No, on my 7610, it's the filter is 3, but see, something's not right. I screwed something up here.
It doesn't refresh while you're transmitting.
Yeah, but see how wide this signal is?
Oh, it got open up again. Whatever you did is smooth again. See how wide it is?
But see how this 1,000 to this. I did something.
Oh my god.
Something up. Anyway,
you're on display right now. So my topmost display is 500 hertz for the start, and bins per pixel is 2.
2. All right. So what was your start? 500?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Let's just leave it at that. I'm gonna do another. I'm sending right now, apparently. Okay. Yeah, I'm sending something. I'm replying to somebody. Okay, so somebody's already messaging me.
Are you getting sent something from ZL1?
For you guys.
No. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so what is the point of this, Mike? Well, the point is that we can message back and forth. You're not seeing my heartbeats right now, and I'm not seeing your heartbeats. So I need to apparently get a response.
Send a message.
Yeah, so I need to bent pipe it through another ham station to do that. So
well, here's Josh.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm seeing the both of you. Mike is a -6, and you were, let's see here, you were a +1, but I haven't gotten the FT710 set up for JS8 call yet, so I'm not able to transmit out.
Well, then why are you mentioning this? Alec already mentioned he can hear us just fine.
All right.
Well, but thank you for confirming that you're hearing.
I mean, I've got Josh at +17, but I'm not hearing Mike. Yeah,
okay. Oh, you're not hearing Mike. Okay.
Correct.
All right. So we got to find a station that can hear both of us. Yeah.
So how do we? So he just said he heard you as a +17.
Yeah.
And he doesn't hear me at all. So how do we like? They're like you can send messages and you go into your inbox. So like I want this to work.
Mm-hmm.
How? So I mean, it's like email. Like JSA call is legit. Like the best SHTF mode that there is.
So
it just has the worst user interface.
It's kind of like APRS, but you can use anybody as a digipeater.
Like APRS, he's already out.
Yes.
So listen. So all
how
these.
Does Josh send me a message via someone else?
So like ZL3 Charlie Tango November, they hear me at -15, or I hear them at -15, and you also hear them. If they can hear me, I can send a message through them to you.
If. So That's still way too confabulated. How are you going to know that?
Okay, so all right,
Oh.
Mike. Okay, let's. I'm gonna.
You guys got to slow it down. You got to simpleton terms,
Okay.
buddy.
Okay. So the rightmost window where all the call signs are. You see how it says
Yep.
all call?
Yep.
All call is everybody that can hear you. So
All right.
if you right click on that and you say directed message again, and you go to, let's say, query call sign or query call. So I'm doing an all call query to see if anybody can hear Mike K8MRD. And the only way they'll know if they can hear you is after you transmitting your heartbeat and being in their list, right?
Okay.
So once we propagate a network of you transmitting your heartbeat, I can use that heartbeat to actually find other people that can hear you. And then when I can find that, I can bent pipe a message through that individual and have it go directly to you.
Okay.
So that's how we use it. Well, that's one of the ways we use it.
I'm just curious, are we hamstringing ourselves on this thing by using 20 meters? Because there'd be a lot more people on 40. And so there might be people that can hear Mike and hear you.
Okay,
you
so
want to see my 40 meter noise level?
Oh, okay, well, so yeah, just
Actually,
there you
it
go. Mike knows
matter.
how to do it. All right, he's already there.
Yeah.
So let's go to 40.
Yeah, we're there.
We're going to
Mike,
40.
do you, on 40, can you do FT8?
By the way, this is
we're
good.
Yeah, okay, you're good.
We're good. I have a solid S9 plus noise floor on 40.
So I'm now gonna try and so this is my screen. I'm gonna add Mike here so you guys can all see in. Oh. Oh, he's all up in the mix. Oh, I see what he did there. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Let's just go ahead and silence you for a second. All right, so I'm going to call heartbeat on my side, and let's see if Mike can hear me. So I'm going to hit heartbeat. Again, this is my side. Remember, the orange screen is me. And I'm going to go back to Mike, and we're going to try and see it live here.
Yeah, but does Mike need
wait.
to...
Well, I might be in there. I might be in there.
Say what?
Do you see me?
Oh, I'm going to do it.
There it is. He can see me. All right.
I told you, 40 meters.
So now I'm on your list. Did you see me on the right-hand side?
I mean, your kiss is always on my list. But sure.
That's right. Okay, so now you hit heartbeat, and let me see if I can hear you. All right, I'm going to go back to me here for a second. Your kiss is all I miss. All right, because let's hold on. Let's go back to him for a second. Nope, that's the wrong one. That's him. Transmitting. Are you transmitting right now?
I just did a heartbeat.
I need a heartbeat. Uh-oh.
Damn you for that earworm.
Where do you turn on the auto reply?
Well, we'll get there in a second.
Okay.
that's under if you're on Windows
Mode
file
menu.
settings, general behavior, and it's under there.
How is that?
Oh, thank you, TC Fitz. Appreciate it.
On Windows, it's in the mode menu. It's a check to auto reply.
All right, hold on. I gotta add
Something. I don't know what I just did with.
Oh, he blowed it all up.
No, there's that big black box. I have no idea what that is. That should be the.
Oh, there it is. We got him. TC Fitz. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it, bud.
Yeah, so I turned off the check mark that says auto reply with acknowledgement.
Yeah, you got to turn it off. Yeah, you don't want to acknowledge
right.
it. You just want it to be automatic. Yeah. So Mike can hear me. Are you hearing him, Alec? Can you get on 40? Or can anyone on Discord hear Mike right now?
I do have Mike at +3, yes.
Oh, you
I'm
do?
Gonna go
okay.
I'm going to go make water really quick. And I'll be right back.
Drop a heartbeat, Alec. Did you already drop one?
I did.
Oh, you did. All right. Oh, I see you. Okay, so we'll just I'll just do an easy one on this.
Y'all are gonna hear me make water. Maybe not. I don't know.
No, I'll mute you real fast then. All right, so I'm sending Alec a message. We're gonna do all of this while he's gone, which is really funny. I'm gonna bounce a message through Alec to Mike, and he's gonna be gone.
There's a bunch of people on 40.
Yeah, 40's hot. All right, so my message is out, or it's about to be out.
Yep, I'm receiving the second part now.
All right, there we go. So we have sustained communication. So I'm going to right click on Alec and I'm going to say directed message to him. And I want to do please. Let's see. Message. Please relay this message.
No. It's a relay. Right under that menu, there's another menu option called relay via. So under the directed to, go to relay via.
Where?
So right click my name.
I did.
And then relay via info.og. One below that.
I was at
YouTube lag, sorry.
Yeah. K8 MRD. Yo, this is the relay message. Oh, and it helps if you actually have a K8, not a K star.
Yeah.
It's holding down shift. Oh, he's back. Shoot. I thought I would get it done before him. All right, so now
I still have no idea what you're talking about. But
so
I'm talking about the relays. So like I know that I can be like at K6 NINAZ. What the hell's your name?
Well, you don't have
Come
to
on,
do anything.
Josh.
Don't do anything. Don't do anything. Mike,
He
don't
read
do
the
anything.
whole manual, remember?
Don't do anything. So what I'm doing, what we have determined while you were gone is that Alec can hear both you and I. Oh, is that what's? No, just don't do anything. Don't do anything. Don't touch anything. I am sending a message to Alec to forward that message to you because he hears both of us, but you can't hear me. You can hear me, but I can't hear you. So we're gonna split the difference, and we're gonna use another station to bounce my message to you.
But you need to know that, though, right?
Well, no, I just did that by saying who can hear K8MRD, and he can. You can do that in the app.
Right, but I watch Julian's videos, and he's like, I'm getting messages. It's like, how do you just do you just like at OH8STN? Here's my message, and there you go, and send it, and then OH8STN just right clicks somewhere over here, and he's like, send me my messages. Like
it was completely automatic for me.
So if his radio is on and he's progressively sending heartbeat messages, then he's building the log on the right-hand side for people that can hear them. And so all we hypothetically have to do is find a station between us or just direct that we can bounce the message off of. That's all we're trying to do right now.
So it's not as automatic as it seems.
Look. Yes, acknowledge. Look.
Here it is.
There it is. Oh my God. Now,
so I just hit delete?
Yeah, you definitely hit delete. No, hit yes.
Right.
All right. So this says a transmission is queued for auto reply.
It's an acknowledgement.
Would you like to send this transmission?
Yes.
What am I saying? So I'm just I know
you're acknowledging receipt of transmission of the message that I sent you.
You're sending a message back to Alec.
I understand that. ACK means acknowledge. I don't know what DO4 means, but sure.
It's just a code that the app
uses. It's just a code. You're just supposed to know that. See,
it tells you in the manual.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. The manual sucks balls.
Well, no, it's a thing that nobody really cares about. That's the thing is you might be focusing too much on the thing that doesn't really matter. Right. So at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is just make a communication.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Mike, I'm going to tell you this as an engineer that is not a programmer. I I am sympathetic to where you're coming from.
Thank you, Mike. I love you. There's a reason we're friends.
I was literally,
Yes, there is.
I'm literally trying to work on a video why everybody needs to stop worrying about acronyms.
It is another level. It is another level with programming. Do I get it? Yes. Can I do it? Yes. Do I enjoy it? Fuck no. That's why I'm a hardware guy.
The thing is, this program was written by a software guy.
So there it is. There's the message. Yo, this is a relay message to you, K8MRD. That's the message.
Way up there? This one?
No, it's right above. It's right above the. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, it just showed up
in the red.
I don't know what this is.
That's
this
it.
over here. So now I need to listen over here. No, that says N5SKT.
No, so he's going direct. He's going direct to you.
Yeah.
So
No.
Don can hear you.
Yes,
this right here.
The hearing means I'm asking your radio to tell me what stations you're hearing.
Oh, I got to stand up.
Y'all need to slow the hell down because y'all just said something red. So K8MRD N40G is greater than KI6 NAZ acknowledge whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was my relay message. Yo, this is a relay message. That was me sending from Alec to you.
Normally, if you're doing this, you're not going to see both sides of the conversation. So there's too much information here, kind of, because you could already hear both of us.
How are you going to know this?
You would ask who can hear K8MRD, and then somebody that hears them, you would relay a message through them. If I'm trying to talk to you,
I'm in the middle of the desert.
Yep.
I have my Yaesu radio, which tells me my GPS coordinates.
Right.
And I just type them in here, right? Okay. I'm not actually going to send that. But you see that, right?
Mm-hmm.
What am I going to do with this? What is somebody going to do with this?
They're going to send messages back and forth. That's the point.
I mean, I'll tell you what I do.
So I'm just gonna say, test SOS K8MRD.
No, don't do that because somebody's actually might think it's an emergency.
It says test.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oof. Yeah.
Fuck them.
Oof.
Yeah, there you go. Say test, fuck them, test.
Yeah. Go ahead. Let's hit send.
If you want to make it really official, say this is a drill. Test SOS.
Where
this
is
is a
it?
drill.
Doesn't matter, Mike. Doesn't matter. Test.
It's done. It's
and
all,
they
all
do
done.
this in drills. If you watch like the Aries and race these guys when they do nets, they have a whole net and they preface it with, "This is a test. This is a test. It's all right." So that's what I'm doing. All right. So who cares? Who cares?
Sure.
But nobody's going to come to save me anyway. Even all right. Let's be real.
Facts.
All right, so test SOS, test K8MRD, test. So who got that? So I just beaconed at that. That wasn't directed.
Well,
at
that is really that's what heartbeats are for. So when you send a heartbeat, there's an option in there to acknowledge heartbeats. So when you send a heartbeat, people will acknowledge the heartbeat, so you know exactly who's out there and can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's so many people. By the way, so let's compare and contrast like Mike's to mine. Look at all this like banter that's going on. There's people trying to message Mike and like, Mike, are you there? Like, there's so many people right now. It's crazy.
I have 67 people in my call signs heard list.
Yeah, it's huge right now. It's huge.
And I do see Mike's test message, but it's not directed to me, so I don't get the red, but I do see it.
I wonder, like, so I'll just do this for the sake of doing it. So there's K8MRD. I'll just blast a message.
So you can't. So basically, you can't just say like "help me" in the message. You have to heartbeat.
Yeah. So no, there is the at all call.
Here, let's do it. Let's do another heartbeat. Whatever. All right,
I need a heartbeat.
Fuck it. We'll hold it. All right, hold it. So there's the all call. All right,
So
what do we do with that?
So all call is kind of like saying, "Hey everybody."
Hey everybody.
It'll show up as green in everybody's list on the left side.
What do we do with that?
Well, you ask people who can hear the station that you're trying to reach.
Slow down.
Okay.
Slow down.
So okay.
Slow down.
Okay.
I have selected all call.
Yes.
What do I do with that?
So all call is everyone that can hear you.
I understand that.
And it could be an all call message like saying, "Hey, everybody out here, how's it going?"
I'm not looking for a definition. Slow down.
Okay. What do you want? What do you want?
What do you want?
Slow down.
What do you want from me? I'll give it to you. What do you
I
want?
just clicked on all call.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to send a message to all call, or do you want to do something specific?
I want to know, what does selecting on all call do?
It
well, then you want a definition.
Well, okay. So I have
Slow down.
I have to give you a definition now. All call is everyone.
I understand that.
Okay. So you can double click all call, which would be a text message to everyone. Give it a space. Give it a space there.
All right. So who would know to do that?
Trial and error. Yeah. So by the way, Mike, by the way, I don't think anyone is disagreeing with you about the manual. I don't think anyone is disagreeing.
Not at all.
So nobody would know. I would never. I read the manual twice, literally 3 days ago.
Uh-huh.
The entire manual, I read it. They do not illustrate. They do not tell you how to use this. So we just learned something.
So we had a
So we
net.
just double-clicked all call.
Double-click all call.
So
Give it a
now
space.
I did all call.
Yeah, you did all call twice, actually.
All right. So how do we get rid of that?
Just delete it.
Screwed
Just
up.
hit backspace. Hit backspace. It's a keyboard. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Now you could just type
So
it
now,
in.
let's
You could just
back
type
up.
in
Let's-
at all
all right.
call. Yeah.
Slow down.
Yeah.
I'm slowing.
Slow down.
I'm there. Slow it down.
You guys were just click on all call. That's where we were at.
Well, no.
Yeah. But that's not how you do it, though.
That's not how you do that. Well,
you
that's
write,
how you guys are explaining it.
You right click on all call and go send.
See, that's different.
Well, no,
yeah,
no,
right.
hold on. So, Mike, as a father of a 6-year-old and 9-year-old, I can get you where you're going.
Talk to me as I'm your 4-year-old.
Okay, so if you double click on all call and you give it a space, hit the space bar. One time.
And then you have to give it a space.
One time. Now you can type any message you want to everyone listening.
Like that?
There are people that responded to your test SOS, by the way.
Now.
That's great.
Now, keep it ham radio good. So here's the thing. How much
Just keep clicking.
How much text you put into that message? It's FT8, so there's only so much text you can put into a 15-second segment.
That part I do understand.
Right. So if you make a really long sentence, you're gonna be all calling everybody for multiple segments, right? So I'm monitoring out here. I'm monitoring. I'm waiting for
So for the lay person that's watching at home, we just double clicked on all call.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're just saying hi, everybody. So all call is literally
everyone
transmitting to everyone in the world.
Everyone. Well, everyone that can hear you, Mike KMRD.
I understand that, but it's listening on JS8 calling 40 meters.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Correct.
All right. Okay.
So let's see. Am I hearing it?
The one thing that is different.
I saw it at plus 14.
Okay, plus 14. So there you go, Mike. You're making it to Alec at plus 14. Alec has got
I know we're making
big
context,
setup right now. I'm jealous of his.
The making of the context is not my concern.
No, I get it. I get it.
How do we use this? Like, we've got to simplify this. We've got to dumb it down for a guy like me.
Well, that's Tech
I got
Prepper.
These questions.
Tech Prepper's.
Nope.
That's what he's doing.
I watch him. He's still the Tech Prepper. He's a freaking coder. He knows this. Like, he does this in his sleep.
So what are you proposing?
The one thing is, though, when you send out to all call, it doesn't highlight it in red. That's one
Right.
thing
So
I
now,
know.
N4ATU is saying hello, Mike. So now here, like in this message thing,
Yeah. So let's
is this going out to the all call?
No,
like everybody in the world.
So everyone is going to hear what you're transmitting on this frequency, but let's go down this rabbit hole. Who is the guy who replied to you?
It's Steven.
Steven.
N4ATU. He
So
said, hello, Mike.
let's find him on the rightmost window. Let's find his call sign. Do you see it?
Oh, so we gotta go over here now.
Well,
here he is.
Okay, double click his call sign.
Oh, so we gotta double click him now.
Double click him.
Not right click him.
Double click.
Double click.
Now give him a space. Throw that space in there.
And then you gotta
give him the hot space, and then say
nobody would ever know this.
All right, hold on.
And then say
hi.
Hi. Yes, good.
So let's back up 1 second. Let me explain something else. You see the
It's gonna
stars.
save your life someday.
You see the stars by people's names. Those are people that have sent messages to you.
I might want to go back to APRS. No, I don't. I'm kidding.
You do.
No, I don't.
You do. You love
because
it.
this is over.
Well,
HF.
wait a minute.
This is over HF.
APRS can be sent over JS8 calls.
Don, I'm gonna drive.
We're not there. Don, Jesus Christ, we're not at that point.
Don,
we're
you're
not
killing
at
me.
that point. We're not there, man. We're not there. We're just getting him directed message replying at this point. Come on.
I know.
So nobody says like you got to go over to the right side of the window, and then you got to double click this, or you got to right click this, or you got to.
So the answer.
These aren't things that like.
Wait, Mike. So that's why you watch my videos, because I've done multiple videos on JSA Call talking about exactly what you're doing. Double-clicking on the call signs, right-clicking on the call signs, why you want to do that, why you don't want to do that. I've covered all of this. So I'm walking you through what I've done in other videos right now.
And I've watched all of those videos, and you and I have talked, and we've all said the one time we get on JS8 Call a year is when you do a stream. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. All right.
All right.
So can I clarify a few things?
Go ahead.
Please,
Mike,
do.
Anything directed at you or at all call is going to be in the yellow window. So the yellow window.
All right.
So that means if it's directly to K8MRD or directly to all call, it's going to be in that yellow window. So that is what you pay attention to, because those are your messages.
So does that have anything to do with like where you're paying attention? So like on FT8, if I'm on like 2000, my yellow window is only going to show those stations.
You got it. And the leftmost window is more like a
it's
debug
not
window.
Necessarily. So this yellow window is not people who are calling me. This yellow window is just where I'm receiving.
The yellow window is anything either directed or to a group that you're in.
The leftmost white window is everything you're hearing.
That's not my question.
Okay, what's your question?
So what he's saying is this yellow window, which I would argue is more tan, but that's a different story.
Yeah,
fine.
I didn't work in the design industry for 20 years, but so if my frequency window is right here on FT8, that's the only signals that I'm going to hear, whether they're calling me or not.
No. You hear everything on the leftmost window. The white window is everything. It's that whole bandwidth space.
I understand that. So the left window is the entire bandwidth, just like
FT8.
FT8.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. So then you have that middle khaki. Let's call it a kahaki window.
Yeah. Okay. That's
right.
Fine. Yeah.
Okay. So is that just my bandwidth there?
No.
Or is that? See here.
Okay, so wait.
Calling me,
Mike. Since you understand FT8, people that call you don't have to be on the same sliver as you. Your app knows that they're calling K8MRD on FT8. They don't have to be on your calling frequency. They're just calling K8MRD, and the fact that they're calling K8MRD means they show up on your kahaki window that you got there.
It's kahaki.
Kahaki. Thank you for the correction.
So is this window? Is this my transmit window, or
it's your receive window? It's your receive window.
So that's my receive. So where am I transmitting?
Just below it. The white window, the white little box, the tiny little window, just below the kahaki window. The white window.
No, but I'm talking on the waterfall. So if you look at my
thing, see that red line? It's just like FT8. See the red line? That's your transmit spot.
So that's where I'm transmitting.
That's
so
where you're transmitting.
There's no receive.
It's listening to the whole bandwidth. It's listening to the whole bandwidth.
But on FT8, there's a transmit and a receive.
No, but the receive doesn't matter, because if someone calls you on a receive you're not listening to, you're still going to hear it.
I understand
you know that.
If someone calls you on an FT8 frequency and you're not receiving in that little thing, you still have that little thing on the bottom. On FT8, you have the thing over here. That's your transmit, and then over here's your receive.
The thing on the bottom on FT8, the green window, the receive window, is just where your receiver's moving around when you're like actively making a contact with somebody on that frequency. It doesn't matter though. It's totally moot. It's totally moot. It's the transmit.
This is where I'm transmitting. This is where I'm transmitting.
Yes.
There is no receive. There is no separate receive thing. Okay.
Correct.
Sure.
Without answering that question, you answered that question.
Okay.
So yes. Okay.
Yes.
So this is where we're transmitting.
Yes.
There is no separate here's the bottom of that. Here's where you're receiving.
You're listening to the whole bandwidth.
We got the whole thing. All right.
You got it all, bud.
We got that.
The world is yours.
I wish. Okay. So now, all right. So that's cool.
Okay. All right. So everybody you hear, again, everybody that's on the rightmost window next to the Kahake window is everybody that you've heard. So you can make a contact with any of those people, hypothetically.
All right.
Right?
So this is our receive window.
Again, hypothetically, meaning you heard them. You don't know that they heard you. The best way to determine that is blast off another heartbeat.
Why do you have a star?
Because I heard your heartbeat, hypothetically, and you heard mine, hypothetically.
The star is by people who have directed messages at you.
Okay.
So I bent piped
okay.
through Alec.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. He just said the star is somebody who has a directed message. So I wanted to ignore Don, but let's.
No, Don's good. Don's actually a good. He's in between us.
So Don is starred.
Yeah.
I only wanted to ignore him out of spite and fun. So now Don is starred. What do we do with this?
So double click on him and you can send him a message if you want to.
Did he send me a message?
Doesn't matter.
No.
You can do whatever you want.
He did.
All right.
Oh, he did?
Yes, I did.
How do I check my messages?
Well, there's two ways. There's an inbox, but there's also the Kahake window that we've already explained.
Let's go to the inbox. How do we do that?
So go to view and wait, hold on. Where's messages? View.
See, they don't even know.
View show message inbox under the view menu.
View show porn window.
Well, also I'm on Windows right now.
No. Show what? Show message.
Show
inbox?
message inbox.
View. I have show tab bar, frequency, activity, heartbeats, show band activity. I don't have anything that's.
Keep going.
Start from the bottom.
There it is. I see. Okay.
There you go. So that's your message inbox. I can throw a message in your inbox. I will do it again. Okay. Well, so let me switch over to my side. So I'm going to go back to Alex.
No, hang on. So,
well, because I can't hear you directly, so I have to bend pipe my message to your inbox.
This
This
is what's important.
Yeah.
So if I'm out in the desert,
right? I gotta bend pipe to you.
Say,
I gotta find a station. I gotta find.
So hang on,
Mike. I gotta find a digipeater that can hit you up while you're in the desert.
Is Josh getting frustrated?
No.
All right. So let's back up
again. I got a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old. I'm not getting frustrated by you, Mike.
No, I know. So in order for this to work, and I'm just trying to clarify, if Ryan and I were out in the desert, and we set up HF, we got JS8 call. Is the first thing that you want to do when you set up JS8 call is just hit that heartbeat button. You gotta. So heartbeat is like, does anybody? Hello. Is there anybody out there? And then assuming somebody gets you, then you need to link through that station and then say, hey, so let's just hypothetically, so let's say we're in the desert and I send a heartbeat on JSA call.
Right.
And so how do you send a heart? But how do you send? So I say a heartbeat, and then I saw that. Is it over here in the messages where you acknowledge? I mean, let me send a heartbeat because I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Heartbeat is just so that you can populate other people's rightmost lists with your station.
Yeah, just don't transmit yet, Mike.
I'm transmitting. It's too late.
Well, so Alec, I am now forwarding a message to Mike that you need to store in your inbox.
Well, you know what? That's great because I'm transmitting and he's transmitting. So how does
I'm not.
No,
I'm
it's
receiving.
fine. It's fine. It's fine.
No, it is good.
Alex got all this. He's got it. He's going to be the relay station for a directed message for your inbox, and I'll show you how to do that next.
So if I'm in the middle of the desert, would the first thing that I want to do is send out a heartbeat?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So then you see through propagation what stations can hear you, and those
correct.
That's the acknowledgement.
Correct.
Okay.
That's the red. That's those red lines you're getting right now.
Okay. All right. So I could just all right. So let's just say I click on. So any of these red lines are hearing me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then what do I do from here? If I want to send a message to, all right. So KM4ACK cannot hear us right now. How do I send a message to Jason?
Okay, great.
What would I do with this?
Okay, good. So any one of those call signs in that red list, do you see? Can you pick one of them on the rightmost list and right-click on them?
Oh, so we got to go from the right to the left.
From the left to the right in this case.
So, well,
understand what I'm saying. Understand what I'm saying. Listen for a second. Those red lines above my head, right? Those call signs, they just heard you. So the likelihood that they have up-to-date information is probably pretty good. So if you right-clicked on one of their call signs on the rightmost window, right? So look at one of them and then just find them on the right-hand side.
So I'm trying to just grasp. Oh, they just went away.
Hey, can we do something really quick?
Yes.
So right-click on HRCC on the right side.
Hang on. We're not gonna go down that route. Slow your roll. So
I was going to let you get your message.
Nah, I don't care.
No, I know. We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Nope. We're not there. Not gonna go there.
He's not willing yet. He's not willing.
Slow your roll.
We gotta work up. You
gotta slow down, boys.
I got all night, Mike.
We gotta work up to this point.
By the way, Mike, thanks for being patient with all of us.
So thank you guys for being patient with me.
Listen,
so fucking hell. So listen, I'm trying to see. So WYOX, KMRD heartbeat signal report that already went away plus 14. So what do I do with that? So I got to find him over here now.
No. That's just an acknowledgement that he hears you. So now he's on your rightmost list with the little diamond. So it's an acknowledging. It's a two-way
heartbeat. So this would be a good station for me to pick to send a message to KM4ACK, right?
Hypothetically, yes. Hypothetically. But here's the next level. Okay, here's the next level.
Okay.
We need to determine if they can hear KM4ACK, and so that's what I'm trying to get you there, right?
Okay.
So is that the station, the one you have selected in blue right there on the right?
Yep.
Okay, good. So right-click on that station.
Who the fuck would ever know how to do this?
Go to directed message. Hold on, Don. Hold on.
Sure.
And then click on hearing. Do you see hearing?
Uh-huh.
And then click or type KM4ACK. There you go.
Who the fuck would ever know to do this?
I know it. I know it. That's why I made videos about it to tell people how to do it.
This is the most insanely this is awesome that it does it.
I know. It's really cool. It's really cool, Mike. It is. It's really cool.
Interface sucks my balls.
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Yeah,
However,
Mike, Mike,
I'm getting it. I'm getting it.
Okay. It's really cool, Mike. I'm not kidding. It's really cool.
Listen, when JS8 call was first announced, when it first came out,
yeah,
I did a video on it years ago. I know what it does. I know the capabilities. All right, so KM, whatever the fuck this means.
Well,
so what does this mean? So a bunch
what
of
does it
these
say?
guys heard. It says a transmission is queued for auto reply. KF0MKI, hearing K3ROC, N4ATU, a bunch of call signs, W5EED.
Oh, that's somebody else that blasted to you.
Would you
it's
like
fine.
to send this transmission?
No,
sure.
Okay, never mind. Let's go.
When you sent hearing, you sent the hearing command. So you questioned his system. You didn't
I did
query
what I was
that.
told to do.
Yeah, I know, and I don't know what Josh was going for.
Well, he right-clicked on that call sign.
He clicked the wrong. He clicked the wrong hearing. He needed to click.
He hit hearing question mark.
Okay.
All right, hang on.
Okay,
I just hit halt. All right, I just slow down. I hit halt transmit. Everything's done.
Okay.
No, you're good.
All right.
So
Whiskey Yankee 0 X-ray. We're gonna right-click that.
Yes.
And then we're gonna do what?
We need to find out if you can hear KM4ACK. So I thought that was hearing. So apparently that's not it. So how do you direct it to KM4ACK?
If you just highlight that deal or slide your mouse over it, it
Query
has a list
call.
of
Over
hearing.
what?
Over the call sign on the right.
Over which call sign?
The WY that you were just on, or any of them actually that have the asterisk on it. It'll have a list of the ones that it's hearing.
That's not always true. You can right-click go to directed messages, and it's called the command is called query call. Query call is the command you send to ask if they hear someone.
It's not under directed message, is it?
KM4ACK, his radio's off. He's not hearing anybody.
Yes, it is.
So
you
what
can
do
use
we do?
you can use me if you want.
Yeah, use N4OG. So scroll down to N4OG.
And how do we do that?
Scroll down on the right-hand side.
Wait, what does this say? A transmission is queued for auto reply.
Yeah, you're auto replying to people that are asking you what their signal
I'm
is
because
say
they're
no. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Fuck
so
that's fine.
Go to N4OG.
N4OG.
Yeah.
But like nobody's gonna know to do this.
Well, that's why you watch my videos.
It's gonna get way easier when I can talk about groups because you don't have to do all this shit.
Is this N0GQ that's talking now?
No. N4OG.
I'm sorry. I don't see
okay.
N4OG.
So what? Oh, did you drop a heartbeat, Alec? I don't think he has a heartbeat in his
I will.
window.
It might have timed out.
Okay, so hold on. Mike, hold on.
Jesus.
Jesus. That's right.
I got another 6 hours.
Yeah, right. We're not getting there, don't worry.
What's great is everyone else is
you guys
Mike,
figure it
no
out. I'll be
problem.
right back.
It's done now.
We're gonna make it happen.
Not everybody's going to give you the answers you want, but we want to help you.
There is such a simpler way to do this, and that's why we have the 8HR at HRCC group, right? Because you can do all these commands to the group and not have to find directed people. Like if he asks HRCC if they have any messages, then anybody in that group that has that group configured is going to respond to him. And that's how we used it. We did a full net last year on JS8 Call, and it was a travesty. But we all learned so much from all the procedures they've written about how to do nets on JS8 Call.
Well, one time when you and Evan weren't doing the net, I ran the HRCC net on JS8 Call.
Yeah, and it works pretty well.
Yeah.
It's just slow. We really should switch to fast since we hear each other so well, but
yeah,
whatever.
I thought there was a way that it would automatically step up too, but I don't remember what that is.
I just wish Mike was a little bit more sober. He's asking good questions, though. I mean, it's
Yeah,
always
everything he's saying, or most things he's saying, are valid.
Mm-hmm. And it takes time for somebody to learn something. And yeah, I mean, I have to color what I learn with the fact that I'm a software engineer, so it makes a lot more sense to me. But and I'm comfortable right clicking and left clicking and all of that stuff to figure stuff out. And if you're not, then it takes time.
I hope everybody here listening is on JS8 call, because there are so many people on 40 meter JS8 right now. It is crazy.
I don't know anything about it. That's why it's so interesting to me.
Mm-hmm.
Don, I'm fine with clicking, with right clicking and left clicking.
Oh yeah.
The problem is it's then you start transmitting, and you don't know what's happening. There's no way to, for me anyway, or any of us,
You'll know when you try.
to like how do we know that it's working? Like, am I screwing it up? Like, that's my thing. Like,
sure,
I'm all about right clicking and left clicking. That's not a problem. But then I'm gonna hit no.
Yeah, you're.
Like where do you draw the line? Like, I don't want to
Well,
do spurious emissions. I don't know where I'm transmitting. Like, should I just hit here and call a CQ? Here's the heartbeat frequency. It's. But then, like, who the fuck would know to double click and then right click?
Well,
there's no instructions. So,
right.
Anyway.
So here's the thing, Mike. The only thing you need to worry about hurting anything is look at your SWR and look at how much transmit power you're putting out.
Oh yeah,
that's
no,
it.
my radio's
That's it.
Fine. My radio's
Everything.
Fine.
Yeah, you're not going to hurt as long as you're not hurting the radio. There's nothing you can do in this software to break anything. So click on anything, damn thing you want, and see what it does. And that's what I did when I was learning this. I right click on stuff. I started looking at all those things there. I'm like, what the hell is this? And I click on it. Oh, it's returning this, or hey, it's not returning anything. So I just played around with it a lot.
All right.
So
let's keep playing.
Yep.
You can't be afraid to play around with things.
You're gonna get some spurious emissions on. I want JS8 call to be in my repertoire. Like, this is the de facto emergency shit hit the fan comms.
Yes, it is.
mode.
But it's so full featured, it's
It
difficult.
is. And that's the thing. And the instructions are. I mean, I wiped my ass with more important papers than the instructions on how to use this software.
Then why don't you write?
It's because I have to learn it first.
Right.
That's what we're doing right now. There's got to be people like me. I would hope there's people who are in the chat and watching me struggle, because I don't care. I'm not afraid to embarrass myself. I don't care. I'm not afraid to ask the questions with the bunch of people who I call friends who are smarter than me. And yeah, I may look frustrated, but we're learning. The greatest thing about failure is that we get to learn more.
Mm-hmm.
That is my motto.
And
it's just that I fail a lot.
Going back to
okay,
a
so anyway, let's get back to it.
Okay, but going back,
Josh is mic'd out. He'll be right back.
Okay.
Well,
Finally,
but going back to a previous topic, Mike.
Okay.
This is exactly why, after you figure this out, you do a video on it, even though Josh has done 100, because you'll have a different way of explaining it than we do, and it'll make sense to people that like you.
Right. That, Don, I understand.
The best way to learn is to teach.
If I can understand this, much like I did, I feel like when I first got into FT8, it was like, fucking hell, this is hard. I would hope that, and I perhaps it's my sales background, but you got to go through every little step. You have to. You guys are all like computer guys, okay? So you think differently than a guy like myself, who's like, I'm not an idiot, but we don't speak the same language, So it's like, how does this work? You gotta go through the steps.
Kind of like JSA for Dummies kind of thing. Is that where you're kind of going to?
It's not. No, it's not really that. It's just that you're explaining
it is
to
exactly
people.
That.
Well,
you
you're explaining it to people who understand like you
no,
do, and you're not dumb.
Don, nobody would think, well, not nobody, but I didn't think, I'm looking at these windows. I got this window, I got this window, I got this window. I can click on it. Okay, so maybe we right click it. What does that do though? And like, okay, so why the fuck do these guys have stars? I grew up reading Sneetches. Some of these guys have stars, some of these guys don't. What the fuck does that all mean? What is a heartbeat? The instructions, the manual for this software is fucking horrible.
It just sounds like it needs a legend. There needs to be a legend to everything.
It doesn't need a legend. It needs someone who didn't write the software. It needs somebody who understands user interface.
Needs a tech writer
to write the manual on how to use this.